Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away, despite the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but
Oh my god.
But oh my god, trying to cut corners, Mercenary eats that regular hit, LC, granting safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with a parashot. Just in time, he was able to open up. He did. Wow. Just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation thing.
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The new season of O-Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale. The final version is for parent and child? Manor-themed special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the enigma. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Casting memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Xiao, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Take it over to the Fat Lady Sings. That's all.
of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。 火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathe in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up Rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took delight. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
Welcome to Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2021.
Right away, despite the terrain, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, but oh my god.
But oh my god, trying to cut corners. Mercenary eats that regular hit. LC grabbing things safe, and now just gonna go for the rescue. 7-2S being patient with the terror shot. Just in time, he was able to open up. He did. Wow. Just trying to kite his way around here, trying to push. Oh my, the Cypher is almost trying. Can Anchan survive this long? Excellent vault there. Oh, they popped the Cypher.
Have to keep in mind that teleportation is like
GG's will be called. Excellent stuff, guys. Southeast Asia, congratulate GH because they are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
New season of O Lettuce, branded parent-child wear. Loose, comfortable trousers suited for different working scenarios. Tailored t-shirts fit for everyone. Fashion options for robots are also on sale.
The final version is for parent and child?
special photo sticker machine for couples. The video is not sponsored by Bloody Queen. If the product has quality problems, Bloody Queen won't be responsible for this.
Heard that there's an amazing mirror in Olita's Manor. It is not a funny mirror, but it will make you look slimmer. Of course, it can make you look bigger. Changes across species aren't impossible as well. That is not the mirror that we should use willy-nilly. News story still goes on. Look through the Olita's Manor mirror to see the other side of you.
Lettuce Bar's grand opening. We have a special barmaid who can make famous Dublin drink. The bar has a warm and welcoming vibe.
Hey, don't drink weird beverages in my bar.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. For peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the enigma. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. we indulge.
Miss Xiao, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Take over to the fat lady sings. That's all.
The first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, Is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei wants the
ladies and gentlemen, the wait is finally over. IVC Southeast Asia 2022. Nello Mello and Pot Spice at your service here for day number 1 of the finals of the preliminary stage. Nello Mello, you got here in clutch, man. How you feeling about today?
I'm feeling really, really hyped. And the music before that was so lit. Just the track itself just got it. And it really suits the team for this year because I just have to say IVC, V for victory right here. So many teams making it to the stage right for you guys to enjoy and for us to enjoy as well. So many strong teams. And I just can't wait. But you know what? One of the very first matches that we are going to have is actually a very new team, an emerging team in Southeast Asia. So overall, I'm just very excited to get to know these new emerging teams and the strong veteran teams. How about you, Posh?
Yeah, honestly, there's a continuation of the story that we've had in IVA. We're gonna see the teams in just a bit, but I'm gonna discuss that just a little bit more because right now we gotta talk about some announcements, you guys. If you guys haven't heard, we got Ivory Tower skins back in the game for a limited time only, so please do not miss out. Again, did you get any of these skins? I'm pretty sure I got all of them. No.
Yeah, I got all of them. And I even gave away some to a few of my very good friends. And they're just really beautiful. And it only costs 60 Acros per skin. So
pretty good,
If you missed it, you might as well get it now because, it's back for a limited time.
But wait, there's more. We still got another series of skins. Also, by the way, I got the coordinator skin. The 1 series skin of costumes. I know you got the Good Child, the Ripper Good Child. That looks like an amazing skin, but I gotta give my love for Recovery, the Doctor skin. And also the First Officer. That's actually a pretty good skin as well.
It is. I actually got the Recovery as well, but I missed the Demon Symphony the other time, but this time background, fortunately it came back. The violin is so beautiful right there. I just have to say, one of my favorite series here, the 1 series. So you know what, guys, if you haven't got it, you have to grab it now because they're going away very, very soon.
Yeah, and also, if you guys didn't know, we still got some more announcements in game. Again, if any Axeboy fans out there, if you guys didn't know, it's out. We're just gonna wait for the transition here. But you know what? Aside from the skins, IDV, you gotta give love to NetEase for also getting these. Look at this cute Axeboy. I know Eli over here loves Axeboy, loves Robbie. Again, it's available in the store on the 21st. It's 2 days out already. I gotta secure myself one. And it's one new pet, a mini Axeboy is available in the game. So do check that out. And also, if you guys haven't checked out the game just yet, you know what? Every 6 o'clock to 18,000 to 24,000 every day in Ever Sleeping Town. They're in the town room. There will be fireworks show every hour while the rooms are open. So, I mean, just events all throughout. Just a celebration of the game, right? And what more to celebrate with IVC?
Yeah, I mean, back in my country, we can't really play fireworks, but I'm so happy we have it in IDV itself. So yeah, fireworks are gonna spark, and what a perfect way to start IVC right here. Fireworks all the way because guys, you're gonna be so excited for these new teams. Posh, you were mentioning about bringing them up.
Yeah, I just want to mention it's at the stage because we're gonna see the brackets in just a bit. But I think we've been around for a while in the community for competitive, and honestly, we were talking. I don't think this has been the strongest IVC to date, and I think Southeast Asia has never been stronger because ramping up from IVA, the 2 IVAs that we've had, there are definitely different changes to the meta for sure because we will be playing in different circumstances. But honestly, everyone is a contender here. So here we have the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Nello Mello and Pot Spice will be at your service for the first 2 matches between ZT and Riffer Nunn, as well as GH versus SKG. But on the mic later on is going to be Eli O and Soy Milk with SG versus NR and Team Love versus Ryu. And not to fret, we'll also have more matches tomorrow. So do check out the brackets there. You got teams like BL. You got teams like, MRC. You got Adams. You got Icon. You got the Mad Penguins. You have it all here in IVC.
Yeah, definitely can't expect more than that because there's just so many strong teams like what you mentioned. So many hype that's going on. I'm so excited. Barely on my seats here. But you know what? Where are my manners? Again, welcome to the series, guys. Those of you in the chat, Manny, hello, Hanako. Just a few shout outs to you guys. Chantel, Pasta, Karina, thank you guys for making it here. And all of you in the chat, make some noise because this is IVC, day number 1, coming in strong with 0-2 versus Referred None. GH followed versus SKG followed after.
And following that up, they got 20. Later on, it's gonna be SG versus Noir. We got Team Love versus Ryu. So a jam-packed day. Do mark your calendars. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it went the distance. So you guys got to get your water, got to get your snacks. Tell everyone, your family, your friends, your loved ones, your neighbors, your dogs.
Everyone.
It's IVC. Southeast Asia came here to represent.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely gonna put up a really good show for us. I'm just so excited for this. And like what you said, we've seen all these teams before in action. And right now we are going to be brought to the players' data just to introduce you guys to these players in case you haven't known them. So both Hunters, very beautiful screen right here. Both Hunters, Kuga will be playing for 0-2, and Crocodile will be playing for River None. So very, very interesting. Very interesting Hunters here.
I know, both in meta. And these two Hunters, if you guys have been following the Southeast Asia scene, are no stranger to anyone. And both the name Kuga and Crocoduck, again, it's not a former member of the team Good Luck, I believe, or was it Have Fun? I'm not sure in IVA. But now he's in this team of River None. So I'm excited to see how this is going to, how the styles will definitely clash. Because River None, I would have to say, is the underdog coming into this, because 0-2 has been crazy as of late.
Yeah, I mean 0-2, they've, like what I said, an emerging team. Their names have not been known globally just yet, but right now this is their first professional appearance on NetEase event. Right now we're going to be introduced to the survivors. Gua on the mechanic just now, and right now Yush on the batter. I just have to say, it's really, really strong right there, looking there.
Yeah, so also number one Kilo I Home, another veteran of the game. We've seen him also in previous IVA. We are looking at the stats of, I believe this is the difference because Kuga coming into the prospector and Mellow 20 with the psychologist. Again, we also have to let everyone know, what the meta has definitely changed. If you watch the previous IVC to this IVC, I think you're in for a treat because there's definitely a lot of changes that have happened. Very survivor-sided, and Hunters have basically kind of have to play goalie at this point, play defender, play the tie game, not to give the survivors, because the survivors have been the ones to get a lot of points lately in the tournaments like IJL and IVL. So who knows? Maybe Southeast Asia is going to change things up.
Yeah, for sure. And right now you can also see another character that has been making its appearance a lot in the Southeast Asia scene. Not just Southeast Asia scene as well, but this is the Enchantress we are seeing. A lot being picked simply to counter Pollen, just proving to be a very efficient harasser / support. So a lot of these new metas emerging, and we're seeing a lot of different picks here going on in and out. I just have to say, who do you look forward to looking the most? Unexpected one, you want to see?
Oh, I mean, I've been watching some IJL. I mean, I want to see some wildlings come out, but I got to show my love for some Enchantress there. But with ZT though, I mean, when we were watching the tournaments, right? Both of them went to the grand finals in IVA. They're just so well rounded. The survivors have been so on point. They went up with the best of the best, and they've proven. And this is their moment to shine. And not to discount Reefer None, but Reefer None could actually throw everyone off. We're talking about like ZT, like they're the emerging talents, right? But what if Reefer None is there to delay the launch of ZT? That could happen because stakes have never been higher. This isn't the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. This is still all or nothing with these players. It's going to be a BO3, and the losing team will be out of this tournament.
Yeah, single elimination, the stakes are so high. I can't imagine the pressure going in because you know what? Despite coming in with the confidence there, having known that it's a single elimination, it's definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto their minds and their sets, because once you get through this into the group stages, you're basically safe because you will be able to play for points there and avoiding that single elimination. But you know what? It's high stakes, high rewards. The team that manages to stay strong, pull through, and toughen their mental state is going to be emerging as the victor.
There's no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. This weekend is full of tension, so we'll see you guys here and tomorrow as well, because your favorite teams could make it to that group stage. And now we talked about like how the play styles would definitely change. What do you think would be the main mentality coming into a single elimination versus a group stage wherein you have to rack up points? Because honestly, it's It's the one who blinks first, right? Or the one who like falls first. Because at least in group stage, we'll make it up. We'll just get more points. We just have to do this. Here, it's really best foot forward.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put up some ideas into this game. Like basically,
Sure.
ZT is known as a team that does not hesitate to bring out the batter in BO1 itself. Like we usually see the forward in, but they usually bring out the batter. And one thing to know is they are the meta hunter killers. They have little to no problem dealing against hunters, meta hunters like Sculptor, for example, or even Breaking Wheel. So they are so prepared for this. And you know what? I'm just laughing because in the chat, your number one fan, Easy, is right there calling you
Let's
out.
go! Izzy, what is going on, Izzy? Big shout outs to everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
Collins is here, Chantel is here, we got Kaiser. We got the familiar names out there. If you guys can imagine, you guys are the audience members here in this amazing graphics that we have. Now we gotta wait for the play to start. And now banning out the priestess because we are going to Chinatown.
Chinatown, I have to say, Chinatown is very, very strong for certain hunters in BO1. Like, for example, it can be a Breaking Wheel, it can be a Dream Witch, it can even be a Geisha. So there's so many things that can go on in this. And I have to say, both teams are going to be very prepared going into BO1, especially ZT, because they are a team that's not that has been known by track record to be raking up points during the BO1s, the early stages. So yeah, so if you're River Nun right now, you have to be careful to play a little bit, like test the waters, but careful not to get burned. Yeah, you have to.
Honestly, like BO1, you could be in the worst type of trouble going up against ZT. Now, looking at the picks and bans, pretty solid throughout. You got, your your main harasser in that forward, had the acrobat that could play as the rescuer. I like that they secured that seer, and you can see that Crocoduck really did his homework now because, banning out the batter at the last part. Now, ZT can, if they want to go for more harassment, that's definitely there. But do you think that maybe Decoder should come in, or they just want to go with that full-rounded, well-supported lineup here?
Yeah, I just have to say it's really they're just taking out the batter. Like having a forward out is already trouble enough, but having a batter out is also going to be troublesome for them. So right here, I can say Chinatown is really good. Like if you want to bring out even an Embalmer in game number 1, it's perfectly acceptable. But knowing them, they're probably going to go with the support, which is what we're seeing now, the entomologists.
Yeah, so they're really living up to that play style of just support everyone. No man gets left behind. At least let's get a 3 at most. And you know what? This is kind of setting up Kuga to pick his Breaking Wheel. Since it's best of 1, he is known for it. He's gonna just have to worry about the support and, the kiting skills of ZT. Not a weak link. Like we've seen most of them, and most of them can support. Even if they don't have a good kite, they find ways to turn a potential tie to at least a 3-man escape with a dungeon escape. So I'm excited to see these guys get to work.
Yeah, having everyone is potentially so strong against Breaking Wheel. And what I mentioned just now was ZT, especially the team that counters meta hunters a lot. They're definitely expecting a Breaking Wheel pick at the very least here, especially when it's Last Human, aka Crocoduck right here on the Breaking Wheel. So I just have to say, no matter who is getting chased first, every single one of them is very, very more than capable of kiting, or at least utilizing the resources well enough to extend their kite, and even providing support to the ones that are being chased. So I just have to say, it's looking very scary in BO1 itself. Right here.
Not to mention, like in IVA, they were the ones to popularize the flywheel and up against the Breaking Wheel, so that could play into a factor here coming out from this. But we're talking about Last Human here. If you guys watched IVC 2020, it was Last Human to take it for OSM. So he's seen the bright lights, and hey, we got people in the chat here. We got Princess Bassa, we got Maney, Lacrimosa. We see you guys. We see you, Izzy. I see you, Izzy. Oh, that's amazing. They're in the audience. Guys, make some noise. Y'all are being seen and heard.
Yeah, this is so awesome. Like the upgrade not only happening with the teams as well, but with the production as well. So guys, really thank you for supporting, and just give a shout out to all the people that make this event possible, because you know what? We are all working to make the community a better one in general, and even take it to the next level.
Yeah, for sure. Big shout outs to everyone in the back. Shout out to Thea. Shout out to Crit. Ones and twos. Pressing the ones and twos and buttons also there. And voices in her head. And also, yeah, give some love to each and every person that's in the chat right now. We're about to head in our first DO1 IVC 2022. Let's start things right. We're going to see a breaking wheel already make his way. MX seems to be in the area. Let's see if he's going to find him.
Yeah, MX is going to be spotted out. Yeah, he was trying to hide there, but again, this place is just so good for the Acrobat to kite there, and just trying to get the first spike onto the Acrobat can prove to be a challenge, which is why Crocodile, oh my god, getting that first, oh my god.
That's actually a really good start for Crocoduck, and now MX, you know, known for being one of the most tough to chase. Let's see how he's going to salvage this situation. Let's just wait and see how much Acrobat bombs he does have. In this area, it's going to be a little tough because it is a tight space. Now we're looking at Shadow here, just decoding near the hotel area. MX has already got him out of the wheel state, so he has to be very careful. He does have one spike in him and a regular hit. Oh my gosh, and he just gets downed.
Yeah, that's the danger though. Like once you get hit the first time with the spike, you get 75% damage. And basically what a breaking wheel does is just go through with one more spike, burst, and that's it. MX is down just like that, which is why sometimes you see the survivors will usually bring full flying wheel effect just to counter Pollen in this map.
Okay, now we see that we are monitoring the survivors right now, but so far the camping game has been strong on Crocoduck here. Now Kuga is spectating already provides an owl to that forward to get the rescue. Oh my god, no half blood. It's about to be over, but gets the rescue in time. And now Seer pops his Cypher. 4 Cyphers still remaining, and Acrobat's still in the same vicinity. Crocoduck forced to snap the forward, but Acrobat is still outside, and MX doing his pretty good job with his kite.
Yeah, 3 Cyphers remaining, and you can see I think the key to be able to extend this kite will have to be depending on Yash. You can see that Yash is in the vicinity, just trying to make sure, just trying to buy time. Like he's doing a Cypher right now, but he's just, in case MX gets down again, he's just gonna have to be ready to provide the support that he needs. But right now, MX seems to be doing very good on his rebound kite.
Dude, ice in his veins, man. He's not faltering in this kite. Like, no spike just yet, and this is almost a full presence, a breaking wheel. So now MX is doing an amazing job just mind gaming him, getting ready for that bomb throw. 3 Cyphers still remaining. We do see that the forward is just in that area, like you said, Nell, just to provide a little bit of harassment and support. Also, the bees are here too. So MX does have the full battalion here just in case, and still unable to get that second spike. MX has to be very careful. And now the second spike finally lands. Are we gonna get a hit?
Yeah. Oh my god, he's not even gonna hit. And I think by this time ZT should know that it's gonna be excitement here, which is why they're not really committing towards it. The bees are there. Yush is around trying to give that support, but I don't know. I think buying time for him to chair, at least it has to be very, very important. Buying time for him to heal up. He's gonna get that full presence burst forward, down now. Yeah, Crocoduck is playing this really well right now. Doesn't even need to use excitement at this point.
Yeah, and Yash trying to circumvent the situation. He's got 2 spikes on him. It's going to be tough if this forward does fall down, but Crocoduck now applying more pressure, tries to snap, but no, the forward was out of that area. We do note there are 2 Cyphers being worked on already. Both are past the halfway mark, and now it is Kugu, I don't know how to pronounce the Seer. It is on here. There's a number involved. I'm really bad with numbers. But now the push. Oh my god, the excitement just to get away from it, and now he's really camping out this chair.
Oh my goodness, that's why they have 2 people coming in. I think they have already foreseen this, but look at how far the piece has pushed Crocoduck away, but it doesn't matter because once he gets into breaking wheel form, Crocoduck can just easily close the gap now, and MX is already on his last chair. Oh my god!
Wow! Yeah, forcing him to go away, and now the Seer actually on that potentially last Cypher, because yeah, we do see that the Entomologist pop the second Cypher. Forward is down. Oh my god, Seer, I was gonna say, has to be careful. Already ate that hit, and now Crocoduck trying to pick up the pieces here, but this is the pressure that ZT brings to the table that we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you can see that he lost MX, which is a very big deal. MX is on his last chair. Crocoduck has no choice but to change targets towards the Seer. Seer is down, but it doesn't matter because forward, expanding the self-heal, he still has more than half a ball. He's going to try to do the kiting right now. MX is already on another Cypher right there. I just have to say, this is getting so intense right here.
It is. He has the football. Nice jukes there. Seer is out of the bounds, and now we see that the forward. Oh my god, that was such an intense exchange there. Forward wanting to get that that pallet drop, and now that last Cypher is being camped by Crocoduck. The urgency is in the air. ZT is on the brink of actually getting a 4-person escape. So they got to play their cards right if they want more points. We do see that the dungeon is here. Forward is down from that snap. Everyone is just getting away from that Cypher while Crocoduck is trying to pick up the pieces. But MX is actually working on a new one.
Yeah, I think they're already foreseen this. And Crocoduck has definitely picked up on that. And he's already in will form trying to pursue MX. But again, MX will be able to kite again because he still has a red bomb available. And right now, his teammates have already primed the Cypher. Oh my god, they just prime it straight away.
Yeah, and now it's just MX could actually try and kite this one out. He has one spike on him, and we do note that he does have detention, so that could actually help him down at least one survivor in this situation. But we know ZT style. They will try to go for a flywheel and now just avoid the spike. But he's got to be careful of the detention hit, and now Crocoduck finally has the Seer down. Will he commit to a chair? No, he wants to go for more now.
Yeah, I mean he can afford to go for more simply because he knows that all the survivors have been gathered around this area. So the gate has not been opened yet. Mind you, ZT has not. They are nowhere near the gate yet. So Shadow is trying to make run towards that the very end gate. The forward is trying to extend the kite here, just trying to delay time. He has a little football to work with, but it's just gonna be essential for him to buy time here.
Woo! Oh my god, the trap got him. Can he go back?
Oh
no,
my god,
the terror shot. But Seer's already up. They're working on the exit gates, and now it seems like they might have to actually go for a windowed area because the wheel is back in motion. And Shadow and the Seer moving away from that exit gate. Now he spots out Shadow. This is gonna be so important. One exit gate is only at 36%, while Shadow now has to take this kite. Forward is healing up. Oh my god, the snap can't happen. Detention is no longer a factor here because Shadow's gonna eat this hit.
Oh, he's waiting for the fire! Oh my god, bang that! Oh my god, Crocoduck! Right,
I was holding my breath there. I was like, is it gonna happen?
Yeah.
We're gonna see the flywheel? No, but beautiful discipline on Crocoduck. Now, the thing is, Entomologist, this is her first chair. So this is gonna be really tough to deal with. We are seeing the forward get up, get healed, and the gate is not open just yet. So Crocoduck actually doing a great job mitigating the situation that the pressure that ZT has given them.
Yeah, he's doing really well. Crocoduck, like usually this is like the same story we've seen over and over again. When the Cypher's prime, usually the hunters will be in a state of pressure, but not Crocoduck. He's maintaining his composure, just trying to circle around the area, making sure that there's no tinnitus being triggered. But he has spotted MX again. This is a dangerous game that he's playing because MX is at his last chair.
He is, and now two spikes here. He's gonna use that bomb, and the excitement pops once again just to try to close the distance here. And Tamaj is already saved, and MX, this is his last chair. This is gonna be so important. Seer has already opened up that exit gate. Forward's opening one already, and now we see that Crocoduck trying to defend and sees that this gate is open, and now the Seer might be forced to exit this game. And now just in time for the owl. Oh my gosh! And now can he exit in time? Oh, he does.
And nicely done. And MX, he will be able to heal up in time because Crocoduck is already making his way. Unfortunately, not gonna be quite make it. MX is gonna be the sole casualty for ZT. But again, what a great start to game number one first half, Posh.
That was absolutely incredible. I don't think ZT has disappointed. And also Crocoduck, you have to give it up to him. He was on the brink of actually a tie. That I want to highlight the discipline he had, right? He didn't really fully commit yet to anything. He was still thinking very clearly with that detention. And he was doing really well. It's just that the start, the MX kite, the first kite wasn't as long, but the second kite, the support of everyone there really bought so much time for all the ciphers to be primed. So I'm going to throw it to you, Nell. Any highlights that you want to talk about? Because there's a lot in that match.
Yeah, but first I'm just going to start off by saying that Crocoduck has done an amazing job simply through the ban phase itself, banning the batter, because we've seen so many times batter can counter the breaking wheel so many times in that situation. But because the batter was banned, brought out the forward, but not as much success because there's excitement on Crocoduck. The highlights though, the 3-point shoots there and getting the trap, forcing the forward to vault back and getting that terror shock. I have to say that's one of the landing shots that's not easy by any means. So I have to say that's one of the highlights for Crocoduck. What about you, Posh?
Honestly, yeah. When it came to the highlights, I mean, just MX is just beautiful when it comes to his kiting ability. I would say, even though the screens were a little well, it wasn't really focusing on the rescue. It would be the forward's rescue on that seer because that was so close. If it was a microsecond later, the MX would have been out of there. So it's just the timing. I would say the rotations of ZT and the way they're able to move as one unit makes it a tough night for anyone. And honestly, Crocoduck, one of the best out there to do it, really put up a good fight. Can't wait to see him more in round number 2 because he's kind of laid the foundation that he's done the homework, right? So we've seen a lot of hunters BO1 to not even get one survivor, one catch of a survivor. The fact that Crocoduck did that, I think maybe just needs to warm up. So it's still really anyone's game, but I got to give my kudos to ZT living up to the expectations, and I think other regions got to watch out for this team.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the addition of flywheel used in here, you can see why a breaking wheel has been countered quite a little bit here and there. But that doesn't, it got countered a lot. But like what you said, I totally agree with you. Crocoduck managing that 1K is very important because a difference between 1K and 0K is going to make a huge difference. 5-0 and 3-1. Yeah, so here they might be able to catch up with Refer None teams, Survivor lineups. So we'll just have to see what's going to happen. But I'm more interested to see, will ZT be going for the breaking wheel as well, seeing how hard it has been countered by breaking wheels and even like Acrobat and all these ophthalmologists.
Honestly, in a map like this, you could really see the benefit, right? It was just the discipline of ZT, not really pushing for the exit gates, really respecting the transformation of Pollen into that wheel form. So I could see them pulling it out too, but I mean, the hunter on ZT's side, we did see the stats that they did use the Dream Witch, so I wouldn't be surprised. But let's check out the match stats here. Beautifully done. Look, the ciphers were popping left and right. They were able to wait out a little bit to the accelerated decoding, and then by the time like the last cipher was popped, everyone is just waiting for that detention to stop. Unfortunately, it was MX. I think everyone took their fair share of licks here and there. Shadow was on the rocket chair at one point. Yush was downed. But yeah, honestly, Crocoduck, pretty good job. Let's see if you can tie things up in the round number 2, though.
Yeah. And fun fact, I just want to refer to MX as the naughty survivor because not only does he play, you can see him on the Acrobat, but sometimes he does play the Thief as well.
Thief.
Here, yeah. So I will refer to him as naughty because he's mischievous. And you can see that even though he was already at the last chair, he was still playing with fire there. Ultimately, Crocoduck got him down. He's like, yeah, you know what? You play with the fire, you're gonna get smashed down. But seeing that he's being the only casualty, I have to say it went pretty well thanks to the 170 seconds containment time by MX.
Yeah, honestly, I think MX would have settled to leave the game, and I mean, if he gets burned in the fire, that's fine as long as his teammates get out there. But yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. If you play with fire, you gotta get ready to get burned. So we'll see. That's why you got to keep your eyes on MX, ladies and gentlemen, because he's must see Identity 5. Because when you see him up against a hunter, yeah, he's gonna go toe to toe with them, especially if he has a harasser, if he has the batter, if he has a thief, if he has the acrobat. It was good. Early kite, again, it didn't last as long as we used to see, but the rebound kite was just so good, and at the end it was triple digits. So great job on ZT's side overall.
Yeah, great job. Can't wait to see more. So guys, if you are playing rank and you meet Apollon, make sure to always queue up with your friends who are harassers. Like, it's not nice to stun hunters, but yeah, you have to appreciate teammates who plays this kind of roles because it brought so much time, right? It brought so much time.
It did.
It helped.
It did. And again, if we're giving rank tips, like Flywheels is just so good these days. Like I will give also kudos to Crocoduck. I mean, it was a clear hit, but he was waiting for him to use that flywheel, and it was the entomologist to blink first, and she did kind of crack in the pressure. So that's I would say the veteran experience is definitely Crocoduck. He has seen a lot of tournaments, and he doesn't falter. And in an ever evolving meta, because we've seen Crocoduck use other characters like Dream Witch, like all that, but he's still like his breaking wheel was on point.
Was on point. It's just that it's very unfortunate that flywheel counters breaking wheel. But enough about flying wheels. I just have to say, even the individual skills and the cooperation between teammates. Let's talk about that because they were so coordinated. The support was there. You notice that when they were rescuing for the second time, there were two survivors there trying to support because they know one person is definitely gonna risk getting down before
Yes.
rescuing. So one person got down, the forward got down, but at least the entomologist was able, the seer was able to rescue MX for the second time. Otherwise, usually in that situation, you fail rescue, it's going to be downhill from there. So they made it work.
And to add to that, I'm actually going to say 3 survivors were there because the bees, once the hit happened, the bees came in, pushed away, create the distance. MX was gone by the time he reached that second floor, and he was already out of wheel form. So you can't chase an acrobat without that wheel form. So that's why he decided to change target, and he kind of left the forward to be downed. And yeah, honestly, the pressure that ZT puts on its hunter is just it's really intense because like 1 minute you think like, okay, I'm going to chase this down, and then all of a sudden the ciphers are popping. There are 2 survivors here trying to rescue. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, I think he was counting on using the excitement against the forward. Like if he's trying to do a stun rescue, then boom, I'm just gonna hit you there and then thwart any plans of rescue. But as you can see, not bringing the trump card has its disadvantage. Like you couldn't really shift once you're in excitement. That's it. You can't really shift. And I just have to say they were already prepared 100% to face Breaking Wind in that situation, and just very unfortunate that Crocodile didn't manage to secure it despite the early downs, because too many supports coming in. I don't even know who's the hunter anymore.
The entire ZT team, man. They're the hunters. Pollen is technically 3, but they're 4, right? Because they're stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, for sure.
Last thing I want to say about before we talk about the next half, I do want to mention also the way that they were playing it very conservatively, because at that point they realized, okay, he's probably got excitement, and he had to hold that. It's tough when the survivors know you have excitement already. And it's like, yeah, we're not going to stun you. You're just going to have to hold this. And like, you're going to have to chase us. We don't have blink. We don't have teleport. That's good. So, he tried to be a step ahead, but ZT making the right adjustments, being just a little bit a step ahead. So hopefully Crocodile can bounce back in round number 2. Before that, though, you want to give any shout outs? I saw you kind of looking at the chat a little bit. Is anyone giving their support out there?
I'm looking for someone calling me Nello Poo, but apparently it's just Poshy Poo. Sign my unborn baby.
Oh,
okay. That's not appropriate, guys. That's not.
But thank you for the love. I want you guys to get that energy and actually direct it towards the players, because once again, it's really them, their hard work. We're just here enjoying the matches. But big shout outs to everyone that's in chat, and do show the same love and support when Soy Milk graces the stage, as well as Eli.
Yeah, for sure. And just thank you so much for supporting as well. I can see that the chat, as always, is being so positive, which is why we are always trying to make some time to give you guys shout outs, simply because like Pastor, Easy, Ace, Chirpy, Maney, Nyetha, Nguyen, Chantel, Philippe, Gabriel, Roland, Eli, Clark, Slime, Hanako, Phantoms. There's so many people, man.
We'll see you guys in the audience. We'll see you guys there.
In the audience, for sure.
In the audience, because that's what's up. So let's talk about the switch up now. We're gonna switch things over to ZT's Hunter, as well as Rifernun's Survivors, which again, they're pretty well known. But I mean, the Hunter of ZT, I would say ZT's Hunters. They have a lot of Hunters, right? They can keep up with the survivors. That's what's so scary going up against ZT, because usually like, oh yeah, you know what? This is a survivor side team. This is a hunter sided team. But I don't know. I feel like when we've been watching the rise of 0-2, it's like both sides can keep up with each other.
Yeah, because I just seem to think like because you can see Identity 5 is just so exciting. There's just so many things you can do with it. The meta, the kind of combinations you can do. And it's just too bad we can't see Novelist this time in the match, because there's also a combo there. There's the little girl, there's the professor, which we are not going to see as well. But I just have to say the combo, there's just so many strategies involved. Like Southeast Asia, where I can say generally we are very focused on supporting support kiting, because we are not going to let one person kite 5 ciphers in one game. That happens in rank, but not in competition. It's almost impossible to do that. So support heavy oriented, whereas in Japan, they're very anti counter. So I just have to say different regions, different styles, and the beauty of it is it just brings so many variety. So I'm just enjoying the game as much as everyone here is, and with you as well.
Yeah, just the variety. So do take note, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we can get like a percentage of character bans, usages, and whatnot, because we were able to do that last year. And yeah, Mercenary was the most used character. I mean, rightly so, right? Even I think in IVL. But you know what? In IJL, like again, different types of playstyle, right? Mercenary gets priority banned. So I just love seeing emerging playstyles. And I feel like Southeast Asia is really on the cusp of being at the height of its power. So you guys are witnessing history here. The third IVA, so IVC, my bad.
Yeah. Before this, we already have our former champions of IVC before. Like before this, it was BL representing, and we also have GH representing. But right now, when all of them are come into the mix, it just feels so hard because there's no clear cut. That just shows how much the level has risen. The level has risen, and that's what we want to see. We don't want to see one-sided games. We want to see fierce fights.
Yeah, what's that saying? A rising tide brings up all boats. So that's gonna happen. Hey, Soy Milk, what are you doing in the chat, Soy Milk? You gotta be on stage.
she's one of the audience right now, and Izzy is there as well. So she's really a diehard fan right there.
I mean, I gotta show support and love to Izzy. We got Ace, we got Yami, we got Pavu, Lacrimosa, some familiar names out there. We got Alia, but now we digress. We're gonna see a first Seer ban on the side of Kuga.
Yeah, it's too powerful not to be banned. Despite everything, I have to say Eli is just so good. Again, for those of you out there, like just the owl support, even if it's against a bonbon or a cheap damage hunter, the surveillance itself is so good. The owl support itself is so good. Even against, like you can see in the previous game, the owl support was given to the forward to make sure that the rescue happens in time. So I just have to say, banning it is a perfect decision. Kuga banning the acrobat as well. I have to say, a mirror match probably.
Could be. I mean, he could also bring out the Dream Witch if he wants to just throw things off. But let's see. I mean, you got some pretty anti-Dream Witch here. I mean, you got that forward for the stuns. You got both Priestess and the Patient just to create that distance away from the main body. So, I mean, Kuga, I think he has most of the cards here since he could kind of flip it up. Now he bans out the Psychologist, so no support. Mercenary is still up for grabs, and usually he is the priority picked one. So, if he does pick them, I feel like that's the strong pick. But again, they could go for a Decoder. They could go for more support. We saw how well the Entomologist is. Really depends on the play style. So, we're just waiting to see what Reefer Nun will be bringing to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, a Toy Merchant doesn't seem too bad here as well.
That's a good one too.
Yeah,
true.
Embalmer. But Entomologist. I think they're expecting a.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Entomologist. Yeah, I mean, thank you to the production team for giving us the info. That amazing graphic just to set this one up. And yeah, could have been a mirror match, but we do have that forward and that Entomologist. So now, yeah, just a lot of if not all, just can create that distance. And in a map like this, you really want to be able to position that main body where like a Neuralink to everything. So it's gonna be tough for Kuga, but we've seen Kuga perform great things from tough situations. And honestly, Kuga just needs to tie, and he'd actually give ZT that moral boost that they need.
Yeah, he needs a tie, but knowing ZT, they're definitely an aggressive team. I have to say, they don't play scared. So
exactly.
If they can secure a comfortable lead here, it's gonna make things much more easier for them in round number 2. But as for Reefer Nun, very familiar names as well. We know Clayholm, we know Miso. Not so much about Noob Game and Mellow 20, but so far this lineup is very good against a Dream Witch simply because there's a Priestess. The Priestess wasn't banned, so I have to say that's also a very good one to create distance to the
exactly
and whatnot.
That's true. Honestly, out of all the survivors here, yeah, it is the Priestess that's got me most concerned because we've seen like clutch escapes and just kiting for days with this Priestess, especially in a map like Chinatown. And pair that up with an Acrobat, pair that up with a Patient, pair that up with the bees of the Entomologist, that could be a nightmare for anyone. So Kuga actually, he's got his work cut out for him. Even to secure a potential tie, on paper, this looks like a really strong draft for the survivors.
Strong draft. Yeah, like the forward can put distance in. can go and stun the support. Like, obviously, I'm not really sure. Like, the machinery wasn't banned, so I mean, being able to tank more, that might mean that might help the team. But I guess
That's
having
true.
a stunner is good in some cases. But don't forget, everyone is 2 hits away from going down. If like we see this a lot with Dream Witch. Like, usually they put their leech followers far away, do the fire camping, one more leech to spawn at the chair. So they're gonna try and catch you off guard. So fortunately, forward has the balls to zigzag. It's just a matter of not getting hit and getting cancelled.
So let's hope that the forward doesn't get hit while he's in that state. Now Kuga already at the center, moving on over away from the umbrella exit, and we do see that 2 survivors are actually here. It's it is Miso, and it was kind of tiny for me to see, but we do see that the priestess is actually in the area here, and she will be the first one to get leeched.
Yeah, I mean, chasing the priestess is I don't think it's really optimal, but oh my god, is the host always able to go through the portals?
I don't know, actually. That's the first time I saw that animation, but Kuga cleaning up the portals with that main host. Wow. So this is actually a pretty good start. And Kuga dropping down the patroller right when she made that vault, and now the spawn followers will have to do their job here. And we do see that the priestess, oh wow, has to eat that hit, regular hit from their main follower. So you still have that leech follower for that down.
Yeah, he's just sending another follower away so that it will come back to him, trying to create that sandwich situation that we all know, we all know and love. But again, it's a very strong kiting area for the priestess here, the 2 floor. We've seen how it happened a lot of times. That when you go up, he's just gonna portal down. When he goes down, he's just gonna portal to the other side of the map. And then you have, oh my god, the beast.
Yeah, so trying to support, and we do see that the distance is already being gained. Wow, just look at that. But we do see that Miso did kind of go inside this area here where a patroller will be dropped again, and she's away from any pallets. Can she drop that in time? No. Oh, wow, able to get it before the pallet drop. So this is actually a very crucial situation for our hunter here, because he needs to down this priestess and down it now, because the ciphers have been moving nicely so far.
He was able to use the flywheel to dodge 1 bite out of it and then going through the pallets. So Miso doing a very good job. That's the last bite. But right now Miso is not out of hot soup. He has normal portals to work with, and that sandwich situation is going to result in the first down of the game. The Posh ciphers are being done. 2 ciphers are about to be done very soon. So not too bad by the kiting by Miso.
I would say that that's an excellent use of that flywheel, because it was kind of a checkmate situation in this area. She didn't have any portals anymore to try and move away from the followers. So yeah, excellent usage. And I think, yeah, at that point, it was just delaying the inevitable, which she did. Now Kuga dropping another patroller here forward. Oh my god, was unable to stun the patroller, and now eats the bite here to just cut off his rescue route. But we do see that Noob Game is subject again to the patroller bite, and now the camping begins.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna be before half. Oh, and the terror shock!
That was such a crucial terror shock. Did you see he was baiting out a reaction? And unfortunately, Noob Game did bite on that rescue. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Kuga is in control of this match.
Yeah, game-changing moment right there. I definitely think that Noob Game was trying to rescue before half with the support of the beast, but just unfortunate there, getting baited by the emotes there. I just have to say, the terror shock, definitely that just puts Kuga in the lead right now, because that's the second survivor down. 2 survivors are still up, but we'll have to see though. Refer team still has the resources up.
Yeah, they need to go for this rescue if they want to actually like negate that tie, but 2 ciphers remaining and 2 survivors that are up and about. Kilo I Home, number 1 Kilo I Home already activating the hook just to close out the distance and probably save before half. Just gonna go for a regular hit to gain full presence, and now we see that he is changing targets to the number 1 Kilo I Home. Can he get the hook off in time? Able to establish that distance, but now we do see that Kuga is just zoning in on this and switch to blink in time.
Nice. But that's also a very good understanding by Chloe Home there, not to put down the pallet, because he knows the instant he does that, it's just going to change straight into hit him. So he at least he bought that distance right there. So now they know that Kuga has already changed his trade to blink. The spawn follower is going to pick Chloe Home up very, very soon. 1 cipher is about to be done, and 1 cipher remaining fairly new, 20%. They know abnormal is not going to be infect soon. So Entomologist right here needs to be able to heal the forward. The forward is still in the vicinity, but
I actually want to see his deleaching status because he's still in danger here. Now he's at 50%. That's still pretty good, but you got to be very careful. You don't want to get downed again. And Ford might have to be the one to go for that rescue since he did not use up his Tide Turner. If he does have that Tide Turner, now Entomologist in the area as well as Noob Game, he will try to move on over to just hit the Entomologist and probably focus his attention more on trying to down one of these survivors.
Oh my god! Oh my god, the flywheel getting made out. And you can see the discipline by Kuga doesn't even need a blink there. And the logic behind chasing the entomologist right there and not chasing the patient is because he knows the patient has already utilized all of the hooks and has a leech on him. The forward is at half health. So basically his goal is to make everyone at half health, and then with the 2 leeches he's gonna be able to make sure that.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow burn of a win here if ever Kuga would want to do his game plan here. Just diminish the resources of the survivors. And now the blink, oh my god, able to down the patient. Luckily for the patient, at least it was his follower. But I mean, Kuga's still, he could just leech right away or just camp out this chair because the forward has to act and act now because it's going to be a lot harder if there's 2 survivors remaining. He does have some football, but I mean, yeah, this is, I would say Kuga is really on the cusp of getting more than enough to win this game.
Yeah, it's looking like a 4K here. The reason of me saying that is because he's definitely not going to chair the patient as of yet, and the last cipher isn't being decoded at all. So there's no pressure for Kuga to quickly just chair the patient up or anything. So forward right now, what he has to do is buy enough time, at least wait for the patient to prime his self-heal or at least bleed to death or getting chaired, because right now dungeon is the only hope that River Nun team has at this point.
Yeah, I think he painted a good picture of Kuga and just the intense pace he's kind of given these survivors. And they had the right idea getting the support, but I think it all fell, like the dominoes really fell in place of Kuga once that terror shock landed, because if that rescue did happen, the Tide Turner would come into effect. Priestess had some portals already lined up. Now they just got to be able to survive as long as possible. We do see that the patient is already up working on a cipher, so they just have to spread out and try to buy as much time as possible. But yeah, Kuga honestly just has to play the basics here, just down survivors. He already knows that the patient already did pop that self-heal, so he just has to find that forward. And the forward did open up a chest. He is holding a perfume bottle and a football.
Yeah, the good thing right now is that none of them are getting leashed as of now, but it's sort of like a dragging the inevitable, because once you touch the cipher, they're just gonna know. Once you approach the cipher, Kuga's gonna be there with the host, and the crow's there. You have no choice. You touch the cipher, you get away, but you get leached. So it's looking really hard for Rifanan, but they are not giving up. So guys, support guys.
Yeah, Rivernon, I mean, the team, we've seen them in other tournaments. They have this never say die attitude. They will play this till the very end. And I think this is a statement that they're saying, yo, Kuga, you got to earn that 4K if you really want to get all of us down, because they're not giving up. They're going to be trying to buy as much time as possible. We do see that the forward did get leeched, but he also has an anti-curse, so he could actually leech it away just to kind of frustrate Kuga. Even though Kuga did fulfill the winning situation round number 1, blink attempt, but no, able to go through that pallet. But now it seems like mind games, but no, beating him to go through the pallet, and now the patient is down.
The back and forth right there, like missing the blink on the first time, but not like just kind of like in a panic mode right there, just vaulting back, and Kuga capitalized. So right now patient has already exhausted the self-heal. It's just a matter of time before the forward is being discovered at the second floor. Kuga, the mother host, has already spotted the forward. Forward has to know this because that's going to be an icon right on top there. But the blink straight away, just to make sure the one follower follows right there.
Exactly. So now, Noob Game has to be very careful here. Trying to just use the football to its full extent, and did establish a little bit of that distance. But I mean, Patient is close, not even close to expiring, and he already popped up his self-heal. So now Noob Game just, has to kite out close to this dungeon area, which he does have a little bit of football, but now he's just waiting for him to overextend himself, and Kuga could easily get his 4K.
Yeah, I just have to say, amazing job right there by Kuga, just providing the constant pressure. And GG, well played. That's a 4K by ZT Kuga for Team 02, making the total point of 8-1 in this very first half. The first game.
First game, 0-2. We're talking a big storm on their survivor side, but props to Kuga, guys. You know, IVC debut for 2022, and he makes a survivor-sided meta work in favor of a Dream Witch. And we've been saying that Dream Witch, yeah, you know, a lot of survivor teams have figured out how to counter, but first you got to be able to, usually you'd want to be able to survive as long as possible, but Kuga just did not allow that. It was a great early kite on that priestess, and the support was there. You saw that they were trying to duplicate that same type of success with that forward, with the entomologist, just trying to cover the rescue. But I think, yeah, it was really the terror shock that sold me on Kuga really dominating this match.
Yeah, and this is what happened just now. We were talking about it very early in the game. Like, Mercenary was left open. Do we really need a forward, knowing that it's a Dream Witch? Do we really need a forward? Because right there, if he wanted to force that rescue, at least he wouldn't have been down. He would have still be able to rescue right there. So I just have to say that's one of the difference between having a forward and a Mercenary. The advantage of having a Mercenary in that kind of clutch situation. Whereas if you get bitten, once it's bitten, you can just dash. It's instant. But for the football, you get stopped halfway. So again, that's also another factor you have to consider. But all in all, it's just
the way you painted that really sells the Mercenary as one of the stable rescuers, because elbow pad doesn't get affected by the patroller if you're able to activate in time, and also just the delayed effect, right? He's still able to get the rescue, but he will get downed still. But man, once the forward got hit and the terror shock, I was looking at the chat, man, they were popping off like, wow, oh my god, that was I was not expecting that. But I mean, that's the pressure that Kuga brings to the table, the mind games as well, and the camping prowess. So hopefully Refernon could, lick their wounds, shake out the cobwebs. This is IVC for them. This is like single eliminations. This is just the best of 3 to get to that group stage. So they got to come back more fierce in round number 2.
Yeah, definitely have to come back with that. And I think the difference actually comes in BO2 because you are able to ban a survivor. You're able to ban a hunter in BO2, and that kind of makes a little bit of difference as well, because Kuga is very proficient in Dream Witch. So you sort of have to ban his Dream Witch and have to prepare for his other hunters like Bonbon, like Sculptor, and hope that the map picked as well will be able to counter into a certain degree. But before going further into that, just have a look at what's going on right there. Everyone kiting, very respectable, 60 seconds and above. The forward being the highest containment time there, and entomology is 223%. But things really went downhill as soon as the rescue was thwarted, and you can see everyone was rushing towards trying to rescue at the very last minute. So I just have to say that was the turning point where it went downhill for Refernon.
Yeah, it did. And hopefully this won't really affect their mental state, that they could still come back, because we've seen success in their previous matches. So here are the match results so far, ladies and gentlemen. If ZT can get a perfect score, as in get 5 points here, they immediately win. So Refernon here not only have to play catch up here, they have to win the round. So you can try to tie out round number 2, but the points in the end are definitely gonna haunt you. So you really want to be able to win rounds. So they don't have to go for big 5-0 victories. They could just go for simple victories and go for a tie, because round wins will actually compute more in the end. So I'm excited to see how Refernon's gonna bounce back from this, because ZT has been on a tear. I feel like the most to ever contest with them was GH. And actually, in the previous IVA, had a nail biter with NM. But I mean, no one has yet to defeat them. Am I right to say that? No, like in the tournaments, the community tournaments that we've been holding, they've always ended up on top. If they only didn't end up on top if they don't attend.
Yeah, they win every single one of them. If you want to take into consideration the mini tournaments that happened from the past year until now, that's a total of 4 mini tournament championships won. 4 out of 4, and it's not a walk in the park, because there are strong teams in which attended the mini events as well. Like what you said, GH put up a really, really strong fight, and at one point almost won. But when they went for the breaking wheel pick, that's when they really countered the breaking wheel and rake up points. As for the latest ones, managing a draw against Team NM, the previous Team NM at that point, managing a draw all the way up until BO4, BO5, and finally securing it with a Hunter victory. I just have to say, they are, it's safe to say they are the undisputed 4-0 champions at this point, if you take into consideration mini things.
I'd say they're the gold standard as of this point because I think everyone wants to measure up to them. Since and it's crazy because we talk about like the teams OSM, BL, GH. They're the ones who are kind of known here. And this IVC 2022, I think this is their coming out party. This is their celebrate. Like this is them cementing themselves as one of the teams to look out for. Come Koa, come like the tournaments that we will be competing with the other regions. And honestly, Riffernan has a big shot here. I mean, I always say once you take a shot at the king, you best not miss. And hopefully they won't miss their shot coming into round number 2 because they definitely have all the momentum in the previous tournaments and here because I think there needs to be someone to actually kind of take them down a notch because right now they seem very unstoppable.
Yeah, and it shows like when we interviewed the teams, there was times when we can tell that they are a very confident young team. When asked, a lot of the research has been done. They watch, they follow, they practice, they emulate the successes of other regions teams like China mainland, even from Japan as well. So this is a team that not only plays, they study the game itself, they study the strat, they study the meta, and they communicate. So that's a tip for a very strong team. You don't have to be peak tier, but it definitely helps having a very strong in communication and just a willingness to learn and not say, I know enough, I don't need you to teach me. So they are a team that keeps soaking up these things. So I think that's the advantage being them at this moment.
Honestly, I feel like the most successful teams out there is like a marriage of hard work and talent because you can see that they are very talented, but they're not relying on just that. They still put in the work, they still put in the hours, especially working together. And I think that them being the ones to look out for is actually good because it gives teams like, let's say GH, gives teams like BL, Mad Penguins, all these teams, Noir, kind of like, all right, we got to be able, it gives them that hunger to perform better. And honestly, it's great for the Southeast Asia scene because once we get more eyes on us, that's when this tournament becomes stronger, bigger, and it gives more opportunities for the community, like people that content creators, us casters, players especially, more time to celebrate. I mean, guys, you guys got general admission to watch this game. Right? I mean, for free. That's amazing. A lot of people in the chat were like, "Let me in. I want to be in like front row. I want to see this match." I feel like, okay, guys, so when Eli and Soy Milk come in, I think they're giving away tickets. So you gotta tell them like, hey, you gotta let us in. We're on the mic. You gotta let them know. Just kidding. I think how to get in, you just gotta be very positive and very positive energies in the chat. And I think they'll let you in. So big shout out to everyone in the Pride team again.
Yeah, and big shout out to you as well, Jay Lalol. Thanks for the love, as always, and love to all of you in the chat as well. Posh, just back to the gold standards. I just want to talk a little bit about gold standards because
let's go.
IVC right now. Before this, I'm not sure if you know. Before this, we were not really getting a lot of attention in when we go to compete in COA. From the previous COAs, teams from NAEU are getting attention. Teams from Southeast Asia are also getting attention and praise from the team. So that's what we really want to go. Make people around the world, make the global international community acknowledge that, Southeast Asia is here to compete. Notice us.
I'd like to point out also it's gonna be Ever Sleeping Town, and just to be able to go to that, I'm gonna give a quick promo of one of my favorite professional wrestlers that did say from undesirable to undeniable. And I want to be able to say that Southeast Asia, you know what, they've been going up, they've been, you know what, really rising in the ranks and putting in the work. And you gotta honestly, like, talking to the players, talking to the community, it's a very passionate community. So hopefully will be that undeniable region that just promotes this game. And I just want to reach out to everyone in chat to thank everyone that's here right now, because you guys are making this all possible with just showing your energy. And I do see Izzy in the chat once again. Shout outs to you and everyone. just making this a great community for people to enter. And honestly, when it comes to this game, I'd like to say everyone in chat is ambassador for this, because you know what, there's so many plans for Identity 5, and honestly, sky is the limit for this game, and I can't wait to see more of what they have in store for every region, include not just Southeast Asia, but everyone. But again, we digress. We're welcoming everyone once again to general admission. Izzy's always in the top row. Can I just say, Manny's here too. We got people talking in the chat. Our comedies with the let's go.
Oh my god, that's so cool. We used to see this in the Japanese broadcast technology, but right now we're seeing it in SEA as well. So how cool is that, guys?
But guys, you gotta once the game starts, okay? Because you guys are getting kicked out of this theater, okay? Now you can make some noise while the picks and bans are starting, and I want to see a lot of people try out this. Again, you guys got in general admission. Let's go. So we got Ace, we got Pepperland, we got Dusad, you got Manny, Liana, Pictius, you got Izzy, Jay, the one you mentioned.
J-Lalo sounds very diva-like. Thank you for the shout-outs as well. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see. Right now the bans are happening. This year is gonna be taken out. The 4 is gonna be taken out. So Kuga again, just doesn't want to deal with the ult, doesn't want to deal with the stun. So this time, serious mode. Not even considering banning the priestess or the acrobat. Previous rounds, he actually banned the acrobat, right? So leaving the priestess and forward open. But this time, forward, no. So, Bonbon?
Bonbon, I mean, he could go round 2 with that Dream Witch too if he wants to let that rock here. I like the ban of that. I guess they really want to try and have a redemption match against maybe the Dream Witch. That's why they really don't want to face his Breaking Wheel, because he is definitely a feared Breaking Wheel. But now Acrobat is definitely out of the table, allowing the Psychologist. So now they're hulking up here. They're trying to be brawny here. We got 2 survivors that can tank a lot of hits. You got the support of that Priestess. Now they just need that Harasser. Can't be the Entomologist because the Entomologist was banned. Are we gonna see like I mean, you could bring out the Patient, but I mean that just gives Kuga free reign to not get stunned at all. Enchantress, but we are seeing. Oh, is that that's not a seer? A Gravekeeper.
Yeah, I think they're just tanking up because they know it's gonna be a Dream Witch possibly. So if you get leeched, is the thing. At least the Gravekeeper will be able to go underground and avoid that 1 damage. So ensuring that you will be able to reach at time.
Wow. Ice ZT Fight Hole. Wow. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, make some noise now, guys.
Amazing API going on right here. Just love
beautiful. So, I mean, he could go for that Bonbon now that you think about it, because that definitely counters the Gravekeeper. And
fast decoding. There's no fast decoding going on right here.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's what Bonbon fears the most, especially in a big map like this. So, yeah, he could just swerve everything and just pick someone else. Or he could go with that Dream Witch and allow this match to happen. But Dream Witch still a single hit hunter. You got some tanky survivors here.
Yeah. Priestess is the food here. For Dream Witch if it ever comes out. For Entomologist, for the Psychologist, at least she's able to take 3 hits. So try to bait out the leech hit, and that way at least you'll be able to run even further and avoid getting, just avoid getting that leech onto you, because it's gonna make rescue so much harder if you get down. Yeah, but I'm still considering though, like, will it with this lineup, going a Dream Witch seems really hard.
It's risky, yeah.
We're so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the only food for the Dream Witch is that Priestess, and she could just establish the distance. We're still working in Ever Sleeping Town, so yeah, this might actually force him to change up his strategy, and maybe he's actually forcing them to pick all this, and then he's just gonna go for go for the Bonbon, go for a chip damage hunter. Can't even go for a Sculptor if he wants to. We've seen Sculptor in this match. Can work, but I am a fan of seeing Bonbons come out here, especially since the Gravekeeper. I mean, that's such a big counter to Gravekeeper Shovel. Just being able to... I mean, it's really hard to, like, if ever you light up the floor and you're in the burrow state, you don't know where to sidestep. So Kuga has seen in the past also just to be able to do that. We are, I think, just going to wait and see who will be in. I think they're going to allow more people in for general admission. So you guys can just keep the positive vibes in the chat. I'm pretty sure they're going to let you in and also let you speak. That is so cool, Nell. I'm so happy that happened.
Yeah, it's an English chat here, but I see some people greeting me in their languages.
Go for it.
Yeah, Xin Chao, M. That means hello to you as well. And Posh, even there's some Philippine friends in the chat as well.
Kamusta, mga kaibigan? Let's go.
Wow, you made that sound so Western.
Yeah, I know. That's how I speak in my native tongue, guys. So
Kamusta.
Kamusta.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Yeah, I know that we're doing a little bit of waiting here, but it's okay because we're here to enjoy the game together. And you know what? Just grab your snacks because we obviously have some in preparation here. Like I have one snack here.
I got my hydration since we do talk a lot. And we were just discussing, if you guys are just joining us now, that ZT 8-1 up against Riff for None. And if you guys are just joining us now, this is the finals of the preliminary stage. So it's still it's still a best of 3. And if you lose that, you're out of the tournament. So stakes have never been higher. ZT primed and ready to actually go live up to their name, trying to go a 0-2 here in this turn. Well, 2-0 if ever, just to move on to the group stage. So we were just waiting to see what Kuga will bring to the table, because a very tank heavy support lineup, rescue heavy lineup in Riff for None's survivor side. You got the psychologist, you got the mercenary, you got the gravekeeper and the priestess. So we did say that maybe the dream would should come out, but now that I think about it, yeah, it's definitely too risky for that to happen.
Yeah, but you know what's one of the characters that I do not want to leech?
Leech? Okay.
I do not want to leech.
Do not.
If I'm a Dream Witch, I do not want to leech a Walling.
Oh no! Yeah, no. That is a nightmare to chase.
It takes your leech off, and he's still on the board. So that's also one of the things, right? That it's just
it's
so.
I think your aversion to the wildling is same as Eli's, because Eli unchaseable. That's the word he uses. Unchaseable at the start. Rightly so. So now we're back here. Still the same audience members. Again, perfect participation here on everyone. Just waiting on what Kuga will bring to the table. Luckily for him, if he's going to bring out the Dream Witch, there's no wildling there. But still, a lot of brawny survivors here.
You know who else is going to be unchaseable in the future?
Go Riff for None. Oh, sorry. Maney. Let's go, Maney.
What's up? Say go right now.
Go right now. Go right now.
Yeah, I mean, back to it. Another character that's gonna be unchaseable. Not to say unchaseable. It's gonna be
a nightmare.
Antiquarian.
Oh, if you guys watch Nello's stream, he did get his hands on the Antiquarian. My God, I'm scared for the hunters. They're gonna get beat up by that Antiquarian. But you gotta give it up for Identity 5, introducing these new mechanics of getting hit, stun, and also having a jump. What was the thing? Was it you that said if the acrobat and the batter had a child, that would be it? Yeah, that would be it. It's the stun, the mobility. It's insane.
It's insane indeed. And wow, look,
you called it.
It's guard 26. He knows that the coding is not gonna be fast.
Archimedes, sit down.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can see.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you, Archimedes. Bonbon.
Yeah, it's really good for taking the Gravekeeper out of the shovel, the dig shovel. So it's really good against. And none of them are able to run except for the mercenary, which he has to use the pad, and then the priestess using the portal. But to be honest, none of them have the capability to extend their kite, the acrobat, the patient. So it's gonna be hard, especially if the psychologist is the first one that's gonna be chased, or the priestess itself. So hard.
Yeah, if the psychologist gets downed and chaired first, I think they might have to sell. because she's not gonna have any other kiting tools. She's gonna have to rely on like support and also the real estate around her. So this is gonna be a little tough. I think the early game, they're gonna have to be so good at rotating and hiding. They need to frustrate Kuga. Because Kuga early game, yeah, you want to keep him starving of presence. You don't want him to find, let's say, like the priestess or the psychologist. You want him to chase, like, yeah, maybe a gravekeeper or the mercenary that can tank a little more hits and have that mobility. So, but man, Kuga has been so like pinpoint laser accurate with, if he commits to Survivor, he's definitely gonna down that Survivor.
Yeah. Well, I know that I'm speaking out of place, but if the anti-Quarian is here, he'll be able to beat up. Yeah, but again, the disarm doesn't really work against Bonbon, but still, it's a nice addition to have.
What's crazy is that the anti-Quarian, let's say she's priming a Cypher and then Bonbon keeps throwing bombs, she can just hit the bombs. Like, I'm not gonna
baseball.
Yeah, you lob it back. Like, no, get that bomb out of here. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what's the sad thing for Hunter means? Against, yeah, you know, you're getting like, if I'm playing this, I'm getting beat up by my mom, and then when I'm playing it, I'm getting beat up by anti-core.
So let's head into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Kuga about to actually turn this corner and probably see the tracks of a noob game. So this is going to be actually a pretty big start. It is the mercenary and the gravekeeper that are in the area here. So great start for, I would say, the survivors here. So let's see if Kuga's going to commit to these rescuers. It seems like, yeah, it is going to be noob game that will take this first kite.
Yeah, noob game, but then again, mercenary does have the elbow pad ready to use it. Oh my god! Ooh. He's gonna get that chip damage there. Yeah, he was just pinched in the corner there. But the saving grace is at least he still has 3 pads now too. He created the distance. So Kuga, he's just gonna change target. He made him waste, but unfortunately it's gonna be Clay Home that's gonna be spotted out. So Kuga's not finding the perfect target at the start.
So they're doing I would say that they're doing a great job making these rescuers being known, because we do see that the priestess is, you know, decoding in peace in the graveyard area, and Killer Home not taking any chances. He's gonna go in that burrow state. Let's see if Kuga can get him out of that. And we do see that the blink is already online, already down, well, hitting the gravekeeper, probably gonna add one more. And now that the priestess is actually making her presence known in the mix to extend the kite.
Wow, interesting choice right here, Kuga. He's gonna go back to the scenery here again. Both survivors are at 25% damage. I think noob game, if he can avoid, yeah, he should avoid. He actually used the pad to create distance, but here Gravekeeper still has a shovel, and they should know that Bonbon does not bring, does not have, what's that called? Oh my god!
Wait, yeah, he got him out of the state, and now we see that the control bomb blink is already online. Let's see if he's gonna use it, and he does. Kuga measuring his mark. Nell, sorry, I know I cut you off there, but were you gonna finish your thought?
No, it's okay, because he's actually, yeah, I was just actually looking like he does. They know that he does not have teleport, and that makes a lot of because well, the Gravekeeper does not have any more items, so I have to say they can easily go for a sacrifice and at least get 2-man or 3-man out. At least that's how I see it, because it's so scary rescuing against a Bonbon here, even if it's a mercenary on the job. So I think what's happening now is they're just giving the Tinnitus here.
Yeah, it is this. Psychologist can probably, oh well, he did sort of use the heal up on the mercenary, but yeah, the Tinnitus is going to be so important here. Just Kuga wants to be able to just secure this one survivor. Again, I think he might be the one to play like defense and go for that tie, but the overextension here could actually provide the the psychologist to probably go down and go for that rescue. But at this point, I think they don't want to risk it, and Kuga probably can sense that maybe someone's at that second story. He's looking constantly and no one is here, and it's really important for you not to give that Bonbon that full presence. The control bomb is hard enough to deal with. If you give him more bombs, then it's gonna be really tough, and Kuga has been very, very on point. So I think, yeah, they will sell this Gravekeeper, and now he's gonna transition towards the middle part of this map.
Yeah, perfect positioning though, because the Tinnitus has always been triggered, and that way he doesn't know that the psychologist is actually still waiting out at the second floor. So he would think that the mercenary was the one giving the Tinnitus, and there you have it. Psychologist will be able to finish the cipher at the second floor. And Yeah, to be honest, they don't even need to rush that cipher because once the bonbon proceeds to change target, they'll be able to go back and prime it anytime they want. So right now it's a game of cat and mouse. 3 ciphers remaining, but it's false hope because 2 ciphers are dangerously close to being done with one at 32%.
That's true, and I think Kuga has taken a whiff of those ciphers. Now, urgency is definitely in the air now of Kuga. This is actually a different type of game that he is facing now. We do see that it's the start, basically from the start, to chase Noob game. He has one elbow pad just to transition. Watch out for the tram, as we always say. While Kuga still, I mean, you can really feel the mobility disadvantage of this Bonbon. Noob Gaming just staying away, out of dodge, out of trouble, and now expends the elbow pad just to transition away. And you gotta love the route he's taking. He's not running into anyone, and just as I say that, he sees scratch marks on the floor. I don't know if he's actually going to commit to looking for where that priestess is at, and now we do see that the psychologist is in this area.
Yeah, all of them are at full health. The downside is that the machinery doesn't have any more pad. Kuga obviously knows that the cipher in the middle is at 90%. He's gonna pursue, take out the portal. He doesn't want to stray too far away from the cipher in the middle. But again, it's just like giving them opportunity. It's just like giving the survivors opportunity to go and do another cipher, because that's what they're doing right now. 41%, 42% being done by the priestess.
The priestess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Priestess.
Oh my god, and now just making it rain here, bombs. And yeah, they're playing the numbers game really well. They're dividing the ciphers up and conquering. Kuga now already able, one more hit on this psychologist and she will be down. Last cipher isn't primed just yet, but the mercenary can go for this rescue. They didn't use their tide turners just yet, so they can push for the end game here while the priestess primes that last cipher.
Oh, he's forcing it into the basement right here. Yeah, it's gonna be really hard. And he knows that the machinery doesn't have any pad, so he could easily do the trick from second floor. Like he can just go up, he can just use the blink. Oh, the priestess!
Wow! Oh my god, it actually, the priestess able to just give that portal, and now the tide turner is in effect. We are going to see that the last cipher is already pumped, goes for a hit on the mercenary, and now we actually see that the bomb was able to trigger the last effort on the psychologist, so Kuga has to be ready and right behind the tail of the psychologist just to be ready. Once she drops, he'll be able to get that last hit to down this psychologist.
Oh my god, that was primed just as he do. That was so risky though. Like I think they're just trying to go for the 2-man, but again, it's just so near towards the gate. I'm not really sure about this. Like, Noob Game is here around the vicinity trying to give Tinnitus. Like, if he goes for the gate, he'll be able to go and rescue. I think that's the game plan right there for Resurgence. But Kuga, look at him. He knows what's up, man.
He knows. Yeah, he sees the mercenary. No more elbow pads. This is going to be a mad dash. So, Priestess has already opened up the exit gate, but no. Miso, actually, he's going to overextend here and try to get the rescue from happening. And now we see that Kuga has changed to teleport. Oh, no. Cut off the Priestess away. And the Priestess only has one portal to use. And now we see that the Psychologist has expired. Kuga can actually make this situation a win on his side and more than just a tie.
Yeah, at first it was looking like a really strong tie, but my goodness, whoa, just 2 more bombs from being down. 1 more bomb right here. Kuga, all he needs to do is just 1 more bomb to put him down, but Miso, very good rotation there. He's just gonna use the pallet speed.
Able to get the mercenary up, and now the mercenary actually has free reign to exit. He can actually make it. Can he get the hit in time? No, it's a tied game. Wow! Just when we thought it was gonna be a 3-person escape, Miso having the kite of his life, and you saw that the mercenary is primed and ready to go for that exit. I was actually getting really scared. The teleport was already used to cut off the priestess, but man, yeah, Miso, MVP of that game, turning a potential 3-person to a tie. Great stuff.
I have to say, Miso was just doing that clutch escape at the very last minute. But I just have to say though, Kuga, he could have the 3 kill. He could have the potential to get the 3K, but his bombs weren't replenished enough. It was constantly at 0. So it actually kind of gives us an impression that he was already getting nervous. Before, when it was only 1 bomb, he was already throwing it out.
Yeah.
So he wasn't waiting for it to replenish. kind of lost his chill right there. If he actually rotated, he just walked and he saved up at least 2 or 3 bombs, I can say that he would definitely be able to get at least 1 more chip damage onto the priestess to put him down. So,
yeah, I think that was the most we've seen him on edge, because usually he's so cool, calm, and collected. But you got to get up to Team Reefer Nun here. They were really able to take the fight to Kuga. He's not used to getting these type of situations, and usually his bombs are on point. But the way they were able to hide I would say the squishy characters, which is the priestess, and I mean psychologist not so much, but in this match he doesn't really have the best kiting tools. He spent so much time chasing that Gravekeeper and also just camping out that chair, and then when he switched, it was the mercenary. So they really did a great job just frustrating Kuga and kind of settling to chasing the Gravekeeper and chasing the mercenary and playing at Reefer Nun's pace. I think this tie game definitely goes to Reefer Nun here, even though the point advantage is still in ZT. I feel like they're kind of laying the foundation for a victory here.
Yeah, but right now it's up. It's really up to Reefer Nun's Hunter to try and get an advantage in this round, so that they'll be able to at least win 1 round or even tie it, so that they could bring it to a game number 3. Because in BO1 ZT survivors, there were 3-person escape. Crocoduck got 1 survivor down, and this is the Ever Sleeping Town again, which beckons me with a question: will they even ban Crocoduck's Breaking Wheel in this map? Because it is still very strong in Ever Sleeping Town, but at the same time,
they're so good against it though.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Maybe they would, because you gotta admit also, Crocoduck's gonna ban a lot of the survivors. He could even ban the Acrobat. Not just banning only the batter of MX, but just taking away his Acrobat is actually really good. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, Crocoduck could bring out the Dream Witch. He's also got a bit of a bonbon. So yeah, I can't wait to see that happening. And sorry, I just saw in the chat, Gio asked me to give a shout out to his friend Loxley. Big shout outs once again. And we're gonna shout out the match stats here, because they were able to, Miso and Noob Game able to escape here. Kilowai Home did an amazing job at the start with a Gravekeeper containing it. And Mellow 20 once again. Yeah, it was just the last cipher being popped. I think they really wanted to just go for that tie game. But yeah, and they got what they wanted, right? They were able to really put Kuga in hot water and able to get the tie, which is good. But now all pressure is on Crocoduck, because if he can't tie this game, if ZT gets 3-1, they win. That's 2 rounds in the hole for ZT, and they will be moving on to the group stage.
Yeah, for sure. But I just want to highlight again Noob Game right there, because he was obviously buying so much time also doing the rotation, whereas in BO1 the Terror Shock, so definitely a redemption in round number 2 is the Mercenary. He probably heard us. He's like, oh, no forward, okay. Yeah, Mercenary it is.
Mercenary.
So, yeah, 130 seconds. I have to say I think he was the one that actually bought a lot of time as well. Gravekeeper and him. And ultimately, you can see at the bottom of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the score is there. But before we go to the scores, we have to go to the rounds. And like what Tosh mentioned, if anything more than 3 escapes, anything more than 2 escapes, it's going to be going to ZT. Whereas Reefer Nun, 2 is the limit. Not 2 is the limit. 2 is the minimum requirement.
Yeah.
Go into round number 3.
2 is the passing grade. If
Yeah,
you
passing
win.
grade. You wish.
Oh my god, you wish.
In an
Jeez.
Asian household, you get 90
dude.
and they're still like, oh,
That's the passing grade.
90 is your passing grade.
That's gonna be insane. 1 mistake, how dare you?
How dare you? 1 point.
We are gonna see everyone once again in Kaiser's here. Kaiser made it. We got the detective in the house. We got Gio. I just gave you a shout out. We got Ace. You got Maney once again. Perfect attendance. So I'm excited.
And
Eric DS, what's going on?
yeah, new faces here. ZX Xiao as well. Wow, nice. Welcome to the stream, my fellow Lucas and Victors and Veras. I can see that. Do you catch anyone in the? Do you catch anyone in the?
Yeah, dude. There's a lot. I see. Again, wow, it's moving really fast now that I made it up. We do see, dude. Actually, it's too fast. I can't read it, but we are going to see Forward and Priestess. Sorry, I just moved the tab and now it's coming on back. But Forward, Priestess do get bammed. Crocoduck does allow a mercenary to come in. Does allow Just the standard survivors. Doesn't even allow a seer to come in. But I can't wait to see what ZT's gonna ban on Croco Duck's side. Will it be the Dream Witch, his signature Dream Witch, or the Breaking Wheel that he's brought out in the past?
Yeah. Ban the. I think they should respect Croco Duck's Breaking Wheel and let the Dream Witch to come out. Simply because I think, you know what? I'm so tempted to say that they're just gonna let Breaking Wheel loose and just ban his Dream Witch, simply because they might not play enough against Croco Duck's Dream Witch. Or even Mary. Croco Duck can even bring out Mary as well. But
that's true.
I just have to say, if you're gonna go for more than a tie, you definitely need to play all those meta hunters like.
Whoa!
Geisha!
ZT banning the Geisha? Croco Duck did bring, I think he brought out once, but man, this is a big statement. And I'm gonna quote Nell here. If you're gonna play with fire, you gotta get ready. I mean, you're gonna be playing with that Breaking Wheel. You're gonna be playing with that Dream Witch of Kuga, of Croco Duck. That's playing with fire for sure. If you're gonna allow that to happen, if you're gonna allow the Breaking Wheel, if you're gonna allow his Dream Witch to come out. But looking at the bans, allowing the batter. Oh wait, batter. No wait, they're gonna ban one more before the pick can happen.
Yeah, ban the batter right now if you want to bring in the Breaking Wheel. Otherwise, I say the batter. Guys, if you think that batter, if you haven't seen a scary batter, here's the chance for you. If it's not
No. Denied. He's like, nope, not gonna take my chances. We are gonna ban that batter, but we do see that the Enchantress is coming in. So I'd have to say, you know what, MX still got his stunner of choice here. Oh my god, Wax Artist?
Let's
go. For real?
I mean, after the recent changes to Wax Artist, he gets the wax up pretty fast, and against a stunner like Enchantress, it's pretty good. I have to say, it's really good because one stun, 25% wax on your body. How's that? So, but then again, Entomologist can sort of, it can block the wax from getting stuck onto your body. So I have to say, Entomologist is kind of a counter to the Wax Artist. But then again, he doesn't really need to chase the Entomologist first, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, shout out to 72S. You did see it was chilling on just playing ranked, and he has been using Wax Artist. So again, welcome changes to Hunters. And I know you've spammed a lot of Wax Artists as well. So, I mean, I just never thought he'd bring it out here. Because I mean, no, the Breaking Wheel is available. You got also you also have his Dream Witch, his signature that he's really used to, and he chooses Wax Artist. So a bold statement. Let's see if it's gonna pay off, because I mean, ZT allowed for him to use those two meta hunters, and I kind of agree with you. So I'm a little concerned, but you know what? I'm open to be proven wrong here by Croco Duck. I can't wait to see his Wax Artist, and I can't wait to see him perform here, because all or nothing for him to push for that round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, against a team like ZT, who are, I would call specialists in countering meta hunters, pulling out a non-meta hunter, it might prove to be an advantage for Croco Duck, because I've seen their coach, sorry, not their coach, but we've seen Wax Artists being utilized a lot nowadays, simply because, not in tournaments yet, but we've seen that a lot in ranks because of the recent updates towards it. Sticks faster, like what I said previously, and I have to say, it might come as a surprise for ZT, catch them off guard, and potentially, you know, might be able to push for the 2K at least at 3K. It's possible with Wax
That's
Artist.
true. And a big gamble, right? But I mean, it's all or nothing with this gamble, because if he actually was able to get a really good read on ZT that they're not ready for this, man, that's actually a big victory, since they are the meta killers. But what happens when you bring a non-meta hunter? We're gonna find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into round number 2, second half. We do see that the Wax Artist is already making his way towards Corner House. So let's see how long MX is the one actually kiting here.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a strong area for MX. Not just MX, but it's just a strong area in
general.
In reality. Yeah, in general, because you know, and even the B support. So it's like,
oh my god,
you're gonna spend a lot of time chasing the Enchantress here. Enchantress can easily build stacks. Yeah, and she can just reverse. I just have to say, this area is so bad. My God, did he just
He
jump?
drops down. Wow,
Okay.
he really is playing with fire. Now he's going to be playing with wax. We do see that he does have a little bit of wax on him and also has a stun ready. So MX has to be very careful. He's going to drop down this pallet and try to dodge as much as possible. But one more. Oh, wow, the owl was just in time.
Would have been a terror shock if it wasn't for the beautiful 1 second owl. But again, MX is still building the stacks. MX has 2 out of 5 right now, almost close to his 3. Oh, but the stun made him. The stun made him stun.
Yeah, exactly. So just being able to move on away, trying to just break that line of sight. He's going to get a little slow here. Oh, watch out. Oh, through the window, closing off his route. So that was a beautiful sequence from Crocoduck. Luckily, the mercenary is still here. We do see that the 3 stack is already there. So Crocoduck now being able to reap the rewards of downing one of the slippery survivors and now going to the basement.
Yeah, and that's exactly what pain it is to face a wax artist, because you can see like the usual strategy is to put down the pallets there, and if the hunter goes through the left route, they'll be able to vault through. But with the wax artist's second skill, the puddle wax, he blocked that pallet, so he knows that the only way through is through the window, and that's where he got it. That's where he got it.
It was delaying the inevitable with how he played that, and Crocoduck definitely checkmate situation. Now we see that the mercenary is coming, and we do see that the entomologist bees are also in the area and just making probably going to go for a full blood rescue at this point, because there's no way they can make it in time, or they could actually go for not rescuing at all. But it seems like mercenary is going to get cut off here. You have to avoid. Oh, now the bees are actually here to try and harass, but now mercenary has to be able to pop this elbow pad in time. Oh, can he make it though? That's the question. Oh wow, he does get stopped though.
Yeah, okay, he's gonna go in for the hit right there. Crocoduck does not have a blink. He just has a teleport. Obviously, he's gearing up, but
big 3 stack, and now cutting the line of sight, and now mercenary is right behind the entomologist. The bees, right behind the enchantress, but he does spot MX out in the distance. Now MX has to be careful, flywheels a little bit to establish that distance, gets stopped, and now he's gonna be able to eat that hit. No, the jukes, and now we see that oh my god, wow, tried to body block, but just like that, MX will be sent out. But now 1 cipher remaining.
Yeah, I mean, if he was able to body block there, would have been able to extend the kite of MX very right there. But again, like what you said, 1 cipher remaining at 50%. Crocoduck, the wax artist is kind of susceptible to cipher rush at this point, but the conditions is almost there. Crocoduck only needs 2 survivors down.
Teleport, and now we do see, he could go here to the entomologist, but he just being able to just use the bees and just try to avoid the wax, allowing for the kite to actually be a lot longer. And we do see that Shadow has to be careful. The route was blocked, drops the pallet in time just to be able to force that break to happen, but can't go through this wall. Flywheels away, but now unable to get another stun. Mercenary and the Seer are working on this last cipher, and now changing up the hot wax. Has to be careful here.
Hot wax coming. Oh my god!
Stunned! Able to drop the pallet in time. Shadow being able to provide a really long kite, but we do see that. Oh my god! Now they are accounting for this end game save. Mercenary is already healed up. Seer is about to finish this last cipher, so I think they want to try and push for a tie here.
Yeah, I mean, at least the machinery still has 1 more pad, so he could easily go for a rescue at the very last minute. Cypher is about to be primed very, very soon by the Seer. Teleport is going to be up in 30 seconds. Oh my god. I think he should switch to hot wax here.
Yeah, he should have, just to get that damage up. Now he's just stopping. But this is the first year of the entomologist, so he can actually... now he switches to the hot wax, just tries to stop and now gets the rescue. Entomologist has to be very careful here. Downs and able to pop right away. Oh my gosh, perfect pop here, but now a Shadow using that speed boost to just establish distance here, but Shadow needs the kite for a long time for him to be able to get this dungeon from happening, and he's still trying to cut off the line of sight, but Crocoduck is just so on point. Now 76% of this hot wax, he can actually down her in time and go for the teleport, and now downs the entomologist.
Wow, beautiful. This is going... Oh my god, that's a little... That's
a little risky here, but still, I mean, you got this Seer that can definitely farm an owl. We do see that he's dropping some wax here just to slow it down, and now we see that he's going to be able to stall, and now Seer is down. This is a huge situation for Crocoduck now.
Yeah, I mean, it's risky, but it seems to be paying off right now. So Crocoduck is not thinking about just getting a draw. He's thinking about going for the win straight away. And why not? Detention, in effect. He has a wax. All he has to do now is cut the route of Shadow. And
wait. Yeah, he's I guess he wants to secure that draw. If he continued, he could have actually cut it off, but I think he's got to play it kind of conservatively. Mercenary's already out, Entomologist is out, but wow, proving, I would say, me wrong. Like, I thought that he had to bring out the meta hunters, but that's how you counter this team. You bring out the non-meta, you bring out the unfamiliar, you bring the fight to them, and that's what he did. I mean, MX, uncharacteristic of him, I don't think that's one of the shortest kites we've seen. But like you said, and the Wax Artist definitely counters the Enchantress in that aspect.
Yeah, I mean, Wax Artist very seriously underrated. Like, we've seen Wax Artists in tournaments before, not too much success, and then people's like, oh yeah, you know what? We didn't see much success with Wax Artists. We're just gonna give up on it. But right now, after the recent adjustments, they are coming back towards using this as at least a draw hunter. It was definitely a very good result right there. And I just have to say, I'm very delighted to see more characters making this appearance on the grand stage. And yeah, I just have to say, go if you want to beat ZT, go with the unconventional picks. And that's it. And you saw it too. Technically, it's not a win, but you got what you got what it needs to bring you to round 3.
Yeah. Now we got to congratulate Crocoduck again. He just had the winning strategy there, and I can't wait for the next hunters he could bring out. If this is the trajectory to beat ZT, I don't know, bring out Photographer or bring out whoever, right? Just bring out the non-metas. Who knows? Because it seems like they just kind of caught them off guard, and I think also it's like the recent changes. I have a feeling with Crocoduck using Wax Artists, I feel like he's kind of paved the way for more Wax Artists to come out. And that's going to be a good one to watch out for. But like we mentioned before, the points are going to haunt you in the future because it's a 7-point differential. But before we talk more about points and numbers, let's look at these numbers here. Again, MX having actually a pretty long kite. I mean, double digits for him is not the passing mark. He wants to get triple digits. So the way he was able to cut off MX here, 88 seconds, was pretty good. You still got some excellent kites on the Shadow as well as the Mercenary. Yush just being the main decoder. For him to last kind of long in that part, I think that was still pretty good. But MVP, Crocoduck, able to get a tie, able to push for that round number 3. Great stuff.
I mean, you usually see Yush on survivors like batter, like forward. So seeing him on the Seer, like it's like this is like one of those times I can't really stun or harass. Yeah, otherwise it would have been a little different right there, but it's okay because we are gonna be seeing a round number 3 right here. Like what you said, points might come back to hunt because it's 12-5 right now.
Yeah, so okay, so I'm just trying to do quick math here. Actually, it's not really quick, but Riffernon can't afford a tie. If they go for a tie,
either one of the sides need to get 4K or 4 escape. Either one of the sides. They need to get 8-1 to make the tie. But that's so, really hard.
So regardless of who's gonna play in Riffernon side, the media, like the least they can do is 3 survivors or 3K. Right? Yeah, 3 survivors out. Wow,
if they get a draw, it's over. If they get a draw, we won't be seeing a second half. We're just gonna see them. Because the minimum points to get in the first half is 3. That's the very least.
Jeez, man, Riffernon has their plate full with this one, ladies and gentlemen. At least they were able to push that round number 3 and got Kuga and also the survivors of ZT to sweat here. Honestly, it's Yeah, it's very nerve wracking, and you saw also in Kuga, like he was also kind of scared because I mean nerves are definitely high. This is a make or break. It's not like in Koa group stage. It's not like in IVA where we have group stages here and there where you can make it up and the next day. No, it's all or nothing here because they will want to advance towards the. I mean, we still have that wild card stage, but you want to be able to secure that spot as early as now, so you can like rest up and really study the competition.
Yeah, sit comfortably with your lead, and then, like what you said, study the competition. Because even though it's a single elimination, it's 8 versus 8 now. There's 16 teams. The 8 teams that do not make it throughout the preliminary finals, they are going to be battling it out in wildcard stages, where the 4 teams are going to join the winning 8 teams to make up the 12 teams to go to group stages. So even though it's single elimination, well, yeah, technically you still have a second life, but no one wants to be put in that spot where they have to play and push for another week, where people can just watch them. Yeah.
Hey man, I would say that's the scenic route instead of the fast track to the group stage. You're gonna take the scenic route. All right, we're get more screen time. We're gonna see more of the very nerve wracking scenic route. So who knows? We'll definitely wait and see for that one, but. I can't wait to see the map actually for this one because the shelling up strategy of the survivors did well for the tie, but they need to go above and beyond that. And now that there's going to be more survivors that are banned, the viability of some are actually going to be a little tough because I mean there's a lot of drawing survivor potential, a lot of drawing hunter potential, which Rift for None can't go for at this point.
Yeah. So many things to, and this is the advantage of getting the points advantage early in the game, because it just forces your opponents to be under this constant pressure. Because as long as we play steady, we play stable, there's no way the other team will be able to push for an 8-1 against us. In this case being ZT. So I have to say ZT has to be very comfortable, and all they need to do is just play good, play solid, and that's it. Whereas Rift for None team, they have to go out of their comfort zone, or maybe even play certain characters that they might not get enough practice on, because it is BO3. So more survivors getting banned. So I have to say 4 survivors banned. Is it 3 or 4? 4, right? So
4.
Not gonna be easy at all.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall the types of matches that ZT has had. Right, in IVA it's best of 7, and I think it was GH to actually get victories over them because in the previous IVA it was all ties, right?
Yeah.
And to think that ties is actually a failing mark for ZT, yeah, it's actually kind of scary coming into this as Rift for None. They really need to go all out, and hey, you know what? This could be their shining moment if they're able to get, if any team is able to get a victory over ZT. I mean, they've definitely put in the work, and they're definitely in contention to being one of the teams to look out for. I mean, the fact that they were able to take it to best of 3, I think a lot of people were thinking, yeah, ZT is like gonna be able to easily go to the group stage, but no, Rift for None not going out without a fight. They're really taking the fight to them, and I think they would definitely go all out. And maybe they've definitely accounted for this because we've seen how strong ZT is in the early stages. So maybe, just maybe, they said, all right, early BO1, we're going to give it to them because we know they're good at that. But now that we're able to dwindle down their survivors, we're going to take away the batter, we're going to take away the acrobat, the stunners. Let's bring in this. They could be having a late game type of mentality coming into this one.
Late game. Yeah, I like that term being used. And it just shows a lot about what the teams are going to be expecting as well. They obviously, I have to say, some of the teams, if not a lot of them, they probably figured out who ZT was already. From the mini tournaments, from their achievements in rank, mini tournament events. So they probably figured out ZT's strength. But then again, the other teams are also stepping up a level. So it's not a walk in the park for ZT anymore, where in previous games, in previous events, we've seen them go 2-0 easily, like 5-0, 5-0, and things like that. But right now, it's not as easy as you expect it to be, and I just have to say I'm very proud. People not giving up, and they're just stepping up, level up.
Yeah, definitely brings up the Southeast Asia scene, and it's definitely fun to watch because you really want a competitive match, especially when it comes to IVC. You don't want it to be like just a one-sided type of thing, and it's very entertaining. And I see a lot of support coming from the chat for both teams. To be honest, like there were a lot of ZT supporters, but now we're seeing a lot of people like that are saying RN right now. It's Resurgence time. Let's go. So,
yeah, man.
I just want to give some shout outs. Do you want to give any shout outs, Nell?
Yeah, shout outs to you, Hanako, Asiel, Peekaboo. Okay, Peekaboo, very nice name. McDobby, J Lalo, Lena, Irene, Maney as well, the usual Archimedes. Just shout outs to you guys. Thanks for keeping the chat active, positive, and I just have to say, we totally forgot to give them emojis to support the team.
Oh, right, you're right. What's ZT's emoji? Because it's like, I mean, if you see their logo, guys, it's a very intricate logo. I mean, I don't know if we're allowed to say how intricate it is. It's just mind blowing.
Yeah, 4-digit designer work, I have to say.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's. I don't know who they commissioned for that, but I want that person to make my logo. Yeah, what kind of emojis do you want to see for ZT and Riffernon?
Maybe colored hearts. That would be easier. Yeah.
Colored hearts. All right, cool. We are going to see a arms factory pick based on RN. So Riffernon will be okay. So let's use that. So ZT blue hearts. We got red hearts for Riffernon. So I want to see that in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You could look at the picks and bans screen based on the colors. Arms factory. That definitely cancels out breaking wheel for both the hunters. Or I mean, you could bring it out. I guess. I mean, it's not textbook, but very unconventional and doesn't really help out a lot when you want to be able to get a lot of survivors out of the game. Let's actually find out who will be surviving and hunting.
Yeah, and it's up to ZT to choose who's gonna go in first. And I think they're just gonna bring it right now, because I think they're just gonna commit towards sending in their survivors, because ZT is known to have very strong survivors as well. So maybe they're trying to rake in points here for the survivor side, so that they don't need to go for the second half. I think that's what they're trying to do here. Like, okay, Crocodile is obviously giving us a hell of a time right here. So yeah, we'll just take care of this now, so that our hunter in the next game, Kuka, will not be too stressed.
Actually, not even go in play. Like they're gonna give Kuga an early night out, if ever early night in the office, if they're able to get 3 survivor escape. Or actually, if they're able to if we're gonna deny or even just get a tie, that's gonna be good. I also want to give a shout out to the people that made it to the general admission area. Maney, you gotta give up your seat, dude. You gotta rotate. You're always there. You got Ace, you got Geo, you got Kaiser, Pepperland, as well as Pixus, and Detective. I think, is this Detective Orpheus? The Orpheus is here. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And Eric DS as well.
Thank you for making it into our grace here, Detective Orpheus.
Yes.
Yeah, congrats for making it into the chat.
He was able to escape the room. Oh my gosh.
Noise. Yeah, I can see a few people clapping in the audience as well and cheering. Please sit down, guys. We don't block our audience.
Yeah, we don't want to block anyone. Again, this is standing room. There's still general admission. There are people at the nosebleeds that are watching. You got 5,000 strong in the chat and the watching right now. Again, we're going strong with this one, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully, we do see an amazing match. We do see 2 rescuers and 1 kiter being banned. And yeah, Crocoduck does not want to deal with the entomologist. And at this point, ZT may want to just ban the Dream Witch just to be safe, and maybe the Wax Artist. Just maybe they didn't like the unfamiliarity of the Wax Artist, or maybe they just didn't do enough work on countering the Wax Artist coming into this one.
Yeah, there's just so many windows that Wax Artist can easily block in Arms Factory. But then again, Wax Artists, they could easily go for a draw, right? Like ZT, they can draft a
True.
Yeah, go for a draw, and they will still be able to win overall and not give Kuga early nights out. So they're just gonna take Bonbon out.
Just Bonbon.
I think they should pick the batter here. Otherwise, batters and again, they don't really have any strong rescuers here at the moment, though.
Okay, so Probably gonna go for the Acrobat and Seer first. Still leaves a lot for Crocoduck to go for. So, well, I just have to clarify also. It seems like, okay, so we are getting clarification that the Hunter ban was Guard 26 and the Wax Artist. So it's just not coming up on screen, but note that they did respect the Wax Artist ban.
Yeah, Wax Artist, they definitely don't want to deal with it because it was so close to getting a 3K by Crocoduck right there. So interesting choice here, going for Barmaid.
Counter Dream Witch?
Probably. Like they... They want to replace a psychologist, but again, banner is gonna be banned for the third time. So
Thief. Whoa. I'm kidding. Wildling could be. I mean, they need to have a rescuer here. Or they could go. They got. Okay, so they have Seer, Barmaid, they have Acrobat, two really tough kiters here, and they have the support of all these characters. It seems like they're gonna go for Embalmer. Okay, so they really want to just push for a tie at least. And in a map like this, though, it really depends on what kind of hunter that Crocoduck will be bringing out. Because if you bring a hunter that has excellent mobility, I mean, BQ could be really good here. Got his Dream Witch as well. Spider. I don't know. That's his former teammate. Bring out a Spider in this map. I mean, options are still very much, a lot. He has a lot of options, and he's gonna go for a signature Dream Witch.
Dream Witch. I mean, you still have to respect Crocoduck's Dream Witch, right?
For sure.
I mean, if you're gonna go for a draw, you might as well let the Bonbon be loose because obviously you don't try the Bonbon. And if Bonbon shares, easy. Just let him, just sacrifice. I mean, that's the game plan. And Dream Witch, it's kind of risky letting Dream Witch out because it's like an all or nothing. So it's really, you're really put in a situation where you don't have a rescuer. And if you're down, basically you're on your own.
You're on your own, exactly. And you're giving kind of Kuga also that kind of stress. If you could actually secure a victory now, I agree with you. But I mean, that's how CT plays. They like playing on the edge, right? And I agree. If a Bonbon, even in a small map like this, just don't approach. Don't go for the rescue. Focus on decoding. Go for the tie, because once you get that tie, you immediately win. But ZT says, no, we want to show you guys why we're the best. We're going to bring out Crocoduck's best hunter and go after him. Even though the tides are in their favor, they don't want an easy way to that group stage. They want to be able to face the best of the best. And Crocoduck bringing out his signature with this Dream Witch. And we do see some hearts already, some blue hearts in the chat, as well as some red hearts. So I'm really excited to see. I can't even pronounce that name. It's an emoji. It has ZT heart, ZT heart. Like that's a. And we see a lot of that way.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely very risky, man. I mean, I agree with what you say. Show you why we're the best, but no rescuers at all. And I think this is. It feels like a suicide kind of thing. Like if you're down, you're on your own. It feels that way. Yeah.
Man, this is very one-sided. This is like no backup plan. Our plan needs to be flawless for this to happen. And honestly, with a Dream Witch, you need to have backup plans. You can't rely on, we're all just gonna survive. And now it seems like MX being the first dance partner as always, coming into the mix. And actually 3 survivors are here. Yash and 3 GUA is also here. So he's got his pick on who he wants to leech first.
This is not normal. It looks like a tarot game at this point.
Defend the king.
Defend the king. Oh, I really like this accessory. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna waste time. Just put it down straight away, and you can see Seer is gonna be the one taking the first kite. Definitely looks like an all or nothing because Embalmer has the leech. He's just gonna go and switch to. He's gonna switch to the Embalmer.
Embalmer, just have an early down, but I mean, he's just gonna wait there. And now Embalmer just providing that distance, allowing, I mean, you saw that the Barmaid was at middle. You see that someone is at factory already working on a cipher. So Crocoduck can't can't tunnel vision too long on these survivors because that's what they want. And honestly, yeah, 3 GOA just away from his coffin. He's gladly gonna take this kite here and get down, but now he's just gonna eat that hit since it is the follower. But now Patroller is dropped. Let's see if he's gonna be able to go through anything. No, unable to try and avoid this Patroller. So now let's see how Crocoduck will down this Embalmer.
Yeah, but the good thing is at least he bought so much distance, and I'm pretty sure he has a flywheel effect there. He needs to survive one more bite here. Yeah, but he's not gonna go down. But at least he has a coffin and mind you, 3 ciphers remaining. 1 cipher, 1 almost done, and 2 new ciphers. So I just have to say, this is really like all or nothing. Like you know what, you're on your own. If you're down, no one's gonna rescue you, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
We do see that Yush is in the factory area, able to pop that cipher in time before that main follower will be getting him. And now we do see that the Seer is the one that is leeched, and oh my god. Able to, yeah, beautiful sequence there. And now we see that, yeah, Seer would gladly take this hit. Oh, but look at the control there, able to down the Embalmer once again, still maintaining that Seer leech.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that Crocoduck is gonna use the leech follower to break the pallet, and he used that time to vault
exactly.
the pallet. Yeah, that was awesome. But again, look at how fast the cipher is going. 2 ciphers are about to be done very soon, and Embalmer still has 1 more chair available. So I can say it's definitely very easy for him to go. Oh, yes, body block. Very early rescue, I have to say. But Crocoduck, just trying to maintain pressure on the cipher as well. He's trying to do 3 things at this point. Trying to avoid.
But this is the Seer though, allowing the Embalmer to actually move on away. Luckily for Crocoduck that wasn't the main follower. We do see a switch to Abnormal just to be able to provide more time for him to chair or at least find this Embalmer. But they could easily open up another cipher since everyone is kind of situated at the top area with a water tank chair. So now we see that the Seer is on his turn on that rocket chair.
It's very difficult. Not for the survivors, to be honest. It's actually very difficult for Crocoduck because Embalmer, again, same thing happened. Embalmer, he lost sight of Embalmer. Embalmer's gone. He got leashed, but it's okay because he's so far away here. And like what you said, they can easily start a new cipher again. And Barmaid is the one decoding here. Managing that rescue. Wow. And another owl being stuck.
Yeah, and now he's just going to wait this owl out, but he's going to probably hug some pallets here just to make sure he'll be able to establish that distance. Now has to be careful, and we see that the cipher is already being popped. Oh my god, so close there. And now able to drop the pallet in time. Cipher is already at 50%, and we do see that he is switching. So Crocoduck actually being like so much pressure is definitely on him. Seer can actually prime him to remove that leech on him. Acrobat also has an anti-curse. It's the Barmaid that is the main decoder, and it seems like Crocoduck will be shifting his attention towards this Barmaid.
Yeah, he's gonna Abnormal once again. But again, the Abnormal can only do so much because like what you see, like they're not afraid of a Dream Witch that does not have Blink. Like you put down the pallet, what are you gonna do? You have to break the pallet. I'm gonna run away there. So this Dream Witch with Abnormal it's actually like a Dream Witch without a blink. It's like a tiger without fangs. Like you can hit and chase, but ultimately we know you don't have a blink. We can easily just pallet spam here.
Like right there. Yeah, see that? And they can just easily open up a cipher, and this is actually buying them time to just de-leech, just wait out the abnormals. And as you said, the abnormal effect, it doesn't go well with time. Like every time you keep using it, it lessens and lessens. But ultimately, these ciphers, these 2 ciphers that Crocoduck is actually split against, it being split push. So now the survivors are actually in a really strong position here. Seer is already healed up. There are no more leeches left for them to use. And you know what? I mean, the Barmaid just healed herself up. So now it seems like they're kiting for the first time ever.
Yeah, like everyone's at full health, everyone's just running. He's like, okay, he knows that, okay, the moment the host is here, I'm just gonna go. He actually took the leech hit very confidently. As long as he doesn't get terror shot, he'll be able to remove the leech, heal himself up, and continue decoding the cipher, providing the pressure. And you can see, like Crocoduck right here, like what are you gonna do? Are you gonna hit the Barmaid? Are you gonna cam the Mogate? Or are you gonna cam the 1 window 1 pallet area? Because right now, you can't do anything. The Cypher's prime.
Yeah, and now the Barmaid gladly took that hit, already taking that shot already. We see that all of them also have anti-curses now. I mean, the resources, they are stacked and packed on the survivor side. Cypher is already primed, and also the barmaid could actually go back to that Cypher and also prime it. She is going to get healed up, and now they pop the last Cypher. So this is so tough for Crocoduck because he only has one main follower. None of them are leeched. Still on the abnormal, which is rendered useless once the exit gate is already being primed and open. So Yush will have to be very careful here.
Yeah, Yush will have to be very careful. Oh! This is all.
I think he said, yeah. I mean, he went to
care.
spectate. Yeah, he doesn't care. He just wants to spectate. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Now we see the confidence of ZT actually shine. Yush has already spawned at the factory area. Barmaid has opened up the gate. We do see that he is going to try to hide behind some pallets here. Dungeon is actually there already out in the open now, and it seems like ZT is going to take a 5-point game out of Riverrun. 4-person escape.
Without a rescuer. What's going on?
Dude, I don't know this game. I don't know this meta. This is crazy. This is crazy now.
The confidence, the way they played it, like even though the embalmer got down and almost like usually people say like don't rescue first. Let the embalmer sit in the chair before you rebirth. This one's like, no, I'm just gonna rebirth straight away.
Confident. Absolutely incredible. What a remarkable performance, and what a statement they made, because Crocoduck's really known for that Dream Witch, and to survive in a 4-band survivor lineup, the batter wasn't there. We have an embalmer. They went back to the old school meta of like last year where we had Seer Barmaid. And I mean, you didn't really see it like the barmaid get chased at all. She was actually the decoder, and she was drinking on the job too. So to heal up. But she did so well. I mean, just ZT is just a different beast at this point. But you know, you still got to give your props to Riverrun. You still got to give your props to Crocoduck and all the survivors on his side. Like, they really tried their best coming into this. It's just ZT is just operating on a different level today.
For sure. And I just have to say, that's also one point. Like, why did they ban the Wax Artist? Why did they ban the Bonbon instead of the Dream Witch, which, you like what you said, is a scary hunter? It's able to operate at many levels, like you're able to chase, able to camp with the leeches and all. But that's the thing, because this is a high stakes situation. Like, you know, if you get anything less than 3k, you're going home. And that's exactly what happened. And Dream Witch is not something you can play when you are under a lot of pressure. Because you need so much micromanagement there, arranging the leeches, and it's not something you can play when you're nervous and you're actually like kind of pumped up just to try and get the 3k. So I have to say, very good psychological warfare going on as well with the ban picks there.
That, and also I think, dude, these are the meta killers. Like, they're just used to facing, they're used to facing these high tiered hunters, or the ones that you put on the top of your tier list. And yeah, you know, now that I think about it, you rarely see 3rd round or 4th round or 5th round Dream Witches, and when you do, they're not as precise as 1st round, not as effective. And I do think, Art of War, you know, the psychological warfare, just bringing, all right, you know, we're feeling the pressure too, but I bet you're gonna feel it even more, because you have to be, he's not only is the execution barrier there, it's the point deficit also that they kind of put on Crocoduck. Because I think it was just mental stack after mental stack, to the point that it was tough for Crocoduck to actually make split-second decisions. He lost track of the embalmer. He was deciding who to chase, and like everyone had an anti-curse at one point. He went to abnormal, but then they were already a step ahead. They opened up another cipher. So it was really a numbers game at the end, and usually you don't say that when you see a Dream Witch.
Yeah. Technically, when you change into abnormal, it's good for cipher control at a certain point, but not when you have 4 survivors up and running with anti-curses and at full health. And as you can see, like late game, basically nothing you can do. You are like a walking Hell Ember at that point, because they're not even afraid of you because you don't have a blink. They can easily pallet slam, buy time, transition away, and they don't even need flywheel. The Steer doesn't even need flywheel to go to the dungeon at that point. He was just using it for show, like why not? I'm already here, might as well use it. He didn't even need it because the Dream Witch couldn't catch up. The follower couldn't catch up.
It couldn't. I mean, I just feel like everything was calculated in that game. So again, it makes me not question what ZT is gonna make. I mean, like, their decisions are theirs to make, and they seem like they always have a plan coming into this, and they were able to execute it with the absolute confidence and finesse in the world. I mean, what a start to the preliminary finals, right? This is definitely one for the books, and I can't wait because I think the matches are going to get even better from here on out. What a way to set the pace for today. And honestly, we were talking about it before the stream. We thought that, ZT was going to be able to be able to dominate the first 2 rounds. But I mean, you got to give it up to Resurgence. They were still able to push for round number 3. And for them to be able to go toe to toe with a team like ZT at this state in the game and at this power level of ZT, I think I can't wait to see more of Resurgence in the future.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of them as well. It's definitely not easy, guys. Both these teams are very good. Especially when they reach this level. And I just have to say I'm very grateful for NetEase as well, because they have been very supportive. Not only have they released beautiful costumes for us to enjoy, but they also supported local tournaments to happen as well. Like for example, in Southeast Asia, there's a IVA. So very, very thankful for NetEase for providing support, because from there, they were able to practice more. It was the grounds for them to practice. It was the grounds for them to analyze what they can do against this top. They definitely saw ZT in action before, so that's why the surprise in game number 2. And I just have to say, Southeast Asia is growing. It's growing, and we just hope that one day it's just gonna go up and be noticed by everyone.
It's emerging, right? It's definitely like on the cusp. It's still, it hasn't reached its peak yet, and I honestly feel like it's still like skyrocketing, especially like with emerging teams like ZT. I mean, Resurgence also making it to the mix in IVA, and honestly, it just gives opportunities even to casters, like new casters, to find their voice, and you'll see some of those new casters later on. So let's look at the match stats here, because this is going to be the last match between ZT and Resurgence here. Again, Crocodile tried his best, but yeah, at that point, he was just a walking hell ember when he switched to that abnormal, which was a great plan, but man, just ZT just knew the rotations. At one point, everyone was healed up, everyone had an anti-curse. I mean, it's tough to say the containment time, especially the Dream Witch matches, but I'm pretty sure it was above 60 seconds. So here are the match results now.
Wow, 17-5. I just have to say the dominance is showing here. Not just at this point, it just shows a lot. It speaks in volumes, like getting caught off guard in round number 2. Great fight put up by Resurgence there, but ultimately being able to go home with a 5-0. Definitely good strategy, sending out the survivors first so that Kuga can rest for the night.
Yeah, early night in the office for Kuga. Now he's got to be able to just wait and see what is going to happen in the group stage. So now they could just study and analyze the rest of the competition. And speaking of which, the guy that had early night in the office, Kuga, is the MVP here with his Dream Witch. I mean, he did bring out that bonbon as well, but it was the Dream Witch that really cemented his MVP status here with the best deduction. And we've seen Dream Witches kind of struggle, but I mean, just the terror shock, and the way he was able to seize the momentum away from Resurgence. Beautiful performance.
Beautiful performance. And just a quick shout out, Dean and Jacob. Yeah, shout outs to you guys as well.
Let's go.
Hello, wanted it. Yeah, thank you. Like, you're being very persistent, and I definitely like it when people are like, trying to get their mind across, and like, thanks. We definitely notice you because of that. So guys, general admission is still open, so
oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, general admission is still open, and the day is still open for all these teams. We have 3 matches left. I think the next one is going to be GH versus SKG. So we're going to take a very short break, but when we return, more of IVC when we come back.
See you.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna get quick bite.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light.
Welcome back, guys, to IVC Day number 1. It's me, Nello Mello, and Posh Spice bringing you the live commentary action. We've seen an amazing match by ZT versus Rivernan, and next we're going to see another two great teams back in action. Posh, why don't you get through it?
Yeah, I would have to say this is kind of like in the vein of what we just saw. You know, we have this really known team and this other team that's kind of solid. We have Team GH versus SKG, and I mean GH, we've seen them time and time again. They have been one of the representatives that we know in Southeast Asia, but I mean they're going up against SKG, and like we said before, any team right now poses a threat and can be champion because that's how strong the Southeast Asia scene has been. So I'm pretty sure GH knows the threat ahead. They know that they need to get to the group stage first and foremost, and they can't look past the team in front of them, which is SKG.
Yeah, for sure. I totally understand, because a lot of these teams, they are reshuffling, they are adding in new members, they are changing, all in pursuit of making the best team for this time and period. And not just GH, but BL as well. So I just have to say they are very committed to making the best team just to fight their way to the top. But again, I'm just so excited to see GH versus SKG, because SKG, we've never really heard about them, but they put up a strong fight in the preliminaries and all the way making their way up to the preliminary finals of this group.
Yeah, and I think eyes are on GH, especially after they were the representatives of us in Southeast Asia and Call of the Abyss. And honestly, just like Riffernan, SKG can make their presence felt here if they're able to get a victory over a big name like GH. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us know in the chat who y'all got. I mean, we use the colors blue and red. Do you want to pick up two random colors now? No?
Yeah, probably yellow, yellow and green. Very,
Yellow
very
and green.
bright colors. Yeah. So yellow for GH and green for SKG. So,
Yeah, let's do that. So, guys, are you for I would say the contenders or the ones that are the favored or the underdogs in SKG? And honestly, I'm really excited. This is what you were talking about at the start of the broadcast, right? We've seen some of these teams, but there are other teams that have yet to make their mark and teams that we are not so familiar with. So that's what we love about this job too, because we're also learning in the process. We're also students of the game and we're also fans of these people. So who knows? SKG could make a huge splash coming into this next match because we've known GH for so long. We've seen them develop. We've seen them do amazing performances, but if SKG can actually, be able to take them all the way till BO3, who knows? I'm pretty sure they're going to gain a lot more fans.
Yeah, for sure. Making their appearance, making their presence known to everyone. I think that's also one of the goals for people who are coming into the game, not just for the prize money, not just for the title itself, but for the recognition that their hard work is paid off. Like they're putting on this team, they practice every day till midnight. I know a lot of the teams in Southeast Asia, they practice tirelessly until midnight. Not just playing, but strategizing, but doing studies, like core studies, the routes and everything. So I just have to say, at the end of the day, what do they really want? They want our recognition. So guys in the chat, make some noise. Yellow for GH, green for SKG, because these are your two teams that will be up next.
Yeah, for sure. And just to add a little more context to GH, again, there's a little bit of a roster shakeup, but we will get to that once we introduce the teams. But so far, I think IVC is definitely even grounds for everyone, and it's I would say a platform for any team and every team to show them what we got. And while we're still talking about teams, I just want to also give a shout out to Riffernan. Kind of an amazing team. They did try their best. Can't wait to see more of them. Yeah, and sometimes, yes, we do always want to see winning teams happen. And honestly, this is a journey. You can't just expect to get the results you want all the time. And hopefully we'll see more Riffernan. They do have the makings of an amazing team for them to be able to take 0-2 all the way to BO3. So shout outs to them.
Yeah. Thanks for the shout out as well, because I was going to do that. I definitely know a few of them. Miso,
let's go.
So yeah, they're good people, and it's really nice to have the community growing with positive, like-minded, good people who's trying to bring the community up. So shout outs to you, my man, because Riffernan definitely rocked today. Yeah, and good luck in the wildcard stages as well, because
you're right. Yeah. That's good. And thank you that you mentioned that. It's not the last we're going to see these teams. We got to stay tuned. And again, if you follow Identity 5 on the socials, you're going to probably see the update of schedules there. So not the last we'll see of Team Riffernan. They have a chance to bounce back in the wild card stage, ladies and gentlemen. So again, it's going to be a whole month of just Identity 5 action. So I hope you guys are blocking off your weekends just to support your favorite players, support your favorite teams. A lot's happening. If you guys didn't check out the shops, we got the skins, we got the once anniversary, we got the ivory tower, we got the 1 series costume. Once again, we did mention that. We got the Axe Boy.
I knew it.
Yeah, I know.
So cute, though.
It's really cute. Which is your favorite pet? Because I really like the Feaster one, and I also like the Lucino one. But yeah, I think I might trade off with the Axe Boy.
Yeah, I have the doggy pet, the Iba pet.
That's cute.
Even though it's not A tier or S tier, but I really like it because I really like dogs, and it's really
there
cute.
We go.
Yeah, but
actually, some people in the chat were like, "Is that a cat you had?" I'm like, "That's Nello's doggo." By the way.
Oh, did Crystal make an appearance though?
Yes, I think Crystal is also the third commentator, guys. The secret character has been revealed.
yeah, she's just we cater to everyone, man. So if you have a pet nearby you, just bring him or her up. Just watch the tournament with us, because we're in for a very exciting match as well. GH versus SKG. On the part of GH, I just know them personally, and yeah, they're all great players. We all know and love them from COA 3 all the way up until now. Back then they were in different teams, but coming all this way, this should be like their second, third year appearance. So I just have to say the dedication is there, because this game never gets old. It's not too old for anyone to play, not too young for anyone to play. So we can all enjoy.
Yeah, I think what's so appealing about Identity 5 is that we all know the concept. That too, and the pets. I knew it. Next topic. No, I'm kidding. I feel like the appealing thing here is that even if let's say I let my family watch it, they kind of understand the point of like a chase happening. Like we all understand, like we've been kids, we played tag before, we understand like a hunter versus survivor type thing. It's very primal, and I don't know, I just feel like it's very fun to watch. And I hope, and I know in the future this game it's still getting bigger and bigger, but I really want it to like be mainstream and provide opportunities for the players, for everyone in the back, for commentators out there. It just seems like a very it has yet to reach its full potential, and the way it is right now is so great, and what more in the future. So just a little mini segue just to talk about the game a little bit, but we are going to get it's a little bit of information. So GH actually had the first ban of a map, which was Red Church, and it's SKG that picks up Sacred Heart Hospital.
Sacred Heart Hospital. So they're trying to make this into a survivor battle of the survivors. But knowing GH, okay, we are very familiar with GH. We know that they have got J. On the side of survivors, they have Capcun, they have Little Boy, they have Hata, they have
So here, you got Capcun, Skyfall, you got Zaokon 481, and Little Boy. So again, we're gonna run through the player lineup in just a bit, so we can go there. But I will let you know, though, it is GH that picked the survivors first. So I'm excited to see. Yeah, I'm excited to see. I heard some good things about the hunter of SKG, and when it comes to being the hunter going up against the GH, you're gonna kind of have to take a page out of Riffernun's book and kind of throw something at them that they haven't seen before, especially like maybe non-meta, maybe unconventional build, because GH is a team that's kind of seen it all when it comes to meta.
Yeah, that's true, because they've been around for long enough. So basically it's just putting together the people that they need, people that they know they can depend on in certain roles. Harasser, I believe that we might have to just talk about the players here, Posh.
All right, let's go for it.
Because the intros might not be available yet, but there are certain roles in the teams that have been changed. So I just have to say, some of the people had left GH due to work, study reasons, but they are replaced with players that have been around the scene for a long time as well. For example, like what you said, 481, which is there, and ZK Zaokon from previously NM.
Previous NM, IVS, like he's been through a lot, right? So he's a very known player. And they've definitely picked up some people, but that's the thing. Yeah, Seichu as well. But God J's here. So my question, and I want to pose it to everyone too, is that even though you do have these superstar players, you have how do I say this? The synergy, the team synergy. If you have an all-star team, you want to be able to manage that, right? Because you ultimately want to be like a unit. And GH, for the longest time, we're just like a unit that with the same survivors, same hunters. But now introducing new blood, could this pay off for them? That's a question in my mind.
For me, personally, I think GH synergy has been really, really great all this while. It's just that some of the players have to move on. So technically for GH, it's just a matter of finding a replacement. So that is let's just call it what it is. They're looking for replacements, and the replacements that they found are superstars in their own right as well. And it happens into their roles of harasser, rescuers. So that's what they're looking for. As for the hunter side, there's one point I really have to bring up, which is God J is an amazing hunter and has been doing wonders for GH. Whereas picking up Seichu, I have to say it's really, really similar when it comes to hunter pool, because Gotcha plays Sculptor, plays Breaking Wheel, plays Bonbon, plays Geisha, and that's exactly what Seichu plays as well. So I just have to say, how are they gonna make this work? Because usually we bring in hunters, which we bring in players which provides a different variety. Like we know, like for example, in Silk and Alf, Silk is known for being the Dream Witch in BO1. Okay, that's his specialty. In BO2 comes Alf with the Bonbon, with the Geisha, with the Sculptor. So we're yet to see how it actually works, but I just have to say, like what you said, Superstar team, a lot of hope and eyes are on them at this point. So they have to deliver.
They really do have to deliver, because if you're able to get stars in other teams and get that, a lot of eyes are going to be on you, because you guys are like the mega powers. You guys are like the Harlem Globetrotters, or the ones that didn't think like, if you're able to have a mega team of whatnot, you put it all together, you got to be able to perform. Because I mean, aside from that, also coming out from representing us from Call of the Abyss is definitely something that they have to bear. So I mean, if anyone can get a win over GH, that's going to be huge. So I think that's the pressure that they're going to have. And luckily for SKG, not much pressure is on them. The pressure is just pretty much the same as everyone, since they're kind of the relatively up-and-comers. They don't have the pressure to perform to a certain extent, because they weren't in a big stage like that. So there are some advantages coming into this if you are a not well-known team, because first of all, there's not much data on you. Second, there's not much I would say the expectations are kind of low, because you don't have that much footage on you. So I think coming into this, they have everything to gain here and nothing to lose.
Yeah, for sure. And you have that surprise element over the others. Like, oh my goodness, we did not expect a Lucino pick. So things like that. And it actually works, like getting the 4K. So there are instances like that where you can't prepare for something you don't know. So I really like what you said. Everything to gain, nothing to lose. SKG right here against GH, they really should be going in with the mindset, nothing to lose. Just go in, play our hearts out. Win or lose, we already made a statement here. So I think that's what they have to do here. Whereas on the side of GH, they have a lot to defend for. I have to say, stress level, GH might have the higher part of it, simply because they have a reputation to defend, and especially and especially with the addition of new players, it's like they have so much they have to prove with their new lineup as well. So I just have to say.
And with something like this, we're actually going to witness, I would say, like history, because I think if any other team could actually add more pressure, it could be SKG, because let's say GH faces Noir, MP, a known team, ZT. It's like, oh, we're up against like an adversary that we've always faced before and all that, but this is kind of like an unknown. So that's going to add way more stress levels coming into this. So that's the advantage that SKG has to run with, because and that's what we're running on, because we're not really sure about, like, we haven't seen much of them. We've only heard glimpses, and we also have a little bit of data on them, but that was only during the preliminary stages. So can't really rely on it too much, but we're just going to have to see the picks and bans happen, ladies and gentlemen. The lineup here. We're gonna do the lineup actually. So GH versus SKG. Here we go.
Let's go. So again, blue emoji hearts for GH and red emoji.
I thought yellow or green.
Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness.
Yellow for GH.
Yeah, yellow for GH and green for SKG. Yeah, the colors caught me off guard. But looky. The general mission.
Maney actually left, and Logan Mom is actually in. We got Locks, we got Nicom, we got Peekaboo. Hey, Peekaboo, what's going on? Kino, you got Melly, Willow Call, Possums as well. So let's get things started.
Is this the MSU from Korea?
I believe so. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, it's okay. That's not a relative unknown, no. This is not a relative unknown. This is. You're right. I think yeah. I remember seeing in the chat that Eli did bring it up. It is MSU.
Oh my goodness, guys! We have MSU in this. Oh, okay. It's in IVC right here, and okay, this is definitely. I see why you're saying that. There's definitely going to be something very interesting. Heard good things about the Hunter, because who hasn't heard good things about you? And with his bad eyes as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. And honestly, I think they face each other. I believe MSU in Japan. I mean, he was Korean first. Is playing in the Korean server now. He's in Japan. He's gotten victories over GH, so this is actually pretty big mind games. But let's look at the picks and bans. Bans the forward, bans the little girl. But now we're seeing the signature of Skyfall here with Mercenary. 481 on that priestess, little boy, probably on that priestess actually, maybe 481 on the entomologist. So now I think it's just up to maybe the harasser. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to apparently be the acrobat.
Oh, okay, so they're not going to go for a batter. They don't need any more harassers because there's already a machinery here. So okay, so MSU bringing out the Clerk.
Wow.
Oh my god, first time in tournament, the Clerk, the judge, the lady. I'm so excited to see this, Josh. I really am.
I was in the middle of a sip of water, dude, and I was like, wow, a Clerk? Are you serious? Okay, we got Licom standing up. I see you, Licom. He is dancing. He is definitely ready for this Clerk. I was not ready for a first round Clerk, because usually we see this towards the end of the end of like a best of threes or something. And I'm pretty sure Eli is watching too. Fighting SKG, Kino. Feeling that fighting spirit. So once again, yellow for GH and we got green for SKG. Peekaboo saying, let's go. I'm ready for this one. So yeah, it is Xiao Kan that is actually on the mercenary side. So Skyfall is not in it just yet. 481 on the acrobat. We got little boy on the priestess. So it's 2 out of 4. That's the original GH lineup. Well, you have 481 and Xiao Kan that are the new additions to GH. So let's see how the synergy is going to be, because half the team, they're definitely new to this type of lineup. Who's the main shot caller? Who's the main, the one that's kind of rallying everyone together? We're gonna find out how they're gonna perform up against MSU, ladies and gentlemen.
My goodness, MSU. But going back to your question, I have to say it has to be Capcom. Capcom has been the shot caller all this while in GH. I don't see why someone else would be replacing him. I know 481, I know Xiao Kan is also, they are also shot callers. They have very strong personalities as well, so I am very interested to see how they're going to pull this off, because right now Xiao Kan is not going to be in his normal forward
element.
Yeah, he's going to be playing mercenary here. Little boy, we know little boy works wonders with priestess, and 481 on the acrobat, Capcom on entomologist. They're very comfortable with this pick, but again, the star factor here, the Clerk by MSU. I'm very, very interested and intrigued to see this right now.
Oh man, I'm hearing the violins now. Oh wow, this is Antonio's not here. What's going on? But we do see that the Clerk is already kind of monitoring some ciphers here. One cipher has already been touched inside the hospital area, but we do see that the acrobat Xiao Kan is. Oh, is that Xiao Kan? You know, it's a 481 actually on the acrobat.
Oh my God.
Oh wow, look at that! Able to go for a drop down hit, and now the chase continues. I don't think that was a good trade off for 481, but we do see the recording here, and now forced to just vault this. But now if the Clerk can actually down this acrobat early on, this is going to be a huge start for the team of not MS, sorry, SKG.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love the B support there, like playing the mind games there as well. Like you was definitely like trying to avoid getting pallet slam, but again, look at him. He's not just looking at the trail marks as well. He's also constantly looking at the ciphers, trying to see whether there's a place where it's needed, where he can go there. Oh, and try to.
But look at that, the priestess portal was ready. Blink is already online, by the way, so the acrobat has to be very careful providing this kite. And we do know Clerk matches, we've seen in IVT as well in NAEU, they can last forever if MSU is able to just record all these ciphers and just decode the cipher progress. But 481 doing a great job, got an early hit but still able to provide enough time here, just kiting this Clerk out.
Wow, I'm definitely seeing a lot of multitasking. Nice.
Able to bring up the pallet. He hasn't used his blink just yet, and now the camping is definitely going to ensue. I mean, the harassment of the ciphers is something to watch. 5 ciphers remain with the godlike kite like that. This is the power that the Clerk has.
Wow, but fortunately, he's going to be able to finish that cipher soon. 99%, 100% is done. Priestess was able, Little Boy was able to finish the Cypher. Capcoon's Cypher now is gonna be stopped, is blocked, and that's the thing about Clark. If you can micromanage, he's gonna be so hard. It's gonna be so hard.
Yeah, we see. Okay, so Priestess and Mercenary up for the support here, and also the Entomologist Bees. That does it with Bees. Like, he was able to swat all of them away, but 481 has to kite until he's able to get another ball here. He has no more resources to work with. We are seeing the work come out, and now the blink is gonna ensue, and 481 is down once again. MSU, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, when it was the player database, I couldn't read his name, but dang, this is MSU that is hunting.
And you can see how well he plays the Clerk, because the strength of Clerk doesn't just comes in the chase, removing the pallets and all those things. It actually comes from during the chase itself. You monitor the Cypher, you block the Cypher, and look at how well he's doing that, because 4 Cyphers remaining, man. Only 2 Cyphers now, and 481 about to expire very soon.
Yeah, and you saw that he was able to clean up that portal there just from a distance, just with the recording. We do see that Zhao Kahn is just here to provide that tinnitus, and this is what sucks. When he's monitoring these ciphers, it's so scary to actually keep touching it, because he's going to record you decoding, and he's going to do the reverse of that. And now we see that he will be moving on, because 481 had an amazing first kite, but now survivors have to be on their toes. 4 ciphers still remaining, 2 are about to pop. But you got to be careful against the Clerk here.
The Clerk's definitely making his mark here. 2 Cyphers about to be popped. 2 Cyphers remaining. But again, Capcoon is the one doing the chase now. But let's not forget, Capcoon has already expanded all of his freaking beasts just to support the fallen acrobat. And right now, oh my god, the constant pressure of the Cypher as well. Gosh.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of micromanaging and just walking him down. We do see that. Yeah, the flywheel was negated here. Capcoon did get, a syringe here, but this is going to be really tough, because it's going to take some time. And just like that, just the recording of him lifting up the pallets and breaking them. Capcoon really has a tough job ahead of him. He's going to have to try and kite this one out, but then tries to go for the charge up hit, able to cut out the distance, wants to go for a pallet slam, but able to get one though.
Nice going there, but again, you can see, he kind of has resist there, but okay, the Clerk, he doesn't really care about this sort of things, because again, his power really comes from disrupting the ciphers as well. So get Capcoon down here, I have to say, half health, Machinery, Priestess, they might, they have to rush this last
They have to. Yeah, they have to. Little Boy at the top cipher, he knows, and now he's just gonna try to record just to keep it out. But we do see that he is harassing. We do see that the Mercenary Zhao Kahn is already making his rotation. I don't know if he's supposed to pop that cipher before the end, but then it seems like they're gonna try to go for the rescue before popping it, since it's almost. But man, I mean, I haven't seen that much Clerk matches to know like what's the best optimal plan here. He's just gonna get a charged up hit up against the Mercenary. Entomologist is actually gonna have a hard time here, since there are some pallets, but the blink hit now.
Double down situation, and the Cypher can't even be touched because of this Pagan skill. Power of Clark there, 100%, making use not only of offensive movement, but the utility, blocking the Cyphers there. But again, Little Boy right there, trying to rush that Cypher again, but this is not looking very grim right here.
Yeah, and honestly, GH put in a tough spot in a best of 1. Only MSU could do that. So what an early start here. And honestly, he knows what's up. He knows what's happening. He knows his next move. He's just waiting for Capcoon to expire. He knows that the Mercenary is next, but he wants to down this Priestess, since 2 Cyphers still remain, and he's already constantly monitoring. So it's just, the game plan he brought here was both defensive and offensive. And his blinks were so on point, and now it seems like the Priestess will have to take this next kite, but Mercenary is already up, and he's gonna rush that top cipher.
Oh my god!
And also the pallet
as well.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I just have to say, Yu was very consistent just now. Like, he was waiting in front of the Machinery. He was also blocking. He was waiting for Little Boy to use the portal. He was guarding against that, and now chasing off Little Boy. Little Boy is still at full health. Machinery is decoding at the moment, but again, you can see what's going on here. He's blocking the side.
He is. Oh my god! Then he broke it. He dropped the pallet just to break it. Now he's gonna go back to recording, and now he's gonna try and go for this hit, but no, Little Boy's still doing an amazing job. But at this point, yeah, Mercenary's gonna get recorded. So honestly, it's not buying too much time here. But Little Boy does have 2 hits left in him, so this is something that that the survivors have. They want to be able to push for that end game, but I'm pretty sure he brought detention. So we're looking at a 3-1 here. So let's see how long Little Boy can last. Mercenary's still waiting the timeout here. This is so frustrating for the survivors because it's like, let me just decode in peace.
Yeah, and you can see that Yu is just saving up his recording just to counter that Cypher decoding at the point. You can see he couldn't even do anything. He's just standing there waiting for the skill effect to wear off, and just before continuing his decoding.
Yeah, and actually he's just gonna chase this priestess on foot, and now he's just gonna keep monitoring it because yeah, this priestess can't heal up. Now Mercenary is decoding. He's trying to push that, but now we are going to see him being chased out of the hospital here. So again, yeah, he knows that the priestess can't even can't even heal up. So yeah, he's not gonna focus on the priestess anymore.
Yeah, he can see Xiao Kahn as well because he has the recording onto ZK, so he knows where he's going. He knows the direction that he's going, and right now you can see Little Boy pesky.
Yeah, able to make it back up here. So it seems like they did a little bit of a switch situation. So excellent communication. Now he knows he's gonna go back up there. Can he make it in time before? Oh yeah, he's not even gonna try and push this cipher. I think they gotta open up another cipher. I know it's gonna take longer, but yeah, I mean, it's just the presence here. It's just has been stacked and packed, and it seems like yeah, just when he's gonna chase someone else out, someone's gonna come back right in for the cipher to pop here.
Look at how well he's managing. He's chasing, he's looking around, and he's looking through at the cipher
there
as well.
It is. At the same time. Now he's recording the Mercenary. Mercenary, you're on timeout. You can't touch this cipher. And now we see that the Little Boy doesn't have any more to work with. Trying to play the mind games here. And just like, I think like 5 seconds, he's going to go back into going for recording the Mercenary. Mercenary actually is timed out again. He can't even touch that cipher. But we see if he's able to down this priestess. Does have Blink ready. So let's see if it happens.
Oh God, again, he recorded one. After he recorded, he instantly switched to to blocking that cipher. And right now, after he blocked the cipher, he used the blink, and right now he knows that Priestess cannot stand up anymore, and all he has to do is get the machinery now.
Wow, honestly, yeah, nerves of steel on MSU's side. I mean, this is we have a legend here from the tournaments that we've seen, especially in Koa, and we have yet to see his Mad Eyes. So now Xiao Kahn is tough put in a tough spot here. We do see that Xiao Kahn, Little Boy is up. Mercenary has no more elbow pads. He's already expelled the self heal, and now Priestess is back to being recorded.
My God, this is just back and forth. Do you know how long the last cipher is taking to be decoded?
It's been at 70 for the longest time, and now he's gonna go back to recording because the Mercenary has used up the self heal. It's only a matter of time, and he's just gonna chase this Priestess out of here. Little Boy put in a really tough spot because it's so close. It hasn't even reached the 80% mark just yet. And now Little Boy just forced to try and kite it out here. One more hit and he will be falling down. But man, oh man, we got a Clerk, ladies and gentlemen.
I know, man. Did you see what happened just now? He dropped the pallet in front of the Mercenary. I believe that what happened, and he vaulted and got the Terra Shock there. Oh God. Amazing.
Breaking it. Yeah, and we do see that Little Boy does have some one more holy key to use, but at this point, yeah, Xiao Kahn just has to crawl and hope. Like, I mean, it's gonna be tough. Like the self heal, he's stuck at 90 already.
Yeah, I mean, he's rushing towards trying to heal, but
he's gonna go for it. But yeah, this is gonna take some time. This goes for the charge up here. Oh, the Mercenary is back down. But now, I mean, he's gonna eventually fall. He's gonna try and go as far as he can, or probably go to that cipher. But I mean, Little Boy clutch with that save. But still, I think it's gonna be real tough here. Mercenary's back to falling down. He's gonna go back to healing up, and now we see that he's gonna use the recording just to lift up that pallet. And now gonna try to record here, and this kind of puts the mind game, not recording any, not throwing any pallets down just yet. So Little Boy now, able to get this and a stun. So you gotta give it up to Little Boy, really fighting all the way till the end here.
Yeah, you can see how amazing that happened. Like, Little Boy obviously buying so much time as the Priestess, but again, it's kind of like delaying the inevitable because the cipher is so annoying thing against the Clerk simply because of it has 60% for the longest time, man.
I would say that I know Dream Witch mechanically challenging Hunter, but you got to give it up to MSU. I mean, this is the years of experience of him using Mad Eyes, I'm guessing, because he was able to multitask, able to guard the cipher's pace. And mind you, Clerk, he didn't use the recording to hit them. He was chasing on single hits. He only used it to clean up some portals. But yeah, for him to get 5 points at the start up against GH, big statement made by SKG. And man, yeah. I'm gonna eat my words now. Like, I mean, not a relative unknown. Like we were saying, yeah, SKG, this relative unknown. This is MSU we're talking about. So I'm pretty sure GH knew that, and now we're kind of I would say up to speed with what's at stake. So GH definitely, I would say, might be the underdogs. I don't know who the survivors are. Maybe we're gonna see some familiar faces, or when we get to see, because we didn't do the player lineup, right? So when we see the survivor side of SKG, we might be surprised.
We might be. You has already caught me off surprise, but yeah, I mean, from Money Sweep, he's definitely been on the big stage before. He's definitely
we're gonna see Lim. Yeah. We're gonna see
Lim. Oh my god, please no. Then it's not gonna. Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely a nice surprise to see Clerk at that point, because I just have to say top tier plays, left and right there. But ultimately, yeah, it's just the first kite is very crucial against the Clerk. Like what you said, he was just depending on his normal hits right there and then, and that was just about it. What he needed to get to hit, and you can see that the third kite, the third survivor kite, little boy, was buying so much time. The mercenary was also buying time, but at that point, 2 survivors are out. You can't really touch the cipher, and he just blocks that cipher.
Dude,
like
it was so hard, it was so annoying too. It's like, just let me decode. And let's take it back to that scene where he switched to Blink. He was patrolling that cipher. He got the hit. What was that? I mean, that was too fast to call. But like, I mean, just mechanically, I mean, even if you're in PC and even if you're on mobile,
yeah,
the way he was able to do that was just immaculate. So I mean, this is what you were talking about. So
playing with 10 fingers. I mean,
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just
it's hard. That's really hard. But you know what? All is not over. Even though it was Keegan in a survivor-sided map, the hospital, but again, let's not forget, in the second half, we are going to be seeing GH Hunter versus the SKG survivors. And knowing GH, I know that they're definitely going to fight back. So the question only leaves the question: is it going to be Seichu? Is it going to be God J? Who is going to start off the ball rolling?
And also, can we just take it back to the thing we talked about, the strategy coming into this? Because SKG, I don't know, relative unknown, not sure if they knew it was you coming in, but he kind of, well, I would say that he didn't take a meta hunter. I wouldn't say Clerk is meta as of yet, because she's new. She's very new.
She is.
We're still trying to understand the meta. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize if we're kind of taken aback in this match, because it's rare to see Clerk matches now. I mean, we did see some in IVL, we did see some in IVA, but it's still very new.
Yeah, and to be able to mechanically do that, it's godlike level, man. Like, not just a simple watch and chase. He's doing so many things at the same time. It's crazy. It's like on the Dreamwish level, except that not only are you chasing, you're also recording the survivors that are trying to touch the cipher. You are using the skill CCTV, watch, record, chase, going back to the screen, chase, and then recording the survivor in front of you, putting out the pallets, trying to hit, trying to blink. That's so many
that and also you have to keep track of your recordings, right? Did I record this? Did I record this? It's like oh god, it's honestly like when Clerk first came out, and then they had that change where there's a bit of the delay for that hit. It seemed like a hunter that had very high execution the execution for this with such little reward. But man, I mean, Yu was able to make it work. Like, the reward was still good, but he was working overtime, ladies and gentlemen, with how well he was like just mechanically monitoring. Like, honestly, I feel like this is up there with the next Dream Witch. Like, you're not monitoring different characters, you're monitoring ciphers, you're monitoring movements, and keeping track of all that. So it's just incredible, like the way Yu was able to do that.
Yeah, I think Clark is like specifically made for you or all the Mad Eyes players. Because that's technically how you play Mad Eyes as well. Like you constantly monitor, you walk, you monitor. But Clark is even better in the sense that while she's monitoring, she can also walk at the same time. So that actually covers a lot of distance. Like if you're Mad Eyes, you're just standing still. Crossing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Keegan, oh god, a new hunter to see possibly in the next COA.
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, but you're seeing it right here, right now in IVC, ladies and gentlemen, right now in front of your screens. Match stats. How long did this match last? Was it? Oh, jeez, it was really long.
Yeah, I think it was 13 minutes. I think.
12. Dude, everyone had. Yeah, look at this little boy, triple digits, 227.3. Can that be one of the records for the longest kiting? And Zhaokan, the Mercoder here, beautiful performance, but. I mean, you with the Clerk. I mean, that just. I thought the wax artist I'd pop off, but seeing a Clerk round 1, it's definitely something to highlight.
Yeah, heads up, man. Heads up. It is definitely bringing the rise of the non-meta hunters as of now, like the wax artist and then Clark, and making it work as well. That requires next level play and dedication to train that certain hunter. So I'm really glad to see Keegan. But again, it's only the first half, ladies and gentlemen. Don't fret. Yeah, stay in your seats because it's only the first half. 5-0 on the side of SKG at the first. But if we all know better, GH is definitely going to come back with your hunter as well. And it's only a matter of time before we get introduced to the lineups of SKG survivors.
I'm excited to see that. First and foremost, when it comes to SKG, because we're gonna see Lim, we're gonna see a mix, we might see AK. I don't know. Does GR have a match today? I don't know.
That'll be really interesting to see. And but again, I know we're talking a bit ahead of time, but if they know that Keegan is gonna be so much trouble for them, are they gonna ban it in BO2? Because
Mad Eyes though.
Mad Eyes.
Right?
I think they would rather deal with Mad Eyes than a Keegan. But if they have a sleeping town, maybe then Mad Eyes would come.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, so it's SKG that actually pick Hospital. So this might actually play into their other hunter's side, other survivor's side. So at least in the next match, they can pick Ever Sleeping Town. They can pick a big map, so they can ban Clerk and just take their chances with the Mad Eyes. So that seems like the strategy they might be thinking right now, since the survivors of GH are, kind of formulating a plan to go up against MSU. Taking things back though with how GH is gonna play this one out, I think everyone in the chat also got a little taken aback with you being in the mix here. So still question everyone's head: will it be Seichu? Will it be Godj in this match? After I would say this is tough because now they're really looking at the hunters, right? Who has more of the grit? Who has more of the resolve to not let this performance of the survivors side falter them? And what kind of hunter can they bring, since both of them share that same hunter pool? Because I'll say Godj is really good when things are going his way, but when push comes to shove, I mean, this was based on him competing in Koa, right? You can see that a little bit of the pressure got to him. So now I wonder if Seichu has that same type of grit that Godj can bring to the table when he's needed to get points. So that's going to be a very interesting outcome. If we look at the map, and if you look at the Seichu, if we look at Godj, I mean, maybe a Dream Witch might come out, maybe a Sculptor might come out. It's hard to say if they're gonna go non-meta, to be honest. No.
Nah, they're not gonna go non-meta. I don't think they are properly equipped, and nor do they have the intention to go non-meta, because they just have so many characters that are trained. For example, Bonbon, Sculptor, Dream Witch, you name it, Broken Wheel. I think the most non-meta, the latest thing that they might have trained for, probably the Geisha. So I think that's as far off as they go with what they're playing. But if you expect them to play a non-meta character like Wax Artist, Undead, I don't think it's probably going to be 99%. You're not going to see that happening. And that's the thing. We don't know SKG as well. We don't know who they are, because if there are something like ZT who are very well equipped and trained to play against meta hunters, then obviously no surprise, right? We know what the meta hunters do. We know their skills well enough. Whereas when you brought up the Clerk, they're obviously like, we know this is what he does, but holy moly, how did he do that? Monitoring, recording us while chasing someone at the same time. So
yeah, and can I just say also, there was not a point in the match where I felt that Yu was frustrated. Like, he was in control of that match from the start to the finish. And that's, I mean, I guess that's the training you get when you use Mad Eyes, right? You can't falter. You have to be always on. You have to be 100% aware of your surroundings. And that's what we found out. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to welcome everyone to the general admission. See some very known names here. Same people coming in for the general admission. But now I can't wait to see on the left side, because we are going to see the survivors of SKG, ladies and gentlemen. So,
God J.
Yeah, so it is God J. I'm looking at the survivors. Are there any names that stand out to you now?
I know Yatsen. I saw him before Yatsen, but Nayeon. I think Nayeon isn't like a name people put, like a Korean name that they put even though they're not Korean. I think this is legit a Korean player. I'm not too sure about that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nayeon, Shani-san as well. We've never seen them before. Mimi, Nato. I believe Yatsen is the only one I've seen before in this team. So it's hard to make up who they are, because the other three, we've never seen them before, but Yatsen is consistent in his name. So yeah, but at least we can tell from their picks.
Yeah, and for you to partner up with them, that's huge. So I'm pretty sure that these survivors are no joke. And we do see that God J does ban out the Seer. I mean, he could actually go for his Dream Witch if ever.
Yeah, for sure. You can go for Dream Witch and everything, everything meta and whatnot. But God J, I don't think he really wants to go for Dream Witch in this map. He probably goes Sculptor, probably. Not too sure about that. But again, I just have to say the surprise element in round number 1, first half, you bringing the advantage 5-0, is definitely going to put a dent in the confidence of God J. I mean, not a dent as of yet, but a dent like as in stress level. He's definitely going to be stressed because he has to carry 5-0, and that's not just to win it, that's just to get a draw in game number 1. So how stressful is that?
Oof. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope this stress hasn't been getting to you guys. I hope you guys are drinking water. Giving a quick shout out to everyone. I want to know Nell has to drink some water right now. And we'll give a shout out to Maney in the chat. We do see Peekaboo as well in the chat, and also here Maney has gave up her seat completely. I don't know if she's ever coming back. They probably said, you've been watching too much games. It's time for you to go home. We all got Zevi. What's going on, Zevi? We got obvious Izzy saying, okay, yes. Hey, Zevi. Sorry, I read what she calls me. Izzy, yeah. So big shout outs to Datura Pedals. We got Wicked Moon. We got Elijah Gaming. Shout outs to everyone. Princess Pasta as well. So we're just going to wait and see the picks and bans. I think they're just getting ready. But honestly, it's hard to come in with expectations. And this is what we kind of love and also not like, because it's like we don't know what to talk about because this is the first time we're seeing them. But at least if we see this first match, we can kind of already pinpoint this is the rescuer, this is the kiter, this is whatever, right?
Yeah, for sure.
SKG is going to be some letters I'm going to remember moving forward, especially with you. Wow, I just said a bunch of alphabets, SKG and U.
SKG. I love it.
I can understand why he put MS. Oh my God, there's more letters. MSU.
MSG. Sorry, MSG. SKG, MSU, GGW. Please play.
Please, A B C D. All the alphabets, ladies and gentlemen.
Not the XYZ bot in the chat. Not that.
Heck no, dude. Yeah, please, guys. But I love to see how wholesome everyone is. They are discussing just the general I would say the situation that's going on now, because GH once again, ladies and gentlemen, one of the favored to win this thing, kind of thrown a curveball, thrown some adversity right away with SKG. This is not the same as we said before with Riffernan versus ZT. This has changed. The war has changed, ladies and gentlemen. We have MSU. This is DEFCON whatever. Like, this is one of the known hunters.
Yeah, personally, I'm just starstruck because Yu has impressed me so much with his mad eyes in in the previous events that he's attended with Money Sweep. So I'm really impressed with his Mad Eyes, and now the Clerk. Hey, sorry, but I just have to point out what's going on in the chat right here because Hachipu and Nelly Welly, I do not want Nelly Welly. I want Nelly Poo. Come on. And Zed Espina, hi. Yeah,
Hello.
I definitely do not want Nelly Welly, please. It sounds like I'm wailing.
Wailing.
But I'm not. Yeah, Nelly Poo, fine. Thank you.
Cool. Whatever keeps you guys happy. And also saying what's up to Chantel. Snooty Snoots. You got Beans. You got Peekaboo. Just some of the local, the regulars here in chat. Once again, big shout outs to you guys for showing up. The second match of the day. We still got 2 more after this one. And I want you guys to show as much energy and love to Eli, since he's on a different time zone, and also the new caster here with Soy Milk. They will be gracing the stage for the rest of the day, and tomorrow we got more lined up, so I'm excited for tomorrow as well. But as of now, it seems like we are just gonna wait and see what's gonna happen. But since we know it is Godjay, Ban the Seer, what do you think would be the what do you think is gonna be the optimal choice of hunter for Godjay?
Godjay, technically he has to go with a 4K hunter, and what I can think of is Dream Witch, Sculptor. I think those are very, very strong 4K hunters.
Does he have a Sculptor? I know. Does he have does he have a Clerk? That's what I wanted to say.
Have a Clerk. Even if he has, I don't think he's confident enough to bring it in. Similar thing to what happened with Crocodile in the previous games. Crocodile was also XGH, and he was very good with a Dream Witch, but because he focused more on Breaking Wheel, he focused more on other meta hunters, and he sort of slowed down with Dream Witch, and which is why you see it's not really effective. So it's the same thing with what's going on with Godjay here in this map. I would say, nah, he's probably gonna go with his best characters, which is Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, Dream Witch. So what can he play here? Spider, I don't think so. Spider, hard 4K, especially with 2 floor elevation and so many survivors left unbanned. Very, very unlikely. So
true.
I would say go with the Sculptor or Dream Witch and at least try and make it a 3K or 4K to tie it up. Even if you can get a 4K, get a 3K. You don't want the points differential to be too big so that you can catch up. Yeah, don't let SKG win the first round. Make it a draw at the very least. So I would think that's good news for GH if they can do that in the second half.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now that you pointed out the stakes, there's no room for, I would say, practice, or no room for experimentation coming into this. Even though we know Godjay is a very skilled hunter, he has to stick to his, I would say, his greatest hits, which is usually the Sculptor, his greatest hits in the Dream Witch.
Or even the Geisha.
Geisha's good too, I would have to say, especially in a map like this. Since a Breaking Wheel, it's going to be really hard if he brings out the Breaking Wheel here. Spider, even though he's really known for that, there's a lot of open areas. Like you said, also the elevation. It's going to be too tough for that Spider to chase any of these survivors. And I mean, we do have Yuzen and Shane-san in the... It's... Okay, so I don't know how GH did their homework coming into this, right? Against SKG. Because we also tried to know who they are. But again, when IVC, it's open to everyone in the Southeast Asia region. So they and for them to get a hunter like you to come into this mix, it's definitely something to be scared of, because I don't think you would just join any team. He's got to be able to trust that team, just like he did with Money Sweep, and they've been very unconventional. So who knows? They might actually be a very unconventional team. Have Dancer involved, have just an off survivor picks here as well.
And this is very scary too, because again, this is a high stakes situation where it's single elimination. So I think the stress, like if we talk about the stress level in the early games, and right now the stress has definitely elevated, because not only are you trying to defend your reputation, not only are you trying to defend your all-star teams, right now you're trying to defend yourself from not being eliminated in the first round. That's really hard because you, like what you said, MSU already getting 5-0, and MSU as a known player for Money Sweep, he's definitely not gonna join some ragtag teams, and he's definitely gonna join a team where he has confidence in. So I'm really worried right now for Team GH because it doesn't SKG is the underdog anymore.
Yeah, that is true. We're gonna find out if that statement is true based on the Survivor team too, because God J is gonna have to test the waters. I would say coming into this, because I won't be surprised if this is their first time facing each other, because with Yu's performance like that, they were not ready for that Clerk. And now it's still the same ban on God J's side on that Seer, allowing for the Mercenary and Priestess to come out. Very standard, and I would say very conventional picks on the Survivor side of SKG for now.
Yeah, for sure. Banning the Seer is definitely what you want to do, especially when you're in this situation. Seer provides support, which is actually kind of funny because, this map allowing, I think choosing between the Seer and the Priestess, I have to say, personally, I really dislike Priestess in Hospital. It's just too much.
You saw Little Boy, 229 seconds. So, I mean, God J definitely, I guess he favors getting, maybe he has a single hit hunter in mind, maybe a Dream Witch, but I mean, we've seen Dream Witches struggle in the past with the portals. At least God J won't be struggling with the bees with the entomologist being banned. So now back to the Survivor side on picking. You still got an acrobat. If you want to go super conventional, you still got if you want to tank up, you got the psychologist, you got a gravekeeper. You got a lot of choices still left on the table for SKG.
Gardener?
Are you serious?
Nayeon?
What?
Okay, you're definitely from Korea, cause
that's true. They're so off meta. Like honestly. Yeah. Wow.
First
Gardener
BO1
for
as
real?
well. Yeah, BO1.
Oh my god.
My goodness. I think
everything's off. Like I don't know. I don't know this game. I think if Eli was here, he'd be like, man. Okay, ban the Enchantress. I know they favor Enchantress a lot in Korea as well.
Yeah, for sure. Getting rid of the Enchantress. But fun fact though, no emphasis on the banner or the forward so far. No one's picking it. I'm sure SKG's not gonna pick it because they already have a machinery. I know Yadzen's gonna play. That's the Weeping Cloud.
Oh my god, are you serious? Wait, are you serious? The Weeping Clown up against a Sculptor. We got a Gardener here. Man, strong picks for Priestess and Mercenary, and I'm not one. I mean, I said wasn't a fan of the Wax Artist, but it was a Coco Duck to make it. And now, like a Gardener and a Weeping Clown, for real? This is gonna be insane if they're gonna make this one work.
Yeah, for sure. And Weeping Clown, I believe this is the first time we've ever seen it in Southeast Asia scene as well.
I didn't even know the silhouette. I'm like, who is this character?
I know it straight away from the buns. Weeping Clown, the Joker. Oh my god! I actually cast for Joker, so I'm really happy to see him. Despite many people, a lot of people are saying that Joker is kind of underwhelming. We don't really see him in competition much because if you say that he's a harasser, well, not really, right? Because forward does a better job in turning. So beware. The Joker does have a very, very slow turn rate. He can't make U-turns. So
he can't. It's a hard left. That's it.
Yeah. The rocket might miss as well. You can just sidestep it. Yeah, so
you can. So he's got to be a kiter, a decoder. I'm not quite sure, but holy smokes, guys! We got a Weeping Clown. I was already taken aback with the Gardener, but the Weeping Clown takes it for me because I agree. I got it once he was available in the store. I tried him out. I couldn't understand. And based on like players that we talked to, based on friends, based on peers, a little underwhelming when it comes to competitive. There are some people that do play him, you know, in casual, maybe in some ranked matches, but this is the first time we're seeing ever in competitive, I believe.
Yeah.
Not even in IVL, not in IJL as well.
Yeah, and if you're the hunter, I mean, if I'm the hunter, I'll be like, what is going on? Are you trying to be funny? Because this looks like a suicide team.
No offense, we thought that before. I mean, but it was ZT that said, no, we got this one to work. But ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Mercenary is the one being chased first. And yes, You don't have to adjust your screens, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Weeping Clown, and Mercenary might have to take the first chase. Oh, able to get the hit once the pad's activated. So now this is going to be really tough for the survivors. They need to heal up that Mercenary. Only 2 ciphers have been worked on so far, and it seems like the Mercenary will be going up the stairs here, just running into a fellow survivor.
Yeah, I think he should do that, definitely, because that's the best place to kite. And now Nayeon is the one that's gonna be taking the kite right now. Yeah, put it down. It's okay. Get squished by the statue. It's fine, definitely. Yeah, because Nayeon, he has to make that work because he looks very confident playing the gardener here. But we'll just have to see. Nayeon's kiting routes is a little bit questionable, but going back to the hospital.
And now giving that presence, so now he has that chisel just to be able to monitor some ciphers. We do see that the priestess was able to call onto the mercenary and get healed up. Weeping Clown is still working on that cipher, and Nayeon still hiding for his life here. Again, it's really tough, especially once you hit those stairs, to try and land these statue hits. And he's doing a great job, by the way.
He is, and then just blocking this up, and then just going through the windows, and then going through the global portal. He can definitely go for the global portal if he wants to, but I don't think he's gonna. He doesn't want to give the full presence to Gotche. But Nayeon here, he's just gonna gear up for, oh my god, a shield blocking just in the midst of the blink. And the blink!
Oh my god, that looked like a really good kite so far, but Gotche had enough. Popped up the blink just to make sure. I mean, those shields really paid off. Like, really just trying to buy time. The only time there was one statue and a regular hit and another regular hit to down this gardener. But now we see lower left side of the screen, Mercenary is on his way for the rescue. He's already healed up. 4 ciphers still remain, and it seems like they need to make this rescue before half if they want to continue on this path to try and secure a victory in round number 1. Ooh, able to get a hit, and now we see that Yazin forced to pop up the elbow pads here. Now Gotche trying to snipe out the mercenary to get the rescue, but the rescue was able to happen, and now Nayeon just running straight towards the sculptor, and this allows the gardener to just transition away. Mercenary able to get the rescue before half, so this is still an okay job on the side of the survivors.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Like, he knows that he's gonna get hit anyway, so might as well get hit early, run away from that side, the front gate cipher, because that's where the cipher was being decoded beforehand. And just like that, you're gonna see 3 ciphers remaining, 1 at 82%. But look, SKG is in a little bit of danger because there is no last cipher. It's a new cipher, to be honest.
It is. We do see that the Weeping Clown is the only one touching a cipher on the second story. It is the Mercenary and the Priestess that are healing up. And it seems like, Tinnitus is going to get triggered because the Weeping Clown is up there. So it seems like they might actually have to sacrifice Nayeon for now, because it's too much of a risk to try and go for this rescue at this point since Gotche has his grounds covered. We do see that the Weeping Clown is actually going to take this next kite, eats a statue hit, and a nice avoidance, but no able to get that hit once he slammed down that pallet. And now this is where Gotche really comes online and now tries to go for a drop down hit. Can he land it? And he does.
Oh my god. Mimi Nato dying at the same spot where Yatsen is trying to decode here as well. 50% here, I just have to say. They're being... Yeah, they're kind of pushed into the situation where they're playing to get one person out of the dungeon, but in order to make that happen, the ciphers need to be enough. And right now, the ciphers are definitely not enough. Yatsen getting that 1 chip damage. He's just trying to buy time. He wants to be able to rescue, try to avoid getting hit, or just try... Nice pad.
Wow, what a beautiful pad. The reverse U-turn pad. Now we see that Gotche being very careful here. 1 regular hit and this Mercenary is going to fall down. Luckily, the Weeping Clown was able to get rescued before happening. And now they're going to take a ride to the rocket. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's see how long they can last here. I mean, this rocket ride can only last for so long. Now he's able to hit him out of it. And now this Weeping Clown will fall down, as well as the Mercenary. Priestess about to pop that cipher in the shack area. And Gotche just has to focus on just sharing this this Weeping Clown. He is on the second chair, so last cipher remains.
Yeah, last cipher remains. But again, the cipher that has to be done is actually the front gate. And that's exactly where Gotche is chairing the survivors of SKG right now. So Gotche is in no immediate danger. It's back to the same situation again. Yatsen is on the ground, probably gonna get healed to full. And to be honest, it's perfectly fine for SKG at this point, even if Weeping Clown is dead, because they still have 2 survivors up and running and
They
1 last
do.
cipher remaining. So if Gotcha decides to pursue 1 survivor, the other one can just go and rush the last cipher.
That's very true. And note that the Mercenary still has that self-heal. Godjay sees that there is a holy key here. Mercenary might have to take this last kite, and he has no elbow pad anymore and no skill to be able to use as he tries to buy enough time. Nice avoidance so far, but Mercenary able to make the vault happen, but no, the blink as well as a statue hit for the early down of this Mercenary. So now Shan-san will have a tough time trying to just prolong this end game from happening, because this last cipher is going to just stay at 56%. It's going to be tough because Godjay knows where to guard. Luckily for the Mercenary, he still can use that self-heal.
And he also knows where the dungeon is. He's just trying to go back and forth. He wants to see what's going on. He wants to see if they're going to try and deal a heal onto the scenery, or even try to just push the cipher. He scans Tinnitus here and there. He's not really sure where he is, but by this time he should be able to pick up that the priestess is probably in the 2th floor.
Yeah, Shansen is kind of like playing it like little boy. Like he's gonna keep playing it till the very end. We do see that he's lost high turner. Watch out, Shansen. Now he sees that he is locked and loaded on this priestess, allowing the Mercenary to try and get up, but he seems like he's crawling away. And now just look at that, creating the distance, creating the level change here. Wow, trying to juke back and forth, but it will have to eat a regular hit. Mercenary actually opening up a chest here just to probably get a syringe to prolong this, because again, the goal is still the same. They want to pop that cipher at the top gate. Priestess 1 chip damage away from falling down, and it seems like the Mercenary is going to be a magician for now.
Yeah, they're playing very, very passive now. Like they have to play for the late game. No, what?
Ooh, tried to go back and forth, couldn't bait him. Godjay just waited, didn't really approach, and now the Mercenary unable to use the magic stick, and he does fall down, and Priestess is the last one remaining. So signs of life have definitely been granted for GH, because Godjay is on the cusp of getting 5 points.
Yeah, definitely. Like right now, Yatsen has already expanded his self-heal. That point where he got the magic stick, he definitely should have used it at that point. But right now, because of that, he has lost his self-heal. Priestess definitely, it's gonna be really hard to kite until the machinery expired. And Godjay has already Tinnitus up and running, but he still, I think he doesn't really know where the priestess is. He knows the Tinnitus is here, but with the help of the statues, the statue is gonna point him at the right direction. And
unable to take a left there. He was going to see the scratch marks, but Godjay now changing levels here, trying to see if the priestess is there, but I don't know if he saw the priestess. No, he didn't see it through the crack on the wall. So Godjay still trying his best to find this priestess, but I mean, now he's definitely going to turn this corner and find the priestess. So yeah, definitely a cat and mouse game that will definitely end in just 1 statue hit. And Godjay keeping GH alive. This is actually really huge. Mercenary not close to expiring. We have Shansen unable to quite close to the dungeon. So GG. Now, honestly, the Gardener and the Weeping Clown, give me your thoughts on that, because I'm still taken aback with what an unconventional lineup that they brought in. They didn't decide to bring Patient, they didn't decide to bring a forward, they went with the unconventional of those 2 picks.
Yeah, I like seeing all these characters out on the loose. I definitely love seeing them. But that's the thing though. Because of this lineup, no one was able to harass. Number one, there's no batter, there's no forward, and they're forced to play defensive like this. And just like that, having the Weeping Cloud, like there's no potential for a rebound kite. Just to harass. And for the Gardener as well, like that, they have no choice but to sacrifice. But imagine if they have something like a patient, like what you said, a patient, an acrobat, or even the toy merchant.
In this map, so good. Yeah. Able to jump into the second floor able to glide anywhere. Yeah, honestly, we love character variety. We love seeing different characters come in, but meta is meta for a reason. And if you play a little too far away from the meta, maybe if they had a Gardener, fine, and then have like a support rescuer, have a wildling, have someone else. A forward, maybe. I mean, because the Weeping Clown, we saw, he was able to use his skill, but he wasn't able. I mean, you saw God J. He was able to predict. You can't really like sidestep as much as the forward. It's not as fast as the mercenary, and there's a reason why it's hard to use Joker in competitive. It's really hard. Like you saw there.
It is. I would rather see Little Girl, to be honest. Little Girl would have been so useful there as well. But at the end of the day, they got creative. They tried to make a gamble, but it didn't really work out the way that they wanted to. So it's gonna be a 5-5. Got J carrying the team to get a draw. So it's still back to nil. So it really looks like the battle of the hunters at this point.
Oof, that's actually kind of scary now that I think about it, because you versus God J, it might come down to hunter times. And we are gonna see the match stats here, ladies and gentlemen. Quite the long match, but God J being able to pull out I would say a really good victory here because the team needed it. Now everyone kind of reset. We're still at a 5-5, guaranteed around number 3. So SKG, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if they can kind of tighten things up on the survivor side, because Yu has definitely been putting the work, and I don't think he's gonna. I still think the Clerk will be a threat, and that would definitely be banned. Bring out the Mad Eyes, and we've seen GH kind of handle Mad Eyes. They were able to, I believe, get a tie at least. That was one of the matches me and Eli were able to see against MSU. So I think they'd rather roll that dice instead of going back to Clerk.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't play with Mad Eyes, you can be sure that Clark is definitely gonna get banned. Simply because Yu is just a monster on it, like just stopping the ciphers back left and right. So getting it away, bringing out the Mad Eyes, but this is where it's gonna get tougher, because as the progression goes, if you go into BO2, we're definitely gonna see a BO3. When you go to BO3, the hunter pulls is gonna make a whole lot of difference. Like the ones with the meta hunters, well, obviously they have so many to pick from. You ban the Sculptor, they still have a Bonbon, they still have a Dream Witch, a Breaking Wheel. But when you are playing non-meta characters like Mad Eyes, Clark, it's a no-brainer. Ban Clark. You play Mad Eyes, and if you go to BO3, ban Clark, ban Mad Eyes. What are you gonna play? You're gonna end up playing a meta hunter as well. And at the end of the survivors are well versed against meta hunters.
Yeah, I think it was, it was MS that did bring out bring out a BQ, and he got a 4K BQ. So wow. I mean, maybe he can bring that out, but if the Mad Eyes is on the table, I think he wants to gamble it with the Mad Eyes, because he's very loyal to that character. So we're just gonna have to see if that's gonna be the case. But I mean, can we talk about? I just want to like finalize our thoughts on Joker and the Gardener, right? Like and chat, you can chime in as well when it comes to this unconventional pick. I mean, yes, you can have the Weeping Clown, but I mean, I think they strayed a little too far away from the game plan here.
Yeah, too far away. Couldn't provide much support. Weeping Clown, yeah, you got the rocket thing going on for you. By the end of the day, you died with 2 rockets left. Yeah, he died with 2 rockets left. Gardener, I would say Gardener kited really well.
Yeah, that's true. The Gardener did come online because she had the shield, and they did help her kite the statues, which again I thought like, oh, I guess they kind of thought of this, but the Weeping Clown was very underwhelming. Played more of a decoder, and the kite didn't really last long, and his toolkit, like the rocket just comes out so slow. I understand that's supposed to help boost, but if it comes out maybe faster, and if he zips faster, maybe he'd be a little more viable. But as of now, the state that he's in, I think this was a good example why, or if anybody asks why Weeping Clown isn't part of a meta, you could show them that interaction. Yeah, that interaction of him helping the mercenary just a little bit. But I mean, you could get, if you're invul when it comes to the rocket launch, maybe it would have been better. But he hit him out of that rocket state, so yeah, it was really tough.
You know, I would love to see a perfumer in that situation, because also,
ooh, you're right.
Yeah, if you're just gonna decode with Weeping Clown, perfumer will definitely make the mark as well, because you're on the 2nd floor. What are you gonna do? You're gonna perfume. You're gonna jump down the 2nd floor, and if the hunter doesn't follow you, it buys you enough time to to make that transition, run all the way to the birdcage. And if the hunter does drop down, you can just perfume back up. So I think that would have made a lot of sense. Like in terms of kiting sculptor in the hospital itself. So I have to say, not a lot of support. The lineup's good, but not a lot of support that is available once one survivor is down. Like rescue, that's it. You're on your own. Rescue, that's it.
Yeah, honestly, they had me at the start with Mercenary Priestess. I'm like, oh, conventional, like very strong start. And then the Gardener came in, which again, it's passable, especially with the shields. But yeah, Perfumer would have been stronger. Acrobat, like we said, Toy Merchant, Patient, Psychologist even. Psychologist could have lasted a little longer, could tank a lot more hits, could support, because at the start, right, it was the Mercenary to get that hit. You could just hit that whistle, and then like the Mercenary could just go back to doing his decoding. So it bought enough time for God J to find another target, and luckily for him, the Mercenary had to use the hospital where the Gardener was, and he'd gladly take a Gardener over a Mercenary to chase at the start.
Yeah, and like what you said, if there's a Psychologist, at least he would have been able to heal the remotely far Mercenary. And he would have been able to kite even longer, like take a few more hits, a few more statues, and tank. But right now, just objectively, I'm just looking at the power levels right here. I'm just analyzing the power levels because obviously from the gameplay just now itself, it looks like the survivor side of GH has the advantage.
Yeah,
they're more
it shows.
Yeah, it shows. Whereas, even though both hunters get 4K, but I have to say, the quality going into it, getting a 4K with the Clerk, is definitely much harder to do than a 4K sculptor onto two non-meta characters.
Yeah, if you compare it like that, it's apples and oranges. It's night and day. And not to mention, yes, Yu's power levels is definitely up there, up against the survivors of GH. But dude, you're going up against God J, and we know God J is a veteran of this game. So, SKG survivors are definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a game plan to be able to at least get a tie and allow you to come online with with whatever hunter he comes in. If that's the goal that they're bringing into the table, is that they want you to carry, they need to at least go for ties and not give him too much pressure coming into this next match, because it's so crucial. Because GH has map advantage now. They're definitely going to try to pick a map that you will be very uncomfortable in.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a 5v5 situation, 5v5 ranked. 5v5 ranked. The reason why I say this is because it feels like, okay, right now, you can be sure that your hunter can get 4K, but it doesn't matter if none of your survivors can make it out. So I think SKG, on the side of SKG, they really need to think about picking certain characters that can actually push. To be honest, I wouldn't even hate it if they choose Prisoner or Mechanic at that point, because at least it would have been able to push the ciphers further. I wouldn't hate it if they went that route, or even bring the Perfumer out. But yeah, I just have to say, a little underwhelming. I think it's more like showboating, showcasing survivors.
Ooh. So here's an interesting thing, Nell. We just heard from Prod that they're swapping hunters for SKG.
Oh,
it's going to be PPX. I'm kidding.
It's gonna be Alf.
Alf. Oh, it's gonna be Silk. It's gonna be.
It's gonna be Pashipu.
No, it's Aidenshi. Okay, a name that I'm not familiar with. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. So you sitting on the bench now. I can't wait to see what the map's gonna be. So now they're gonna have to kind of change things up. The survivors don't have to necessarily adjust to you, but play like it's the first round again with a different hunter. At least God J was able to change, at least, even things out, so the survivors aren't too stressed at this point. Since the swap did happen, I can't wait to see Aidenshi. If anyone in the chat knows who Aidenshi is, let us know, because honestly, I'm excited to see who you has, associated with in this match.
Yeah, I think SKG brought in two different hunters for the sole purpose of, you know what, Yu is just going to play his part in BO1. He's just gonna play his part. He's gonna get the 4K for us, and hopefully survivors are gonna be able to escape 1 or 2 and get that 1 win, like pushing for that 1 win. But since things didn't work out, regardless, they're still gonna change to Aidenshi. So Yu is probably like the ace hunter for BO1, and Aidenshi is probably gonna go for the BO2, BO3 deciding matches. So yeah, I'm excited to see what Aidenshi will be bringing to the table. So maybe more non-meta characters.
Who knows? I'm excited to see, especially what map we're going to be playing in, because there's still potential for either of these teams to actually take the helm in the momentum of this game. So it seems like SKG did ban Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown was chosen. I think this is kind of setting up for maybe the spider or the breaking wheel of Godjay.
Yeah. Godjay can also bring out the geisha if he wants to.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, geisha is so strong as well. But we'll have to see, because it plays both ways, right? We know what Godjay is capable of, but again, the surprise factor by SKG, we don't know. You caught us off by surprise with the Clerk, and now Aidenshi has her.
Maybe. Who knows?
Who knows?
Kino, Hellember. We did see a Hellember in IVA. I don't know. That was at this point now. Honestly, I don't want to make predictions with new or even known players, because right, we didn't know that Crocodile was going to bring out the wax artist. So I think at this point, like, we're seeing kind of like the IVC meta unfold in front of our eyes. Like, we made history by showing the first Weeping Clown of competitive. I don't think it's ever been brought out, even in JP or in the China servers for IVL or IJL.
Yeah, we haven't seen that, to be honest. Yeah, but again, just excited to see what's gonna come out, because again, new teams, new names, and we're already very excited about game number 1. So what more is to expect from game number 2? Because it's definitely gonna be one roller coaster.
You see a little third-person caster there in Crystal. There he is. There she is.
Yeah, she wants attention. Yeah, guys.
There we go.
Yeah.
And speaking of pets, you guys can get an Axe Boy. It's available in store right now. Again, one new pet, the mini Axe Boy, is available in the game. If you guys should check that one out. Oh my God, do the flames also follow him? I didn't know that. Because I'm looking at the picture. That'd be so cute. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But you know what? I have the Dracula pet.
Cute. That's cute. You should dress up Crystal as Dracula too.
Yeah. Do you look like Dracula? I'm not really sure. But yeah, there's some sort of effect going on with the Dracula pet as well. It's pretty cool. Red and black. Yeah. Back to the game itself. Again with the unknowns. This thing, I think to be honest, personally, I think the worst is over for GH, because dealing with MSU, they got through it, and now U is being benched, and bringing Aidenshi. I mean, Aidenshi, I'm pretty sure that he's very proficient. He or she very proficient as well with what he's doing. But I have to say, it's a relief seeing you bench, because I wouldn't want to face him a second time, even if I ban the Clerk.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, maybe they're kind of out of that wood situation, and now they just got to do what they do best. Probably kind of recover from the mental anguish from that Clerk matchup and that mental strain. Because, Aidenshi, we're not sure yet. Again, this is going to be the true battle of the unknown, because we don't even... that name doesn't ring a bell. Who knows who is piloting Aidenshi's account. But at least they can kind of... Well, they have that sigh of relief, right? GH, they still have to qualify in their reputation. There's a lot at stake for our friends over at GH. So at least, like you said, they're okay. And on the other side of SKG, they still have a lot to prove. Honestly, nothing to lose. If they're able to get a win over the team in their base team without MSU, I think that's still going to be a huge statement that SKG can make.
Yeah. And looky, Posh, a new fan, Poshipu by Christina SX.
I think I've seen this name before. Hey, Christina.
Yeah, that's like the second person.
Honestly, I feel like I gotta change my name. It's not Potch Spice anymore. Everyone keeps calling me that. Oh no.
Potchy Poo. That
I
sounds
sound like
good,
a
though.
I sound like a puppy.
Yeah. Hey, would you like to date Potchy Poo?
Wow. Thanks, Crystal. I got rejected by Crystal. I think he's like, nope. Bro. What?
No, he prefers the spice.
Mhm.
Yeah, but no Nelly Willy for me, by the way. Thank you very much.
I think they stopped that already. So
Yeah,
what if I say
Nelly.
maybe just call me Potch, guys? I mean, you don't have the extra syllable. It's cool.
Yeah.
But
Or you could call him Poo. Nah, just kidding. No,
Wow,
please
just
don't.
Poo.
Please don't. Please don't. Yeah, but it's really fun. Like I really like how Identity 5 has changed. Like even the events itself, right, guys? It has changed from being just looking at commentators talking to themselves. Sorry, like talking with their partners, talking to themselves in the screen, and it gradually changed to interacting with the chat, and it became some sort of like a bond, a relationship between the viewers and the commentators as well on the desk here. So I really like the change, and thank you guys because you guys made it possible with the possibility. Otherwise, we would have been scared and just
You'll be like, oh no. I'm like, yeah. He's gonna keep
Potchy Poo's not cute. Oh my god.
I don't. All right, I'm turning off chat now.
Yeah, but it's really nice.
Yeah, to be honest, it's you guys that kind of keep us going, and also, especially when you want to get the best possible. I would say like situation for the survivors and hunters. You know what, they got to set things up in the background, so it's really a relief looking at the chat and also being very welcoming, because especially if like someone wants to check out IVC, picks up the game and wants to see how competitive it is, and they see this welcoming environment, I think that's good for everyone. It's a win-win for everyone. That means NetEase and other sponsors or other people that want to make this game grow will help out the game, will help out the players, will help out the community. So it's a win-win for everyone.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, one of the things that caught me about this game as well, like it's not just about the game, it's about the community itself as well. Like there's so many talented players, not just players, but talented artists as well, talented content creators. I just love watching it, and occasionally I dropped into YouTubers, Twitch streamers, and I just say hi. I just drop by and say hi, and just to show my support. And I believe it goes a long way, and it's one of the community I love the most, which is why this is one of the longest games that I've been playing. I don't know about you, Posh. I mean, like, I play Identity 5 the longest compared to other games that's out there right now.
It's about to be honest, because I've been playing video games like since I was a kid, but I think once it was launched, I guess this is the most competitive like I've gotten into games, or like trying to study the meta, because usually like I just play like single player games. I mean, it's the horror games, but I think Identity 5 just has the mix of both, like the community, competitive aspect, and also I think it's very unique. It's not like any other game out there. So please share the love, ladies and gentlemen. Tell everyone to play Identity 5 as we head into this next match. So SKG will be doing the surviving, while GodJ will probably be sending out an SOS to everyone to give him his support, because he will be doing the hunting now, and he can set up the pace coming into this next match. So we're gonna see what he's gonna be doing. So once again, the SOS has been sent.
OS has been sent indeed. But let's not forget though, guys, don't forget the yellow heart for GH if you're supporting GH, and the green heart if you're supporting Team SKG, because why not? Both teams are giving us an amazing performance so far. And from the chat itself, we see Kino right there. He's saying wait for the appearance of Aidenshi. I'm definitely looking forward to see what Aidenshi can play, because right now it is the survivor side of SKG first. So a little bit of change here. They're gonna ban GodJ's Breaking Wheel, and GodJ obviously does not like Eli and Fiona, so Eli and Fiona will be benched so far. But on the side of survivors, SKG, they're gonna bring out the entomologist and the forward, so a little bit more, so they can play meta characters. They can, you see, like they can. They're not bringing out the machinery anymore. They're bringing out the forward first and entomologist. So that's meta right there.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold my reservations till I see the next two.
The next two, the team.
Yeah, who knows? The team. Oh, I knew it. Best decoder in the game with the lawyer. Who knows? Cowboy, but Cowboy's kind of meta. I mean, in the right hands, right? So we're gonna see Mercenary does get banned. All eyes are on that table. Who? Oh my God! Is that the lucky guy?
The lucky guy? Yes.
Is that him?
It is.
Dude. For real?
Lucky
guy.
I spoke too soon, man. I spoke too soon. I was just like, yeah, forward, entomologist, yeah, definitely meta. And yeah, they're going serious right now, and then all of a sudden, boom, lucky guy's gonna make his appearance. I don't know what to think about it, Posh.
Honestly, I'll retract my statement, like not being concerned anymore if they make this work. But we've seen in competitive that lucky guy doesn't work out. Like, I mean, if he wishes for the mechanics doll, it doesn't work out, then it's not gonna be as like Cypher Rushy. And they're gonna go for a gun, like it's all fine. Okay, acrobat. All right, yeah. This is good. At least they're able to cover. Okay. I thought they were gonna go for like lawyer. That was gonna be crazy.
But again, the sculptor is being let loose. But I definitely see that this team has more potential. Like Nyan, I definitely like Lucky Guy more. The reason is, if the hunter is chasing him first, well, you can wish for a gun straight away, or even a rugby ball or a pad. And if the hunter's not chasing you, you can wish for a doll, yeah, to help you decode and all those things. So a lot of possibilities can happen with Lucky Guy. So we'll just have to see how Nyan does it. But definitely more utility of the Lucky Guy than the Gardener by Nyan.
For sure, and I agree. I take Lucky Guy over Weeping Clown any day. So
yeah,
this is gonna be good. At least he has the utility. You can also like give items. It can drop items for people. And looking at it, yeah, these guys can also pick up. The forward can definitely pick up an item once he used up his rugby ball, as well as probably the entomologist. Melly's actually in the crowd too. Shout outs to Melly. You're supposed to be on stage. So
yeah, you're supposed to. Nello, can we see the doggy? Maybe later. Yeah, because two's a company, three's a crowd.
Exactly. And Melly, get on stage, Melly. Go.
Melly. Go. It's your time to shine, Melly. Yeah. What are you doing with the prisoner down there?
A lot of people, being prisoners here. They're able to. I mean, I'm just so glad that we have this interaction, and like you said, it's growing, right? From how it was just simple two people talking and chat is just there, kind of separate. Now, even though we're still online, we still have this interaction. Not just looking at the chat, but the chat is here. They got admitted inside to the front row seats for this game.
Yeah, VIP seats. Everyone in the general admission is gonna get a special prize.
What is it? More general admission.
More. No, you're gonna get a song from Pachibu.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, right after Nell sings first, because he's gonna have to warm me up first, so it's gonna be a duet.
Yeah, but anyway, we are heading into Chinatown here. Lots of lanterns going on. Gotcha is gonna be finding the lucky guy first. Optimal target to chase. Shane-san gonna move away as soon as he spots the sculptor. But already, the lucky guy with the perfume. That's the first item I believe I see.
Yes.
Jump down.
Oh no, it's a pocket watch.
Pocket watch.
Yeah.
Oh no,
watch out! He's coming up.
Oh
my God, he wasn't able to look, and now he had to pop that pocket watch early on. So this is actually a great start for Godjay, able to at least spend the lucky guy's skill. And now it seems like the entomologist was also in the area, and now Nyan trying to be able to just vault safely. And now Godjay's still gonna focus on this lucky guy as he heads outside the restaurant now.
Yeah, raw kiting right there, 25% chip damage as soon as he vaults the window. But again, Nyan has to make it count, puts down the pallet, gonna get the second chip damage. Bling is gonna be up really, really soon. 2, 1, and the Bling is online. It's just a matter of time before Godjay gets it!
Oh, there it is! And the Blink 180 hit from Godjay. Beautiful chase on Godjay's side. Again, I think it was when Nyan didn't really spot up when he was going up the stairs, so Godjay just reaping the rewards of that scrambly situation. Now the choice is definitely theirs. Will they try and go for this rescue? They do have a forward, they have an acrobat. It seems like Entomologist had more of a kiting build, so I don't think she's going to go for this rescue, but she can provide the bees just for that support.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the bees weren't there to help the lucky guy because Shanisan was definitely in the vicinity. He could have easily dropped the bees there, help the lucky guy to support because he got Jay went the exact direction that Shanisan is at. So I just have to say, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Yatsen with the acrobat, risky,
Ooh.
gonna try.
Oh my god, and it's past half now, and now he's gonna try to push away. Not in a full-blood rescue, but still, the timing's a little bit off. We do still have 4 ciphers left, and Yana-san will have to help us, try and help him out, and able to get the bomb on him, providing the lucky guy safe passage, but no, the lucky guy got hit, and he will be falling up since the last effort had already popped, and he is already expiring. Trying to tank in one more hit, but no, Godjay still remaining, not at full presence.
Yeah, full presence, 1 hit away from full presence. I just have to say, definitely some things that can be done better there. Like you have a forward, you have an entomologist. Why not give the support to the lucky guy so they can live to fight another day? And why is the acrobat the one going to rescue? So a lot of questions there left unanswered. 3 ciphers, relatively new, 47% each, 45, 47, and 10%. Second kite has to make it count, man, because 25% on Shani-san right here has to avoid 1 more chip damage, otherwise it's going down 1 normal attack.
Oh, watch out. Yeah, just I'll be able to provide the bees here, but now bees are on cooldown. Shana-san still, they're providing a really long kite. We do see that the acrobat is being healed up by that forward, so they are accounting for that end game. But yeah, these ciphers have remained in a standstill, so this kite is long, but they're not focusing on these objectives, which again, it's just the pace that God Jade has placed. Like they want to go defensive for now.
Yeah, and again, God Jade just 5 seconds before his bling is online again, and Shani-san at this point, all he has to do, he just. Yeah, the bling there, beautifully executed.
Trying to push, but no. I thought he was going to try to push him down, but Godjay just trying to swat the bees just a little bit, and China-san now will have his first time on this rocket chair. Forward about to pop a cipher. We do see that the acrobat is already healed up. I don't know if we heard the skill change, but we do note that Godjay already at full presence here, so the statues are going to be a lot harder to dodge.
He did change to teleport, I believe.
There we go.
Yeah, the cooldown was much shorter. You can see it's already 70 seconds away from teleport. But again, full presence sculptor, Miminato has to avoid, to be honest, he has to avoid the full presence statue.
Oh my god. Trying to go for it, yeah. Trying to go for a short stun there. Didn't really work out, but still able to get a hit. And the rescue did happen before half, so Shana-san able to move away from this rocket chair, able to Godjay hitting him away from the bees. So now Shana-san is on B cooldown, drops the pallet, kind of risky, but still able to pay off. So Shana-san have to be very careful trying to hug these pallets, but no, the last effort was already popped, and Godjay is going to go back to chairing this entomologist.
Yeah. Forward still has a full rugby ball. That's the thing. I think he just wanted to go back. But look, this is so weird because forward with a full ball right now, he's the one that's gonna decode the last cipher, and at the same time, it's gonna be the acrobat that's gonna be
rescuing
for the rescuing. Yeah, and he's gonna get that free rescue off, which is a good thing.
Ooh. Yeah, so again, caught kind of Godjay off guard here. Acrobat getting this backdoor rescue. Yana-san has to be on point with this bomb, but that's why he's just using teleport just to try and spot out the forward. And now he already spent the football just to create so much distance. He still has half, by the way. So at least they can try to go back to that cipher or even open up a new one.
Yeah, he's definitely just going for... I can see what their plan is. They're not going on the offensive. They're just going for, like, trying to create distance. That's about it. And just like that, Godjay is just gonna get Minato down, and the forward doesn't have any balls to work with as well. So, and they're playing very safe. I can see why. They're probably trying to go for at least a 1-man escape or 2-man escape, and hope that the element of surprise that Aidenshi brings to SKG is gonna pay off later.
Yeah, I like that, where that's going, but I'm also looking at the survivors' resources, and there's not much. Yes, they do have health. But the acrobat has to be the one to go for the save since he has that ball. Shana-san now has to be the one to rotate towards that last cipher while Godjay is still camping out this forward. So they need to time this rescue very well because this forward is about to pass the halfway mark and they only have 1 shot at this. and the acrobat needs to be the one to make this, and he can only eat 3 statue hits. We do see that the chisel does get popped. Shana-san now has to approach this cipher with caution, while this acrobat is at the cipher that is almost that is very primed actually, while forward is still on that rocket chair, but the acrobat gets hit.
Oh my god, Shani-san is the one that's going to be making that rescue here, but it's so close to to expiring.
Oh, I mean, that was as close as it could get, but then the forward did expire, and now Yanazan is chased away from that last cipher. They tried going for a backdoor rescue. It could have worked, but yeah. Oh, he tried to go for a bomb, but no, the statue was able to bring him even closer. He was unable to get that leap towards the vaulting area, and now it's only a matter of time. Please note that God-J is going to live up to his 4K name.
Yeah, I mean, all's not lost for SKG because they know that he doesn't have a normal to work with. They know he has a teleport. And that's the thing, because Cypher is at 88%. God-J knows that, obviously. But if Shani-san can make that kite long enough
Oh, he was unable to heal in time. He's probably going to get the pick. Oh, no, he's going to probably see if he can teleport. He's not going to get the pickup just yet. He's waiting, actually. Yeah, God-J doesn't want to go no stone unturned here, so he's just gonna play this very safe. I don't know if the entomologist has been down. That's why he's okay with just letting him heal up. But it seems like the acrobat now is gonna try and go for just kiting longer here. Honestly, it's inevitable. God-J can get this 4K happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing because Yatsen does have 2 fireballs available. All he has to do is dodge the cipher. Dodge the perfect statue, but this is not looking good for SKG, even though this last cipher is 88%, just providing so much pressure onto the survivors.
Thing is, Shana-san was opening up a new cipher, so that's actually good for God-J. At least no one's going to touch that last one. Acrobat's not going to come up anytime soon. Acrobat has to run a marathon just to get to that primed cipher with no skill anymore. He knows that she's camping up there in the bridge area, so God-J just has to commit and then just down this psychologist and call it a GG.
Yeah, for sure. No more, like what you said, hardly any resources left. The self-heal has been expended by Acrobat, jumping down. I just have to say, it looks really questionable. Like, not God-J is just so good at baiting these red lights, like making the survivors think that he's jumping down when he's actually waiting for you at the second. So definitely props to him for tricking there.
Honestly, the veteran experience has come out on God-J, and I think they've already withstood the best blow that SKG can provide, which is you. So now the new Hunter has to live up to the 5K of the 4K potential that God-J has. So honestly, it's only a matter of time. They could just go for, I mean, no one's going to get up, right? And God-J knows where the dungeon's at. So if the bleed out does happen, I think they're even too far to even go for that dungeon area. So he's just going to teleport.
He is. He knows where the dungeon, like what you said, but none of them are there. I think they're just going to play the mind game. Honestly, they're just dragging the time here as we speak.
Yeah.
None of them are close enough to do anything.
And they've already used up the self-heal, so at this point, God-J is just going to chill until they go for the surrender, if he can't find them, because I think they're hiding at this point, which I think, again, there they go. Go for the surrender, because it was only a matter of time, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. So, once again, I mean, the lucky guy could have worked, but I think him getting caught up in that mix, like, he was really breaking the line of sight. He didn't see that God-J was actually going to the stair area. Could have held on to that pocket watch for a little longer. Could have actually had a 2-cipher kite in that process, but unfortunate for them, God-J was ready and really showing like he's one of the most feared hunters out there. I forgot who it was. I think it was Eli or Chocho that asked who do you think the best hunter is in this tournament. I mean, God-J could be in contention here because he's definitely he's definitely one of the, if not one of the best, if not the best hunters in Southeast Asia. He's seen a lot of tournaments and we've seen how well he can perform. Even if you're gonna throw at him like really unconventional picks, he's gonna just stick to the basics, stick to the fundamentals, and he's gonna prove to you guys why his name is God-J.
Yeah, God-J proving himself as God-J. Yeah, but that's a good one. But I totally agree with you, if not the best. Definitely one of the best up there. And of course, the veteran experience that you mentioned definitely plays a significant role because he obviously knows what to do there. He was checking the cipher. He knows the last cipher is there. He knows who's up and about. To be honest, if Acrobat didn't get up there, he would have just easily teleported to that cipher and catch the Acrobat at that moment.
Yeah. Honestly, you can tell the tournament experience, and I'm seeing some people in the chat saying that, yeah, you can honestly see the difference. I think, yeah, Yu was definitely, maybe this is a team that he's mentoring, who knows? Because again, IVC is definitely open to everyone, and for them to make it this far, SKG, Yu was definitely one of the things that we talked up. But initially, coming into this match, me and Nell were thinking, you know what, this is going to actually be, I would say, pretty one-sided for GH, because they are the ones to really represent us. So coming into this, again, we're going to see some of these matches where it's a little more competitive in the side of one team, which is GH. So we're just going to have to see if this can still remain the Battle of the Hunters. But for now, like you predicted, Nell, I feel like when it comes to the Survivor side, I think GH definitely has a big advantage and definitely more experience in competitive Identity 5 play.
Yeah, that's where the stress comes in as well, because obviously they're depending a lot on their hunters to make the 4K, but on the side of GH, they have the slight advantage when it comes to, they actually have the advantage when it comes to the Survivor lineups, because look at what's going on here. Yatsen and Shanisan kiting more than 120 seconds, and even the Acrobat is decoding a lot, so you can see that Nyan being chased first, going down first, and not getting the support that he needs is really detrimental to the progress of the game. I mean, they could have easily gotten 1 or 2 survivors out if the support was there, because there's no point in playing support if you're not going to use it to support, right?
Yeah, the bees were very underwhelming. When we saw them do that first kite and the bees were there, I thought he was going to put the bees near the restaurant area or near the windows, just to give that support, because we know that Nyan, I think he probably communicated I have a pocket watch. Okay, cool. Pocket watch can only help you out for so long. I mean, it's not as good as a flare gun for me, in my opinion, because there are hunters that can predict where you're at with that pocket watch, and when it came down to it, it really shows that GH and I know coming into this one are gonna bring that support mentality, because that's what usually gets them the victories. So again, a learning experience for SKG. I'm pretty sure that they this is the first time we're seeing them in IVC in competitive, and I'm pretty sure they're taking down notes. So it's still very important for you guys to support them, because they're taking a huge risk here, being up against one of the best teams out there in Team GH.
For sure. We've talked a lot about the hard work that a lot of the teams here have put up just to reach this level. So I'm definitely an advocate of hard work. Hard work is definitely, for me, is more important than talent, because talent without hard work not gonna get you far. But hard work plus talent, that's gonna bring you to beast mode. And it would be really unfortunate to see SKG go if the reason why if the reason that they go is because one aspect of their team is not prepared enough, because obviously the hunters are giving 100%, so so not being able to see the support, I think that's one of the things that I'm sorry I have to put it out there, but I am a little affected by the underwhelming use of melee and forward, because those two are the ones we see a lot. I believe the viewers agree too. A lot of impact done, a lot of impact that can be done.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is a lesson that is learned from everyone watching, and also probably the SKG. I know it's happening in one of the biggest stage in IVC, but it's you gotta learn the meta. You gotta learn why the game has evolved so much, instead of how it was in Koa 1, where it's just every single survivor on their own. You can't do that anymore. You got hunters like Sculptor that you have to respect the early chase of Sculptor, and especially with the very skilled Sculptor like Godjay. Yeah, you need to maximize everything, and it's such a tough feeling if you're sent out of the game and you still have all your skills. It's a tough feeling knowing that, like, oh, this guy could have been like this. But you know what? We have to be able to look at these situations as learning situations, and I'm pretty sure SKG is trying to learn in the process, because how many times can you say that you face GH, right? And especially in competitive settings. So right now, I think they need to kind of tighten things up and kind of like huddle together and try to look for a better, more cohesive strategy to go up against Godj, because Godj, he's not holding back any punches. He wants to get 4K each and every time, and I think he will if they kind of keep up this pace of trying to go for the unconventional picks and the unconventional strategy of not maximizing their resources, and I would say not maximizing their synergy. And we do see that, just the same usual suspects here. Guys, you gotta, general admission keeps moving on, guys. You gotta get out of the seats, allow more people in.
Well, Christina's in here now.
Oh, there she is. Christina X, what's going on? I just saw Melly again. Melly, you gotta go on stage again.
Melly, come on. You're here. Make it count. Yeah, you manifest into the beast. But you know what? It's definitely okay. Like I know we've been talking a little critical here, but again, everything is a learning process for not just for the team, but for us as commentators as well, and for the viewers as well. I believe we not only want to enjoy the game, we just want to bring something back and learn something new every day, right? So so right now, if you want to say that it's the Battle of the Hunters, yeah, it used to be the Battle of the Hunters in BO1, but right now it seems like it's not. It's also the Battle of the Survivors, because the Survivors with the upper hand is gonna break that stalemate. And SKG right now, Aidenshi, he's the one under the same pressure that Godj had in BO1 second half, because he's the one trying to not get. He's the one that's trying to get the 4K.
Yeah, they Uno reverse card him, dude. Like, haha, now you have the. I lost my card. I don't know where it is. It's in my brother. But yeah, it just seems like now the pressure is on Aidenshi. I mean, I don't know if Yu is going to be coming back. We do see a very well-rounded lineup here. We have a decoder, you have a harasser, and a rescuer. So now I don't know what they want to double down. They probably want to double down more on support here. They can go for psychologist. They can go for patient, but no, they will pick acrobat since patient was the one that was banned.
Yeah. And having the postman, I really like that as well. It allows the tranquility letter to be sent to whoever's not getting chased. Definitely helps with pushing the ciphers a little bit faster. And having the enchantress as well. I know that we've seen the enchantress before against the wax artist, and it didn't work really well. But I doubt that we're gonna see a wax artist here.
At this point, I'm not sure. This is the first time we're seeing Aidenshi. So we are a clerk. We're gonna see a clerk.
Whoa! Another one. What is this? This is the Clerk show.
Oh god, I'm gonna bring it out. I'm gonna bring this out there. I don't know if Eli is listening, but this was the same map and the same hunter that won them IVT in Fusion, right? So I don't know. Maybe like SKG stands for, I don't know. I was gonna say Clerk, but I can't come up with anything. I don't know what SKG stands for, but oh my god, GH's Clerk nightmares aren't over just yet. But what a redemption this would be for GH if they're able to get at least a tie here.
Super Clerk gang. That's what I think.
There we with a K.
SKG Super Clerk gang. Yeah, but I have to say it probably caught them off guard as well. It's like, yeah,
What's the Clerk's name?
We have to ban if he's in BO2. But again, BO2, Aidenshi. Oh my god. Okay, we don't need to blame the Clerk because Yu's out. But little do they know, Aidenshi plays Clerk as well.
Who knows? Yeah, that is very true. Dude, it's Super Keegan gang. There we go.
Super Keegan gang.
SKG, baby. That's
SKG. Yeah, exactly. Super Keegan gang.
I guess they're just. I think they just want the Clerk to be highlighted here. I feel like maybe they want to show NetEase, yo, you guys are sleeping on this hunter. This is an amazing hunter. Let's see how well, because we can actually compare you and Aidenshi. Because you honestly, like, chef's kisses, certified fresh, rating on the Clerk, but now bigger map, lots at stake here, and you got some harassers in the mix with the enchantress and acrobat. So it's still gonna be a tough match for anyone, but let's see how Aidenshi does.
Yeah, for sure. Like, even though it's a bigger map, but the first I would say the first 10 seconds, 20 seconds chasing a survivor is going to determine the skill level of any Clerk player, because if he's able to do what MSU did, or even better, like just walking around, chasing, recording the survivors, CCTVing a cipher that's being decoded, trying to go back, chase, and then go back to recording again, I would say that's definitely a scary Clark, and GH has to be worried for sure.
And note that they don't have any. Well, they do have the postman, but they don't have anyone to like kind of close out the distance. Enchantress and and the acrobat are the ones here, so at least the mercenary and the postman could just focus on decoding. And it seems like the clerk. Oh wow, able to spot him out here, Capcom. We know he's really good on this acrobat, and now tries to go behind the pallet, able to drop it. Recording. No.
Okay, he's good. He's definitely good.
Yeah.
Tricking the red light. And then already having that pallet reversed in line, and catching Capcom off guard just like that, I say definitely very good start.
Wow. Nell, this is Capcom we're talking about. Like 60 seconds is the standard, and for him to be able to down him early on, and not even 60 seconds, that was like a 40-second kite with an acrobat. Beautiful performance by Aidenshi. And now we see that he will be going for the just monitoring everyone off the ciphers. We're not gonna see any of that happening. We're gonna be recording, like in a test, like hands up, papers up, pens down, like all that. Trying to record here. Yep.
Okay. Record attack animation. Gonna record little boy, making sure that he doesn't touch the cipher. One cipher has been done so far, and Capcom, like what you said, it's rare to see him kite less than 60 seconds, but that's the reality of what happened. But I have to say, this Clerk is a little less active. The play style is a little less active. Probably because they're not giving him much space to do. Like, they're just giving the madness back and forth.
True. And I think he's respecting the distance, respecting the... I would say he wants the trade-off first. He wants to be able to whittle down the survivors to only 3, and then he'll get back to work. But, I mean, if you give GH that advantage, they will run away with it. But I just have to say, we talked about this before, Capcom, the main shot caller, is out of the game. So, what's the team without the captain? We're going to have to find out here as Aidenshi tries to get more survivors out of this game.
Yeah, and he's going to be recording... he's going to be recording the... Who was it again at that part? He's going to be recording the Enchantress, and meanwhile chasing the little boy. And you know that little boy has done an amazing job with the priestess in the previous map, so it's going to be a nightmare chasing little boy in this 2-floor setup.
We still haven't used the blink just yet. He's going to try to record here just to see if he's going to do any action here, and just keep just running this route. Blink, drop down hit, lands, and now he's going to block off this route. We do see that he is still running this route, and only a matter of time because he's already sent out the dog. Now he's going to try to go back up.
Nice. Is he going to block? Oh no, he's not going to block.
Oh. And now goes for the regular hit. Postman now gonna go straight to this rocket chair, and honestly, at least the decoding, he doesn't send out any more letters, but Enchantress about to pop a cipher. We do see that Zhao Kahn also working on one, so now he's just gonna monitor these ciphers from a distance. Let's see if they're gonna go for the rescue now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely have to go for the rescue. But again, that's the thing though, coming into this match, I believe it's also a strategy by GH, like letting the survivors of SKG go first. What's going on?
I was gonna take a sip and then like, we're back.
Okay, but
sorry. Anyway, back to Big Brain Nell. Sorry about that. I took you off guard. I don't know. I'll try to clip that moment. Like, whoops. But it's an intense action. You gotta drink your water. Go for it now.
But it's definitely true that it's probably very wise of GH to let God J go first as hunting, because SKG, the moment you get 4K onto SKG, you are comfortable playing the survivor against whoever Aidenshi might be, because once you get the 4K, fine. Okay, it's a surprise. You bring out Clark for the second time. It's a surprise, but we know that we had 4K onto your survivors. So technically, we are not pressured to make anything happen. We are not pressured to do that rescue. You saw that Capcom was sacrificed 100% there, even though he still has acrobat balls. So I just have to say that changes the way it plays, depending on which faction goes first as well.
Yeah, so now we have to just have a little bit of a pause here, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, there's a bit of technical difficulties that does happen. Now, you might want to check out the chat here, well, our production chat. But as we were saying, yeah, GH still playing with their cards, right? I have a feeling that they're still trying to find their footing. Again, they just need one survivor out. And if they do that, they're able to win rounds. I think rounds is way more important than points. If they can secure this round, that's definitely going to help them out. We are going to see the match happen once again, and we do see that he is still camping this little boy out.
Yeah, 481 is going to come for the rescue. And honestly, if he wants to make this count, he has to rescue without getting Terror Shock, because Clerk right here. Oh!
Or maybe, wow, goes for the hit. Oh, two, okay, gets the rescue. So I thought he was going to double up on those hits, but no. Enchantress now. Oh my god, that was a quick down.
He was coming back for the Pallet Slam, but unfortunately, just a little bit of delay right there with his actions. And yeah, he's going to go down for the second time. But Enchantress is going to try and complete the Cypher in the 2th floor.
Let's see if he can record just in time. And now, hands off that Cypher. We are seeing that the Enchantress is recording, and now she's got to move on away from that Cypher. Trying to get rid of these I would say, windows. What do you call these? Like, just structure.
Breakable
half walls. Yeah, that's a mouthful.
Cool walls. Yeah.
What?
I'm just kidding. But again, 3 Cyphers remaining. I have to say, 2 survivors left. This is... My god.
Wow.
GH had the advantage with the survivors, but the
rescue ensued. That was a good backdoor rescue from Zhao Khan. Zhao Khan now is the one to give the tinnitus here. He's gonna just check and see. It is the mercenary. Is he gonna commit? Oh my god, we are gonna see Idenshi try to chase away this mercenary, trying to force probably an elbow pad, but now we see that he's actually committing to this mercenary that allows the survivors to actually go for ciphers here, and now the mercenary gets a hit.
Getting that hit is definitely important. They do not want more survivors at full health. But 92%, little boy, nothing much can be done if the recording is being done. But again, Enchantress does have the decoding buff, the Tranquility Letter, and he's gonna be blocked. So it really is a matter of micromanagement. Just a little.
Zhao Khan.
Yeah. Zhao Khan
he's entering. Yeah, he's gonna try to push the Cypher, and now this actually might be a trade-off. He is going to try to record and block off this Cypher. Well, we're going to see probably... I mean, Blink is definitely online. He's going to spend it here. No, he's just going to keep recording. And now he... and now the Mercenary. He lifts the pallet, gets the Mercenary, and now we see that the Postman is actually going to go for that Cypher inside the hotel area and able to pop it in time. Mercenary will be falling down. Seems like Idenshi would actually have to force chair this mercenary just so the ciphers would remain a little bit on a standstill.
Yeah, and this is the scary part now because Xiao Khan is down, Enchantress is there. We've seen this situation before, Posh.
Yes.
Like last cipher remaining at 62%, but the moment he touches the cipher, he's gonna record. That's the thing. Oh my god! And it's gonna block again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Who's going to make this rescue happen? All of them are injured. They're susceptible to just one hit and they're down. So, and the Cypher is not even close to popping just yet.
The moment Zhao Khan expires, it's going to be hard for Postman and Enchantress because they can't do anything anymore. Like, the Cypher is constantly being pressured. And you know that Keegan can constantly monitor Cyphers while chasing a survivor. So, what can you really do right there?
Yeah, they're 481 being monitored now. He's gonna risk just he does get the tranquility buff just to try and push the Cypher, and it is going past like the 70% mark, but I mean he's just gonna bring it back down to size. And now Mercenary, even though she stays long here, this isn't good because the survivors, one has to give the tinnitus, the other has to go push that Cypher. They can't heal up, and that's the one thing that they have to do.
Yeah, and look at the constant blocking of the ciphers. It only moved 2% throughout the entire minute.
Wow.
Oh my god, they definitely have a new hunter to fear now.
I know. Man, honestly, like GH, they're ready for everything, but I don't know if they were ready for this Clerk. But now we see that the Postman is trying his best. We do see that oh my god, back at it to the recording, right? can't touch the Cypher at all. Might have to try and think of a new strategy here, but the Enchantress is the one being recorded, so that means, yeah, Hands is still, like, he's not going to be able to move, and now the dog bite able to happen. This is actually pretty big. Blink is already ready for this Hunter, by the way. So now Cypher is still not moving, still stuck at 77%.
Oh, he's going to do it again.
1%, it moved up 1.
You moved up 1. Yeah, 1% is the best you can do. Like
Blink.
100 seconds, 100! Oh my god. Just, I think at this point, usually a hunter that doesn't have skills like Keegan, they'll probably chair because the Cypher's just so close to being popped. But not Keegan, because Keegan, even if you manage to touch the Cypher, what can you do? 1 minute, 1 sec, 1%, 2% decoding? That's so scary, man. And that's the annoying part of utility Keegan right there.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this Enchantress does have a stack, but like, you saw the recording happen, and now he's gonna try to block off the route here. The Postman is up, is switched to teleport already, but once 481 is down, he will try and, oh wow, able to hit the Enchantress with the recording right when the, what a prediction on Aidenshi, and now, still monitoring the Cypher. Little boy now, once he falls down, he will not have self-heal anymore.
Imagine if these two hunters are on any of the teams that we know in Southeast Asia now. That would be devastating, man. I mean, okay.
we know Yu is like in the JP server. He's from MS, but Aidenshi, honestly, like even though you say he's very passive, still very feared. And now we see that Enchantress is up. All the self-heals have been expelled. Let's see if they're going to try to push this Cypher while the Postman... Uh-oh, 481. Oh my gosh, spotted out in that area. And it seems like, yeah, Aidenshi's just going to go straight for her.
Yeah, it's just going to come back. At the moment you start doing, like, you self-heal and you start trying to touch the Cypher, and that's gonna buy a lot of time. And I mean, for Keegan to come back to you and chase you and make sure you go down, because when that happens, you don't have any more self-heal, and that's gonna be devastating because
we do see that, yeah, just changing routes here, and honestly, like the Postman, Little Boy, this is the same type of scenario, and we do see that, yeah, he does have a sack, and also 3 stacks, by the way, so teleport is already up, and now teleporting straight away, trying to look for that Postman, and now Little Boy has to be very careful, lifts up the pallet, tries to go for the strong hit, and able to get the heavy charged up attack. And now it's just a matter of time. The Postman can't get up anymore. Enchantress can kite for a long. I think this is the battle of Little Boy versus Clerk, round number 2. Here we go.
Yeah, Postman has already used up the self-heal. Enchantress as well, so...
Uh-oh.
And oh man, this is...
Strong stack here. This is going to be big. Able to record though, and now he's going to be able to set a recording out. Oh, wow, able to get him up. This is huge.
Yeah, I mean, but even if they get the rescue, even if they get the heal up now, the Cypher is still being kept.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, Little Boy did a great job. Like, I mean, they gotta try to open up a new Cypher. They're gonna he's just gonna wait it out here. And I love how he created this distance because they can't even heal. Like, they're just one hit away from falling down. And now it's actually a standstill moment. Now, Little Boy trying to just bait some activity here. And Aidenshi knows that he's on the cusp of actually getting a 4K here.
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for his all the skills to be cool.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Little Boy.
Oh my God, Little Boy. No!
Oh, wow. Able to down him. Oh, unable to get it up in time. Yeah, just... I mean, the Enchantress, that's their last down.
Oh my God, look at
the Cypher. It just hurts, Nell. It hurts so much.
Oh, my heart. And it's like, yeah, okay, 77%. I'm in no danger. Usually in that situation, you just pick up the Enchantress and chair, right? But he's so calm. He knows that all of the self-heal has been expended. All I have to do is just go back and chase the Postman now. But
Postman. Little Boy, but teleport is already... I mean, he can't teleport straight to the injured survivor, but I mean, Little Boy's gonna pick up this Enchantress.
Yeah, and that's annoying, isn't it? I think... Oh, God.
Oh, okay. I'm able to avoid the hit here. 2 Cyphers remaining. And mind you, when Little Boy gets hit, that will stack up for the Enchantress. And now Enchantress... trying to go for maybe a stun. There we go. Gets 1 already. Doesn't have to worry about another one though. Oh, able to drop the pallet. And now we see, but they're back to 77. So it's really just a tit for tat moment here. Now we see that he's gonna go back for Little Boy.
Yeah, Little Boy. He's just creating a perimeter here. He can just easily wait for his skill to go back to cooldown, because again, you have to remember, survivors cannot replenish their skills.
That's true. Oh, well, Enchantress though. Oh wow, able to get the stun here. Now this kind of gives a little bit of a moment, but again, he's recording Postman, so Postman can't touch that cipher unless he wants it to be. Oh, there he's recording him. Oh no.
Oh my god.
2%. 2%. All of that effort for 2%, right? They're really trying to fight tooth and nail to try and get this to happen. 481 though drops the pallet, and now the break happens. No more stun here for 481, so we'll have to rely on just the real estate here. Can he get the hit? Waiting it out. Oh, able to down him. And this is a tough spot to be in. He's at an execute spot, so Postman, just teleporting straight away.
Yeah, I mean, Keegan does take a lot of time to execute. Like, you can see the match is already at 15 minutes, 36 seconds. But at the end of the day, what matters is the results, 4K. So this is what Idenshi is trying to do at this point. Load by the dog, but, you know, he's not going to give up.
It's a foot race, honestly, to the Enchantress, and the Enchantress still has to self-heal. Little Boy is going to try to make his way towards that Enchantress, but now it's probably only a matter of time. Still recording here. So let's see if what he'll be able to do. Drops the pallet, but able to just reverse it, and there you have it, another 4K.
What is going on, man? It was so clear. It was so clear that this was gonna be a hunter-sided game, but I never expected it to go all the way until this kind of level. But it was so exhausting mentally. I have to imagine how mentally exhausting it is for both survivors and hunter, because 1% 1 minute, how are you gonna decode when that happens to you?
Yeah, honestly, it was just a battle of attrition. Even for, I would even say Idenshi had a tough time. Like you can see that GH survivors were trying their best to try and counter and not make the same situation happen again, but clearly, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like also I think the hunters and the other teams are watching. If they're going to go up against GH, you're like, we got to be this good at Clerk to try and utilize her full capability.
For sure.
But I mean, I'm going to take it back to like the survivors of SKG. They need to at least get one. I mean, this is best of one at this point with more bans. If we tie again, we're going to see a tiebreaker where we're going to see the fastest time, which honestly, in a Clerk match, she doesn't have the fastest time in matches.
Yeah, and just like that, if it ever comes to tiebreaker, GH is going to have the advantage because, well, like what you said, Clark's going to take an awful lot of time, 15 minutes. That's not a hunter that can 4K the fastest. But despite the results, I'm just amazed at how a known team, basically you is very famous, but an unknown team like SKG before this.
I mean, Idenshi definitely made his or her name known now with the Clerk, because I really think maybe you kind of mentored Idenshi or something. I'm not quite sure, but
should be. I mean, the style's there, and it's just that the pacing wasn't as fast, but it was equally effective, stopping the Cypher Rush. So if you guys have problems with Cypher Rush, well, Clark's the way to go. You can stop it.
That is definitely the way to go.
Takes 10 minutes, but at least you get your win. You know, things like that. And honestly, I just feel like it's not like a game where you can say, oh, easy game, GG, well played. Like,
no.
It's definitely not at all, because despite some hiccups here and there with the survivor sides of SKG, maybe some miscommunication here and there, probably due to language barrier, possibly, but making it this tough for GH to move on, it says a lot, and I have to say it's definitely gonna give that thought that, yeah, you know what, IVC this year not as easy as we think it's gonna be.
We never thought IVC was easy, but I never thought it'd be this hard. To be honest, it's insane. We got to look at the match stats now, ladies and gentlemen. Idenshi with the Clerk, man, I super Keegan gang, I swear. I think that's the name. We have yet to see another hunter, and this is what we're talking about. These survivors are so well known, and for Idenshi to be able to get this out of GH is definitely something to be highlighted. Look, I mean, Little Boy, it's really the battle of Little Boy and Clerk. Like, it's another 3 digits on Little Boy. Sorry, is it Little Boy's side, and 481. It's 481. My bad. On the Enchantress's side.
Yeah, so long. It takes so long for them, the containment time. But again, look at the score right here, guys. You are not dreaming. It is indeed a draw to the very last point. 5-5 in game number 1, 5-5 in game number 2, making the total point of, my math's bad, but it's so
the
clear.
perfect 10. The perfect 10s from both. So I just have to say now that whoever wins this honestly deserves a slot in the group stage. Both of them, even though it is the Hunters that are winning the points, I mean, they're really fighting tooth and nail for that group stage spot. And Aidenshi, ladies and gentlemen, for his prowess on this Clerk, I can't wait to see the other Hunters, because, okay, they banned Dream Witch. Now, for sure you're going to ban Clerk. I don't know if he's one of the prodigies of you. Could you have a Mad Eyes? You're gonna roll the dice with that? What if he has a regular Hunter and Breaking Wheel? What if he has a Dream Witch? Oh, well, they're gonna ban the Dream Witch for sure. What about a Bonbon? Who knows? There's still a lot of 4K Hunters out there, because Clerk, ladies and gentlemen, we still don't know how... Well, we're starting to know now, but coming into this tournament, we don't know where to put her in the tier list because she's so new.
Yeah, she is. Some people put her at C list because of her, like it takes so hard. Like, you can basically Cypher Rush against a Clerk that doesn't really multitask to godlike level like what you and Aidenshi is doing right now. Some people put her at A. Personally, I put her at A when she was released. I put her at A here because she's just so good, not just at attacking animations. Clearly, her utility moves are bringing in more results here. Like, just talking, like you got survivors have been saying Cypher Rush. Well, there's
there's no such thing.
But what's Cypher Rush?
What are you talking about?
The progress dropping. I'm just seeing the progress decreasing.
Yeah, I was looking at chat and they were saying, like, yeah, it's like Clerk saying, "You're trapped here with me for 30 minutes. This game's gonna drag out."
They're competing.
Honestly, I think, like you said, the reason why we're starting to see the full potential. We thought the record function of the hit was going to be the main way to play it, right? She has great camping, she has all that, but I don't think that's the case. I think she shells up. She monitors. You need to be able to monitor all the ciphers. You play it how you plays it, as well as Aidenshi. Once you camp, yes, you can go for those rescues, but honestly, everyone's put on notice with how maybe a bot, I don't know, like how can you counter the Clerk's like monitor of that cipher, because it's too hard at this point. Well, with these two players on it, that is.
You need someone constantly near her. You need a batter, you need a prospector, you need even an enchantress or even a forward. Like, because if you have someone near you providing the support while your teammate is kiting, well, good. You basically bang. You can just stun the Hunter each time she goes to CCTV. But to be honest, it really doesn't matter to high tier players, Hunters, because all they need is just 0.5 seconds to monitor, record.
Boom.
Monitor, record. So it doesn't matter if you hit them out, because your reflexes are not going to be as accurate as the Hunter who's ready to do those things.
And it's not like the CCTV of Galatea, because you have to throw the chisel. Here it's like you're monitoring the ciphers already, right?
Yeah.
And Nell, we haven't seen yet her monitoring the exit gates, because that's also another struggle to have. When you go up against Clerk.
Yeah, it didn't even come to end game. The cipher wasn't close to being prime, so I have to say it's really devastating to have. But again, there is a certain way to counter Keegan. The first kite has to be really, really good. To be honest, Acrobat in that scenario, that floor, should have been able to done a much longer containment time.
I think it was Capcom. I don't know if he was underestimating, but he didn't expect him to record like right away, like the flip of the pallet, and then immediately, right? That was the first hit granted.
Yeah, just blocking the pallet, right?
Boom.
Boom.
Easy. Like it was, I think that kind of caught him off guard, and it was kind of disoriented from that. And it's just really tough, especially have your shot caller out of the game in a match where you really have to be so coordinated going up against a Keegan like this, because they were trapped on that one cipher. They couldn't even try to open up. I mean, split pushing would have been even tougher because you have to start another cipher, and then I mean, she's just basically a one-hit chase hunter, but just recording the ciphers, keeping everyone at bay. Like you said, sorry, last point for me. The longer they stay in the match, you can't replenish those skills. I mean, Enchantress, sure, but like, I mean, you can only spend elbow pads so much. But anyway, go for it, Noel.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's the thing with Keegan as well. You can't really open up a new cipher because basically you're just asking for him to
record again.
Yeah, because if you're not moving with 70% cipher, you're definitely not moving with a 0% cipher. You start up a new cipher, he's just gonna record both of you at the same time, man.
Yeah,
honestly, and chase you, whoever's closest.
It seems like once a tie situation happens. Sorry, I didn't see the graphic. What was that?
Map 3 Arms, I believe.
Arms Factory. Oh my god. Honestly, like when it's two survivors remaining, it's like it's a GG already, because it's like how are you gonna pop this cipher, and there's still like one cipher remaining, and she's recording that cipher. It was really tough at that point. And she just playing with all the confidence in the world, because he knows that, all right, you know what, I know I have this match. Even though you're gonna pick him up, it's still fine. I don't have blink, that's okay. You can't drop pallets on me. You can't even I'm gonna record you. I'm gonna block these windows even from you to try and cut your routes off. So just a devastating hunter all throughout, ladies and gentlemen. Clerk, watch out for her.
Watch out for her indeed. And honestly, if the survivors were able to pull off just one escape, the 4K by Clerk would have been able to seal the deal. But because SKG wasn't able to do that and be brought to a BO3, we can expect the Clerk to be banned. And even if you go to game number 4, which is very, very unlikely, could happen. But if it happens that way, well, fastest time definitely not going to belong to the Clerk.
That might be the win condition for GH. Pick it to match 4, and just we're going to drag this one out. We're going to be all tanky characters. We know you're going to get the 4 kill, but we're going to make it a long one for you.
Yeah. Make it a long one for you. Suffer, because we want you to.
Well, now it's going to be interesting for Aidenshi, because this is the first time we're going to see a different hunter come out, because they're for sure going to ban the Clerk, right? That's definitely something that we have to look forward to. But on SKG side, I really want, a little more from their survivors. I want to see the hard work that they've put in, because like you said, they had a pretty good journey coming in here, and for them to be able to get this far up against GH, I think just get one survivor out, or at least a tie, right?
Get a tie, at least break the balance of the 4K. I mean, come on, survivors, either side definitely needs to break that stalemate. Get one survivor out, get 2 survivors out, and that way the hunters with the 4K will be able to seal the deal. Because again, it's draw round number 1, game number 1, draw game number 2, game number 3. First half, even if one side has an advantage, the second half is still going to be played out. So whichever team manages to get that advantage, like one survivor escape in the first half of game 3, that's gonna make a difference in the playing style of, and gives pressure to
whoever is coming in.
Yeah,
I think I'll take it back to like IVA finale, right? Like it was just back and forth until the end, and one had to break the balance. And once that happens, whether it's survivor or hunter, well, it has to be the survivor side, right, to break that balance. I don't know. It really could be anyone's game, because I would have to say yes. GH is very well rounded. God J is really good. But I mean, the survivors are also really good, but the hunters of SKG is really one thing to be aware of. And now they're going to change things up. Do you want to roll the dice again on the Clerk and just ban out the meta survivors? Or, take your chance on a meta hunter. Take your chance on a meta hunter while you ban meta survivors.
If I were Team GH, I would definitely ban Clerk no matter what. Because right now, blocking cipher decoding cancerous at this point. To the point
It's
of
hard,
being
yeah,
called
it's-
cancer.
Mhm.
Yeah, because how can you decode when? Because the point of the game is one person kites, the other decodes, but right now you are getting chased and your teammate can't decode. So basically, you're being forced to finish all your resources. You're getting pushed to the dead end. What can you do? Like, so I think they have to ban Clerk, no matter what. It's just getting too cancerous, like getting your ciphers blocked all the time like that.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Shout outs to Soy chiming in a little bit on our chat. Like, probably if ever they want to try and counter the Clerk, you can go for Explorer, save a page, and pop it right away. But I mean, you can record also the Explorer's page, but then you got to be able to prime it. And so who knows? I don't know. I kind of agree with Nell. Just don't take your chances with Clerk. Like at this stage, at your mental stack, it's gonna be really tough for you guys to try and go back to another Clerk match. So Aidenshi is back on the Survivor side, back on the Hunter side, while we see GH on the Survivor side. So let's see if they're gonna change things up here a little bit now.
Yeah, for sure. Changing things. But we'll have to see though if GH is confident enough not to ban Clerk again, because I think they definitely need to. Despite the map, Arms Factory, yeah, Clerk is definitely good in this map as well. Technically, she's just good. Like, we've seen how good she is in Hospital, which is supposedly,
right? Oh, but if you can't even touch ciphers, it's GG, right?
GG, bye bye, sayonara, and it's back to square one. You can't really do much there. My God, it's so hard. Yeah, so you know what? Take away the headache, man. Don't deal with it.
For sure.
Ban the Clerk.
You should really, like, there's no question. You got to ban that Clerk, and you got to be able to come into this. Like, GH Survivor is one of the best survivors out there. Not really known for getting five-manned, like four-manned. It's actually unheard of. So this is what we've been talking about, like how the level of competition has been going out. And like I said, you know, at GH, you got to send that SOS. You got to be able to survive coming into this one. Just break that balance.
Yeah, for sure. Breaking that balance is definitely very important. But you can see here that GH is going to be banning the meta characters as well. I think they have an idea. I think she does play Dream Witch as well. Very scary indeed, because a hunter main that plays not only non-meta characters, but also meta characters is going to be so hard to deal with, because ban the meta character, you still get to use your non-meta. Right here in the point, survivors getting taken out is very normal. Taking out the patient, the enchantress, doesn't want to deal with the enchantress from last game as well, from the entomologist as well. And GH going with their standard lineup, the forward, fortunately not getting banned, and the explorer. So I think they heard soy milk somehow telepathically, because they are betting on the Explorer to prime the last cipher.
Wow.
I think they want to deal. Yeah, they want to deal with the Clerk, but then she's not picking Clerk now.
Oh my God. Just the one-upsmanship, and now Aidenshi bringing out a meta survivor. Well, actually, we gotta confirm with our prod. Who was the one that was banned? Because there was another, like the second one. It was Wax Artist, but it wasn't shown. So maybe they did ban Clerk. But again, if you're able to bring out the Explorer, that's definitely a counter to Clerk. But now we're going to see pretty standard Hunter pick on the side of SKG. So this is the first time we're seeing a different Hunter come out of them.
Yeah, I mean, like what I mentioned just now, a Hunter that can play not only meta, but non-meta characters is definitely going to be very scary, because look, you're gearing up towards countering a Clerk with the Explorer in Arms Factory, but what do you get? You get a Sculptor in return. So, oh my God, and I just have to say, if they are that good in playing non-meta characters,
what more, right?
They are definitely good in playing this meta characters. So Sculptor against Explorer, well, Explorer better do something. No matter how great a player you are, you better do something that Explorer is meant to do, which is hide.
But that's the thing also, it's first round. I mean, probably at the start, yes, hide. But once the tier 2 statues get unlocked, like, you're gonna get sniffed out with the perfect statues, right? So and GH, unfortunately, I do remember in Call of the Abyss they tried Explorer strategy and didn't work out quite well because Explorer strats very high risk, high reward with how well the hunters know where the hiding spots are. And if you find the Explorer, that's a free hit, early hit, and he doesn't have any tools to kite with. Support though, I mean, you do have the forward, you do have the acrobat, psychologist to heal up, and we do know GH is very. Also, it was the clerk that was banned. So yeah, we see it right there. So
I don't see the logic though. Like
for Explorer, then yeah.
Like you ban the clerk, but you bring in the Explorer. Okay, okay, maybe you want to take some risk. You might want to take some risk, but again, if the hunter brings quenching effect, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly.
A teleport quenching
wanted
effect.
order too. Who knows, right? Like he could just get spotted out. Now we're gonna head straight into the match. Xiao Khan and Capcom are actually gonna be in the immediate vicinity away from the shack area. And now they have to be very careful. Capcom, we do see that Capcom is the one that is hiding, giving that to Nidus. Oh my god, he's actually transitioning away. Is he gonna spot him out though? He's gonna try to look, and no. Now it is gonna be Xiao Khan that will have maybe take this first kite. So Capcom has to be able to breathe a sigh of relief there. So we do see that Aiden, she's trying to look for the one that's triggering that tinnitus.
Yeah, Explorer for sure, and not to mention he's actually bringing the trump card plus confined space. So there's definitely no wanted order there, and there's also no quenching effect. So
wow,
it's gonna be hard finding the Explorer because right now Explorer, you have no idea, and neither do I. Where he is.
That's true. So let's just see if the Identity 5 gods are in the favor of this sculptor. I mean, it's a 12-3 build, no insolence as well. So he's going to have to be very... in his first chase, he needs to be on point with his statues. And now it's going to be 481. So 481, ladies and gentlemen, that forward can just use that skill, that football. Going to get spotted out. And now we see that he is going to just block out this window area. And now we see that, 481 just moving on away, trying to bait a hit here and now able to get it.
Yeah, and one chip damage as well. So it's just one hit away, one chip damage away from being down. But look at forward. He's just going to expand all of his balls. And so you can forget about harassing.
Yeah, that's true. And now I think he's already gotten a whiff of he's lost the forward, so he probably knows that he's already expended the football. And now, oh my god, the Explorer! Oh, that was strike number 2. 3 strikes. I don't know. That's gonna be very scary if Capcom gets found out like that.
Yeah, I mean, but things are definitely looking better.
Oh, for sure.
Things are definitely looking better for GH right here because you can see one cipher has been done. Another cipher is at 64%. Explorer has 50% page. A little boy is the one doing the kiting right here, and and then she's still having trouble finding his first spot.
Forward already healed up, and now little boy can't eat that one more hit. Again, we saw that the effect of the distress was able to heal up, and now almost at full presence. Chisel trying to down the little boy, but still no dice for Aidenshi. While you know what, the Explorer is in the mix here, so you do feel that Cypher Rush happening, and now able to get the second hit, unable to get the full presence yet, and just that little distress allowing little boy to tank one more statue hit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how well GH survivors are kiting against a sculptor because he's obviously very he's obviously very good. The delay there. Yeah, it's gonna cost a lot here, not getting here. But again, just one chip damage away, but 2 ciphers remaining, so it's definitely the turning point for GH, I believe.
Yeah, this is the breaking point that GH wanted, right? So again, this is actually looking real good because we know that the main point bringer is the hunter here, and now he's gonna choose to chair this this psychologist in the basement, which again is a little risky to go for rescues. So let's see if they're gonna try to go for points here, because again, they could just go for just a sacrifice play here, just to go for the tie, because they know GodJ has a proven track record with different hunters on this map, especially in tight situations, for him to get the victory.
They can definitely go for the rescue, full blood rescue at the very least, because
Yes.
once forward is done with his cipher, Capcom can easily just use the 50% page to prime the last cipher there. So yeah, definitely something to do. He's just waiting for 481 to finish that last cipher here. But better be careful.
There we go. Last cipher. Yeah, I already primed that last cipher. The rescue did ensue, and now Aidenshi in a tough spot here. This is like signature GH right now, but able to down 4-8-1. He's definitely gonna camp him in that rocket chair next to the prime cipher. But we see Captain. He's gonna slam this pallet just in time. Able to slam it. Are they gonna pop the cipher? Oh my God! They are able to do it. All survivors are still up, and no detention in the air for Aidenshi. So this is GH's big break.
Yeah, big break for sure. 3-12. Yeah, it's definitely not not gonna be going as what SKG is hoping for in BO3 because this gate has been done. The
dungeon's right there. Oh my God, he's checking just to make sure, and now we see that the forward can actually tank another regular hit. He's gonna go for it, and he's gonna try and he's gonna actually try and go for a foot race to go for the exit gate here. He has no more football to be able to use, but you know he can get the support from his friends. They're gonna go for an all-man escape here. Able to no forward is that they get knocked down. He's gonna try to go for more. They have to be very careful here. They can't get too greedy here. So he's gonna try and chase away. Oh my God, just able to still hang out with the psychologist here. Forward is trying to move on away. One survivor out, so that definitely breaks the situation here. So let's see if he can get more. Capcom is in the area and want to get more for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get 4 survivors out, that's definitely a statement they can make because, well, Capcom very consistent. Yeah, Capcom still has Tide. I believe he still has Tide. And
gets a regular hit. Tide Turner gonna able to move on away. And now we see that a 4-8-1 has to be careful. The Tide could actually just carry him all the way. We do have teleport, so we can try to block them off, but no, it's already a race to the exit gate. The forward, though, he's going to eat these hits, and it's going to be a 4-person escape, ladies and gentlemen.
GG, well played. Who would have thought that it requires a meta hunter to gain that advantage? Because they, again, what I've been saying, the teams are so accustomed to meta hunters, and when the meta hunter is being put out, 4 escape, that's the total opposite of the 4K by Clerk.
Yeah, who knew? Like, yeah, the meta hunters are the ones that have been sort of struggling, and it's the unconventional, the wax artist, the Clerk. So I don't know if that's going to be the trajectory, but I also want to point out, Nell, that this is only our second match. We still got more matches second head-to-head here, because there's still going to be more matches. Eli and Soy will be taking the reins, but I hope you guys have been staying hydrated wherever you are in the world. I don't know, it's dinner time where I'm at right now. I'm pretty sure everyone in Southeast Asia as well. We will play out the next match, so it's SKG's turn to carry the weight of the team, because unfortunately, Aidenshi wasn't able to get any points with that sculptor. Again, they need all survivors out, and going up against God J in this map where he can use Spider, he can use any hunter just to get 1 point. He just needs to get 1 and they immediately win. That's a tall order.
Yeah, it's a tall order, and I don't know, looking at the consistency, like we've been talking that the power levels between both team survivors, between SKG and GH is definitely have a higher power level in survivors team when being compared to. Right now, the stalemate has been broken. The survivors of GH has managed to 4 escape. God J, easy. Like I think he can play anything and get 1K.
Yeah, he could.
To be honest, at this point,
just camp one out, right? Don't go for anything too fancy. You could go Hellember even and just camp one person out.
He could go.
Yeah, he could go Spider or photographer. I'm kidding. Let's not.
Yeah, hopefully. No. That's like triple S match photographer. No, please.
So talk us through the match stats now.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see, guys, they don't even need a high containment time because they know how to counter sculptors so well. 4-8-1 obviously being the top containment time, has the top containment time for the survivors team, followed by Little Boy, rogue kiting also at 83 seconds. Explorer managing to hide so well, man, managing that clutch rescue against a no detention Galatea in the end. Getting that 4 escape, I have to say, this is the killer nail on the coffin situation, Posh.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be the beginning of the end, or the beginning of the journey for GH to solidify their spot in the group stage. But you know, if SKG can come online, it has to be now. I don't know. Maybe they once they go meta, they're out of their comfort zone. So who knows? Maybe the survivors have to be the one to go to meta, and their hunters maybe change things up. But thinking back at the match, I honestly think that it was a tough early chase. Like the Tinnitus was being bought out. It was a good kite on the forward side, and just knowing that, all right, I got to use this skill just to get away and just buy enough time. And the rotations were really on point. So everyone kind of had a highlight in that aspect. So that's definitely what the GH we've known and seen.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a gamble bringing in a build with no quenching effect and no.
Yeah, that was true.
Yeah, because obviously that was what's needed with the amount of time spent early game trying to find the survivor. I think a quenching effect would have been proven very, very useful because he was basically lingering and not knowing where the explorer was.
Yeah, just no radar at all. Just relying on Tinnitus. But I mean, Tinnitus could actually trick you, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I mean, it could play with your head because there's someone here, but where are they at? Am I looking at the start? You saw him like swinging at pallets, right?
Yeah.
No one was actually there. It was the acrobat that was just actually away. So
there was even someone there as well. That kind of messes with your mind because when there's two people there, the teammate was obviously covering for the explorers. Tinnitus prop. So you can't be sure, is he really here or is it the other survivor that's giving me Tinnitus?
Yeah, and it's the radius, right? Because like you move towards another area, right? It was Capcom that was the explorer at the center, and then he moved on, and then the acrobat gave more Tinnitus. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm sure the explorer is here. There's a lot of good hiding areas. So yeah, I think the sculptor was very strong. I think even maybe if he got insolence, that would have helped out because his build was left, right, and his statues were on point once he unlocked the tier 2. But honestly, we didn't even see the confined space come online because they just transition away. Trump card was brought out, but we didn't see an effective blink hit. So it wasn't, and he switched to teleport. But at that point, GH already had the match at their hand. So yeah.
Yeah. I just have this feeling that you and Adenshi are the characters that they like. Again, I just have to point out they are the hunters that the teams will usually bring out in BO1 just to, like, when there's no hunter bans at all, they can bring out the Clerk, they can bring out the Clerk, they can bring out the Mad Eyes. I think they are those kind of players. But when it goes to BO3, it feels like Adenshi was struggling with Sculptor because the statues were exactly on point. So I think they're just well versed at non-meta characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if they want to make it work, they need a meta hunter to be brought in, like Zilkanal, for example, or
that kind of balance.
Yeah, that kind of balance. Yeah, for sure. Otherwise, it's just gonna be so hard.
Yeah, if they want to keep playing this route, right? And also, I have a feeling with the survivors as well. If they want to keep playing the non-meta, I feel like they should just have a kicker of one survivor that's non-meta. Because if you get played a little too far away from the meta, then you're going to get burned. So now, ladies and gentlemen, potential last match of the day. Gajay just needs one survivor out of the game, and GH will be moving on. But honestly now, like, we will see this. Whoever falls in this match, we'll see them in the wild card stage, and I'm excited to see either of them, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Gotcha just gonna go with the usual bans: Seer, Machinery, and plus the Acrobat. Doesn't want to deal with the bombs. Acrobat is just so amazing in furthering the kites, despite what happened earlier in Chinatown. But Acrobat is just amazing, all in all.
I think, Gajay just making sure, like, again, he's not holding back anything. He's also not pulling back any of his punches. He knows the SKG is the threat regardless, so he's going to ban the meta right now. So we see that they do ban his Dream Witch and his Sculptor, leaving open the Spider to come in. But we do see two very brawny survivors in the Gravekeeper and Psychologist. So they're tanking up for now, but it really, it's anyone's guess who Nion's going to be using.
Yeah. Anyone's guess, to be honest, because we've seen the Gardener, we've seen the Lucky Guy, and honestly though, I'm not trying to I'm just trying to bring up the significance, because BO1, BO2 honestly was the best shot for SKG to get a point to. Yeah, and now that it's come to BO3, and knowing that the Hunter of SKG didn't make the impact that they thought that he could with the Sculptor, Survivors now, they're sort of pushed to a dead end here, because how can they deal with God J when he has been 4King them BO1 and BO2?
Yeah, and well, yeah, we can't say the flip scenario because God J has more hunters to use. We've only seen Aidenshi and you have already used their, I would say their best shot or their surprise factor. It's already gone. So now it seems like they're gonna go back to the Gardener strat. So again, really, I mean, it worked out a little bit. At least it's not gonna be. Oh wow, yeah, just trying to get the spider to fit into the chair, but I don't know. I think we need another chair, ladies and gentlemen. But this is definitely going to be something to look forward to. Gardener Shanesan was able to use the skill well. Oh, but sorry, it's Nayan. Sorry, Nayan. So I'm not sure how this is gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, God J on the spider has a web that can easily cancel out the shield that Gardener has. Early game maybe not, but at least even in the middle game, the late game, if she's trying to shield up, the web can easily remove the shield, and he'll be able to manage that hit onto the Gardener. So I'm just waiting to see how SKG survivors are gonna be able to pull this off, because honestly, 4K 4 escape possibility, it's a tall order, and if they are able to get 2 survivors out, I would call that a win morally, because they haven't been able to get 1 survivor out so far.
Yeah, that's true. Up against Gaj's spider, that would be really hard, and he knows he has to change up his strategy. He's just gonna camp one out. They're gonna be forced to actually go rescue, because if not, Gaj just needs 1, and then he'll probably let everyone else leave, because that's all he needs to do. And knowing Gaj, he really just wants to go above and beyond. But I mean, yeah, the survivors of GH really gave a gift to Gaj, and that's this, like a sort of stress-free way to hunt, because he just needs 1.
Yeah, he does. Hey, and he's already moving on towards Yatsen. Yatsen is the psychologist. Oh my god, he doesn't realize that Gotchi is going through the other area, trying to tiptoe his way out of the block, but he's gonna get down. He's gonna get hit so fast because of the boost.
And now we see that Gajay, honestly, you could just go for the psychologist. Again, you don't want to really chase psychologist at the start because she can tank those 3 hits. But I think Gajay wants to build that presence, and it's going to be hard for her to even rebound Kite away from a rocket chair, even from the web. So let's see. Gets another hit, and look at that. Trying to hang out a little bit on the pallet side, but Jansen now. 1 more hit, then Jansen will be falling down. And Gajay already unlocked his first skill. Just a little bit more, and yeah, he's going to be at full presence. So it's really looking like a Gajay type of match here.
Yeah, I mean, Gajay's persona, you can see on the bottom left, it's actually a 612 build with slow, claustrophobic. Just a matter of time, but the flywheel, what?
Oh my god, and able to expel the blink here, but still,
blink was kind of weird.
Yeah, kind of a scramble situation, but it worked out in favor. I think Gajay just canceled it last minute when he saw that he didn't vault. Who knows? But yeah, excellent use of the flywheel, and now we see that Gajay will be chairing this psychologist near the shack area. Gardener is actually here as well. So man, let's see how this rescue situation will happen, because they are forced to actually get this rescue to going.
Yeah, they have to, because it's a 4 escape on the side of a GH, so they definitely need to make this rescue happen. Otherwise, it's gonna be clear cut who's gonna win, right? You can see Mimi Nato is gonna come in very, very close. Yeah, before half, hopefully, maybe try and bait out a chair hit.
Gets the regular hit. Now the Tide Turner will have to carry her. Let's see if how Yazan will try to make this situation happen. Goes for last effort. Thought he was gonna vault there, but not quite. Miminato now is still in the area, has to be careful. Might want to get healed up, but Gajay realizes if he can neutralize the rescuer or just chase away the rescuer, that would be actually a good strategy for him. And now Gajay could actually just chair right away. Oh no, he's gonna go for the web.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for the web. He doesn't want to go near, but to be honest, if he brought him back to the chair just now, he would have been able to camp the Gravekeeper's Cypher, because Gravekeeper is finishing the Gardener Cypher at the shack right there. You can see that there. So
I guess he wants to just solidify the psychologist now. He's just gonna camp it out here. He wants to see a full 180 view of wherever he turns, just so that he's gonna stop any rescue attempts from happening. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Yazan is out of the game. That means GH will be moving on to the group stage, but this match is still gonna play out because I think Godjay wants to show everyone that you have to fear his spider.
Yeah, fear his spider indeed. He brought the survivor so far away. Yeah, I mean, camping near the shack is an idea, but making it so far away that other survivors can't reach in time is definitely an idea as well. So they gave up on the rescue, trying to trick the red light here, but Nyan is not having any of that. Probably coming back again. Nyan's just gonna leave that area. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna play mind games here. I got better things to do. And
True. Ooh, able to bait out a shield hit. Excellent timing on that. And now Godjay now has a lot of webs to be able to try and close out the distance here. Just getting one more for safe measure. And now the gardener is injured. One Cypher remains though. So this is actually definitely that moral victory that you were talking about now.
Yeah, for sure. At this rate, they can easily get at least 2 survivors out. But again, what Godjay needs, Godjay is like, oh my god, where's
yeah, he's got a little disoriented there, blinking from that wall. And now this gardener, Cypher's already primed, so he just has to bait out a regular hit, avoid any additional hits. But now, oh wow, we're just waiting for the web to just be on cooldown for him to go for another web shot. But let's see, Nyan doing an amazing job, still buying enough time here. Trying to wait it out.
Yeah, I think he just has to force that hit. Oh my god, if the spider web hits, it's gonna be so hard. Oh, and it hits! No!
Oh, he was ready for it. Godjay. Beautiful timing on that. And now, yeah, detention spider now with a lot of webs. It's gonna be really tough. So yeah, you see that Shanae-san not really going for that exit gate just yet. Has he's a postman, right? He has that dog, but that's only gonna provide so much for him. There we go.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a 2K here at the very least. If Gardener stands up, at least he'll be able to make it to the gate. But again, it's just for show. Nice flywheel right there being utilized. Yeah, I just can't wait to see what's going on. Gotcha!
Yeah.
He has attention, but he doesn't care. He's just like,
yeah, I think Gardener is up already. We do see that the Gravekeeper has already opened up that exit gate. And now it's going to be a moral victory on the side of SKG, but we have to crown the winner of this match. It is going to be Team GH. They're moving on. And what a match. Clerk, 2 Clerk matches and a Sculptor on the side of SKG, really taking GH to the limit. But yeah, GH moving on to the group stage.
Yeah, to be honest, the highlights. Congratulations, Team GH, for making it through. But who would have thought that it took 3 full games to get to this point? And the banning of Clark, like if it was in any other situation, never would have thought that non-meta characters are the ones making the impact, and the meta hunters are the ones that actually get encountered so hard. So
I guess in BO1 strategies, like you brought up, just element of surprise. I think maybe in the group stage, everyone's going to refine it up, but since everyone's going to be watching each other, but now I feel like that seems to be the case, like just catching people off guard. And we said that, you know, at 0-2 GH are gonna have easy passage to the group stage, but not quite there. Not in this IVC, right?
No, it took us almost 6 hours to get a result. So it just shows that there's a lot of level up going on. Like they're not letting the top teams, which used to be top, and still are the top in their own respective rights, to remain there comfortably, because they are fighting towards that level. And it definitely shows. Like, we've seen a lot of ups and downs and upsets with the Clerk, and we've also seen how Rivernon in the previous game against CT, bringing them to a game number 3. I have to say, a lot of actions going on, and yeah, I'm just glad it's a fighting the beast, David versus Goliath, but David equipped with a bigger catapult right there.
Yeah, David's got a kaiju, man. He's Pacific Rim Goliath there with the 2 Clerks. Like, okay, that was good. That was cheeky. That was good. But yeah, GH, I think now, knowing GH, they're definitely going to look back at that footage and they're going to try to come up with ways on how to manage Clerk matchups, because like they did in IVA. They study tapes. They're one of those teams that go back to the drawing board, and they're not satisfied with just they're not satisfied until it's like a perfect thing. But SKG, kudos to them. They definitely cemented themselves as one of the top teams to look out for, and I can't wait to see them in the wild card stage, because I'm pretty sure that Clerk is going to be a menace.
Yeah, and judging by the way that they're playing, I definitely have to say, amazing performance. We definitely hope to see them again in the wildcard stages. But right now, we're gonna look at the match stats. 2 survivors out, moral victory in itself, and you can see for yourself the kiting wasn't exactly long, but surprise, Nyan with the Emma, 108 seconds containment time.
Yeah, honestly, maybe Gardner's coming back into the mix. You know what? Pretty good. I would say good decoding, good kiting, ultimately leading to the tied game. You know, Gaje still. It was the survivor side of GH to actually carry this third round, but I mean, first 2 games were a real nail biter. Both survivors were really going all out, and honestly, I feel like the MVP is none other than probably Gaje, because he was able to get the 2 5-point games, and yeah, we were gonna see an empty stage there, but we'll just see that in just a bit. I mean, if we're gonna look at the survivor side, the one that really stood out to me was really the last match, where the survivors were all in synergy. You got 481, you got Capcun on the decoder, a lot of good kiting also from Zhao Khan the forward. So just excellent match throughout the day.
Yeah, it definitely feels good being able to score one after a series of getting 4K. Again, getting that result against a sculptor player, definitely very strong statement there. So guys, non-meta characters, very strong, very good.
I guess that just balance out the game, right? The ones in the meta, you study them so much, but then the non-meta you're not ready for. But you got to be ready for Gaje. He's still sticking to the meta. He's still really good on the sculptor. You saw how well he was in the first 2 rounds with those sculptor. He did bring out the spider just to get the tied game, but it still worked out ultimately in the end, and that's why he is the MVP, gets the best deduction.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. Even though for the side of MSU getting a 4K as well on the Clerk, and for the side of Idenshi getting 4K, but Gaje single-handedly doesn't need to switch hunters, doesn't need to be sub. Consistent performance throughout the tournament. The spider at the end was probably just to secure that first 2 draws, like getting that draw and getting that victory. So all in all, congratulations. GH is going to earn a spot in the group stage stages, one of the top 8 teams, alongside ZT, whereas Rifernan and SKG will be sent to the wildcard stages, where only 4 teams, again, ladies and gentlemen, out of the 8 teams that was eliminated from the preliminary finals, 4 teams are going to make it to the group stages, where 12 teams are going to be competing for the top points for a chance to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, it's really jam-packed, especially I'm pretty sure the wild card stage would really live up to the name Wild with the teams that are down there. Like you said, Rifernan is there. You got also now SKG. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break, but when we return, it's going to be the match between Sugar Team and Noir, courtesy of Eli and Soy Milk, so do give them some love. But that's it for us now. Nell, any last words before we cut to break?
Thank you guys for being very supportive. See you guys later, and stay hydrated, guys.
All right, see you guys in just a bit.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of the scars. Night and night stood.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of day one of action of IVC. My name's Elio, joined here with Soy Milk. We will be your commentators for the next two best of threes here. And yeah, we saw two very exciting matches before us. GH, a very common name, taking the win there. A long round. Nell and Poch, props to them for, I think it was like a 5-hour set of best of threes there. So excellent job from them. But yeah, now we're going to have Sugar versus Noir. This is going to be another exciting matchup. Noir is a team that hasn't had, I don't think, too much success in terms of global global tournament play, but has had a lot of success here in Southeast Asia. So definitely exciting matchup here, and obviously Sugar team very good as well. So Soy, what do you think about this matchup we have in front of us?
Hello Eli, thank you so much for the nice intro. I'm really looking forward for Noir and Sugar team, both of them, because I haven't really seen them compete against each other recently. And of course we've seen some of them in IVA and the last two IVAs, and there's a lot to expect from them because they have a little bit experience, and definitely looking forward to see what they have to bring to this IVC, especially with the new meta here. And as you know, Flywheel is allowed as well as Little Girl. So really looking forward to see whether we will be seeing a Little Girl coming into these matches, as well as maybe a lot of other type of hunter, maybe Geisha. I'm really looking forward whether we can see Geisha, to be honest.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how Flywheel sort of adapted into the current meta and how it kind of kicks some of the top hunters off the table. I mean, we see Breaking Wheel and Geisha being such strong competitors in terms of hunter gameplay. And it's really just become less common for both of those because obviously Flywheel very effective against the Breaking Wheel if timed properly. You can avoid the snap, you can avoid the full presence from Breaking Wheel, which is very crucial. And actually Geisha, a hunter we've seen be quite strong, is really just hard countered by a single Flywheel effect. I mean, every survivor can bring this, and it really is such a strong ability. You go for a dash, you just instantly Flywheel, get to the other side of a pallet, and you can cut out a dash for free. So yeah, Flywheel, obviously, very exciting to see how that continues to play out for these later matches. We've seen it be a big factor thus far, but yeah, as well as a Little Girl, obviously, as you mentioned, in the meta now. Clerk as well, a character that's really not used in the earlier rounds, but has come up as later round options, and it's just really strong because you see, you saw in the GH, versus SKG matchup, Clerk being such a strong character with Cypher control. The late game for Clerk, it really prevents them from popping that last Cypher machine, and it really turns what looks like maybe drawn positions into losing ones for survivors and winning for the hunter side as well. So maybe we're gonna see a Clerk come in to this, to this set of best of three here. It's definitely a possibility, definitely on the table for either side. But Clerk also a very difficult character to master, and once a survivor team is able to essentially figure out how to play against Clerk, it's a lot easier to deal with. We've actually seen, because some of these teams are from the Japan region as well, we've seen or some of the players at least are from Japan joining in for this tournament. We've seen
Mhm.
Clerk not really being utilized that much over in Japan. It's used a lot more in China, and even so,
Mhm.
it hasn't seen too much success. So I think over here in Southeast Asia, we'll probably see some continuations of what Japan often goes for. So it's less likely we're actually going to see Clerk being used at all in these next few best of threes.
Yes, just like you said, Clerk is a new character, and the strength that she has is mainly towards the late game because she kind of completely has control over the ciphers. She can control over 2 to 3 ciphers. She can basically, the moment a survivor touches the cipher, she can completely lock it and then make them not decode. So I think that could be really detrimental towards endgame. So the most important thing is to see whether the first guiders, the first survivors that she encounters, don't feed her so much presence because that's what she feeds off. She kind of feeds off the survivors themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just looking into this, we are going to have the player statistics here from both sides. So it's kind of hard to, unfortunately, it's kind of hard to see on this screen. So
We see
I don't know if
from
you can see it better.
Sugar Team, we see Cerberus, which is a main breaking wheel, and from Noir Team, we see the Hunter CCC, which is main Fister. These are both really, really strong Hunter mains. And of course, as we see, Fister, Eli, a very, very popular Hunter, like one of the most, has a huge fan base. And then, especially with the tentacles over there, and it's actually also a bit of surprise, you know. And also, you see the stats are for Cerberus from Sugar Team is 69.80% of win rate, and TCC 58.8% win rate. And as for some of the survivors, do you want me to read it, or you can see better now?
It looks like, yeah, no, it looks like we can see a little bit, just barely. But we do have Night Owl and Senny here. Senny from side of CG, side of Sugar Team, and Night Owl from the side of Noir. And actually something we're going to see in a moment here. We actually have Oxygen also on the survivor side for Noir. Something I wanted to point out. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Oxygen's been a Hunter player for some time.
Yes.
So seeing a transition from Survivor is a little bit interesting. But we'll see how that actually plays out ultimately for Noir. But yeah, I mean, it's yeah, definitely, again, very exciting matchup between these two teams here. And Enchantress listed for Senny as well. Definitely a
Ooh.
possibility to come out. Enchantress has been quite a strong character against Breaking Wheel and Geisha, but with the here we also have Aurora and Nana, I believe, on the side for CG here, Acrobat and Mercenary, two very
Wow.
standard characters, and we haven't really seen you know, after Acrobat's nerf hasn't really changed too much of the meta at all. Acrobat's still an incredibly strong character thus far,
Correct.
and obviously Mercenary being one of the best rescuers in the game.
Exactly. Here is Aurora from Noir. She actually was not playing for IVA, but now she's made a comeback. So I'm really looking forward to see Aurora, a shout out for Aurora coming back to IVC. Really looking forward to see your gameplay. And the next one will be Sugar Daddy, main rescuer right there. And from the Oxygen of, wow, Cowboy, Eli. Cowboy can be a big game changer, especially if you pair him up with a survivor like Wilding. They both can harass the hunter for a really long time. I've seen that happen before, like with against the Geisha. They were pushing her back and then the other one lassoing. So it can definitely be very, very strong team cooperation gameplay right here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Cowboy's an interesting character. Not one we see get utilized too much in competitive gameplay, but it definitely is a bit underrated for sure. We are going to see Batter from the DDD on the side of Noir here. Batter is a very strong character, actually. I'm really excited to see Batter get utilized. Whenever there's Batter gameplay, it's sort of like Ford. It's a very good game-changing character, the next best option to Ford, and in some instances actually better. So I'm very excited to see Batter makes any sort of an impact here. You know, when you compare Batter and Ford, there's just two main types of support from both of them. Forward relies on the hunter being close to walls, making it easy to stun them into objects, whereas Batter can allow the survivor to create distance while pushing the hunter backwards. Doesn't necessarily stun in some instances if they're not using their rage, but they can create a lot of distance for the survivors and be very strong against things such as Breaking Wheel. Actually, in some instances, Batter is even stronger because as the Breaking Wheel gets out of wheel form, the Batter can push them back, creating distance for the survivor. Whereas with a forward, you're forced to have the Breaking Wheel close to a wall, which you can go for a stun that way. But yeah, here we go. SG versus Noir, our third matchup of today here. And again, still in the preliminary stage, so the winning teams obviously will be advancing here. It's gonna be, it's again, between these two teams, I think Noir going into this definitely has the experience advantage on paper, but ultimately, I think it definitely could go either way here. And it really comes down to as well, how well can both these Hunter sides play? Obviously, Oxygen being a very strong Hunter player on the Survivor side is a bit of a change up, not something we necessarily would expect, but it's also a possibility that Oxygen's prepared to play for the Survivors here. And it looks like we're going to have Noir on the Hunter side first against the SG Survivors here. So depending on what the CCC opts to play here, I expect maybe we're going to see Seer ban first here. That's kind of the most standard for a lot of the round 1 Hunters. But if we are going to see a Feaster, as previously mentioned, it might be something a little bit different.
Yes, I think as you said, like if we see a Feaster right off the bat for the first game, it's gonna be really exciting because if he's not banned, it shows like how strong this Hunter Feaster main can be, and also a little bit unexpected because I don't think most of the survivors will be practicing against Feaster specifically, but at the same time we do know that the Noir Japanese has a Japanese Hunter, so I do know Feaster is very popular in Japan, so that's why very interesting to see how will they play and how will they bring all those points back on the first round, because Eli, like the first round is the most important one. It's like the one that you need to set a statement that your team has got what it takes to stay here. So that is going to be really, really exciting to see that. And for the first bans, we see already Enchantress and Seer have been put into jail.
Yeah, interesting. We see Enchantress first. That's probably the least common first round ban you really see. I mean, this can be for a few reasons. I don't think that you ban Enchantress first if you're playing Feaster, but Enchantress is a character that's, you can look at the matchups Enchantress is strong against Sculptor, Bonbon, Geisha, and Breaking Wheel in particular. So I don't really know if that's something that CCC is opting to potentially go for here. It looks like Seer is the second ban. And we're going to ultimately see, typically we like to try to make predictions over what characters will come out here. But first Enchantress ban, that's very, very uncommon. So it is going to be Breaking Wheel, or at least that's what they're currently hovering over. Of course, that would make sense. Again, one of those 4 Hunters would really only make sense for an Enchantress ban first. It looks like it is going to be Breaking Wheel, although the set of the bans is quite interesting. And also, we didn't see Seer taken by the Survivors as well. Seer is very strong against Breaking Wheel. It could be that they were, trying to play around something like a Bonbon. If you see, obviously, Enchantress ban first, it indicates maybe something like a Chip Hunter, like a Bonbon. But yeah, ultimately, still just taking Seer, it's more, it gives you more versatility. If you're going into potentially even a Geisha or a Breaking Wheel matchup, which in this case, we are going to see that, Seer would be a very strong option to have. Wade may not be incredibly strong against Bonbon, still very good to have on the table. So a little bit of a surprise that we didn't see Seer get locked in here. But so what do you think about this team comp ultimately here for Sugar Team?
Well, definitely very strong. We get 2 tough guys right there, Mercenary and Forward, one of the strongest survivors out there, and then followed by the very, very, very scary Acrobat, because a lot of Hunter mains, my friends, they always say like one of the survivors they are actually more scared, sometimes even more than the Priestess, is Acrobat, because he can definitely cancel your skill. And in the case of Breaking Wheel, the moment he comes out of wheel form, he can jump over him and then use the Fireball just to cancel the skill, cancel the traps. So that could be very interesting to see whether the Acrobat can counter this Breaking Wheel particularly. And also, I feel that Priestess is okay in this situation, because she can use all his portals to just help to the Acrobat for the kiting, and then Forward will become for the support as well. And the ultimate people decoding will be either the Priestess, and we often see when the Priestess decodes together with the Mercenary, the ciphers will advance slowly, but they will still advance. So that is a good thing to keep on, because Acrobat, that's the strength of the Acrobat in the kiting. So he can really kite really well at the beginning of the match, especially if he gets the chance to get those balls on time. So I think that could be really, really good if he encounters the Acrobat. In my opinion, I think it could be one of the best survivors to encounter at the beginning of the match if the survivors want to take this win.
Yeah, definitely. Overall, very stable team comp for sure for the Survivor side. And it's really well balanced as well. This comp would work against any really sort of option that this Hunter went for, whether that's, Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, Bonbon, Sculptor, anything along those lines. We're going to see the Breaking Wheel ultimately spawn over at one of the two-story buildings, rotating towards middle. Immediately spiked onto the forward here. And it looks like this might be his first commit. Immediately hits that trap as well, and it's going to get a hit onto the forward with no football expended at all. So a very beautiful start here for this breaking wheel. And now it's very simple. All they have to do is go for one spike onto the forward. Before getting my game here at the window, is he going to vault back? No, breaking wheel actually didn't even realize that he's transitioned away here, and he's going to force to continue after him now. Does not have the extended spikes for a few seconds here. Now the question is forward going to save football for a rebound kite? Is he going to use it as soon as he takes a spike here? He's going to take that spike. We should expect him to use some of that football to transition away to get out of that snap range, but ultimately it's not too much distance here. Breaking wheel should catch up in a moment, but he does force him back into wheel form. That's the goal against the breaking wheel. As many times as you can force the wheel back into wheel form, that's going to extend your kite an extra 7+ seconds every single time. And whenever that comes into play, it makes it a lot harder for the hunter to get downs in a reasonable amount of time.
Exactly, and you see it's being already 1 minute. Flywheel will come into effect just to avoid the range of snap, but will at the end just get that forward down. And there was just a priestess portal right there he had to destroy because it could be ultimate use as a way to escape. However, though, the hunter has definitely put his eyes on the forward as a prize and wants to put that in chair immediately. And going into wheel form again, trying to find this slippery priestess that is already very far away. And the mercenary will be the one coming for an early rescue.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to get the rescue there. Takes the hit on the forward. There are not a whole lot of football left here. The biggest downside for SG is that blink is still available for the breaking wheel. The forward wasn't able to force that out, and that's really the downside of taking that early hit, because again, you know, you get put in a situation where even if you get that early hit, now what's really important is that he's not feeding full presence. So the forward's doing a good job continuing to kite, so there's no chance of the breaking wheel reaching that full presence. But yeah, the forward taking that early trap was crucial, because if you're able to football away there, and you know, even if conserving football obviously is nice, but you cannot afford to give an early hit there because it plays right into getting snapped, which is exactly what happened. It looks like we're going to see Acrobat potentially pressure this rescue. The question is, are they going to even go for the rescue at all? It doesn't really make sense here. The Cypher progress not far enough at all, and no one's really in the vicinity. Acrobat, of course, with a wanted order as well. And actually, Acrobat gets caught in the open here. He doesn't have full presence just yet. He's going to go back and try to camp this chair here. He's going to lose Tinnitus, and he's going to go right back to the Acrobat as soon as he sees that. Yeah, there you go. Right back to the Acrobat. He does have wanted order on him, so he knows the direction that he's going. He's able to use this extended spike. Should be able to get one more here and just go for a simple blink here. And just like this, this is going to be really difficult for the survivors. Oh, he misses the... Oh, no, he does get the spike there, and he's going to get the bomb off to create some distance. Goes for the blink through this window, and he does have... Flywheel avoids the hit. Can he get to the pallet in time? And it looks like he is able to do so and avoid this trap.
Amazing flywheel from the Acrobat right there, trying to stop the full presence from the breaking wheel. And now we'll transition to second floor, still with one more ball in hand. Breaking wheel will eat it and immediately go to full presence with that hit.
Yeah, excellent trap there from the wheel. Actually, Acrobat doing obviously a great mind game in that area. If he's able to avoid that trap dropping down from that two-story area, it would have been a great position to loop the hotel. No blink online in the Cypher progress. Probably would have been enough forcing the breaking wheel to change targets. But a beautiful trap there to hit that. Mercenary also not able... Oh, he gets the trap onto the Mercenary. He's going to be able to get the double hit there. Mercenary actually getting a little bit trapped there. No elbow pads available. I believe he should be able to make this rescue as long as he dodges this trap here. He actually doesn't even need to. He's able to get the save, but no tide turner available. Acrobat's going to try to make it to this upstairs pallet. Can he get there in time? No, he's not able to make it to that pallet. That's very crucial here for the breaking wheel. He's going to be on rocket share for the second time, and they don't have enough Cypher progress. Still one more Cypher to go. 70% progress required here. Mercenary going to be double hit, and with that, he's unable to decode the last Cypher machine. Of course, Priestess can come for the rescue, but it doesn't really matter at this point because, again, that last Cypher machine is just not getting worked on.
Yes, and just like you were saying, it just changed to Peeper. So this means that Breaking Wheel is definitely aiming for an all kill at this point. And it is very difficult, like you said, because Priestess only got a few portals. And now even though she makes it to rescue, which is quite impossible at this point, then what would she do afterwards? Like Breaking Wheel already full presence, and then she will go back to heal the Mercenary, which also unfortunately has fallen quite close to the chair. So Breaking Wheel knows exactly the position of the Mercenary, and now for him, what is left is just to try to find the Priestess, and it's going to be as how long can this Priestess contain a full presence Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, again, it doesn't really matter too much. We should see a flywheel to dodge that. He's going to be able to use that to avoid the full presence. So it's going to force him back into wheel form again. We talk about, you know, the best way to kite a breaking wheel, force him back into wheel form as often as possible. Mercenary's going to go ahead and move on to a new Cypher machine. We're going to see him go ahead and drop a Peeper probably near this 30% Cypher, and then try to go look for that Mercenary. He knows the Mercenary doesn't have self-heal. So if he's able to find the Mercenary, go for 2 spikes, go for a snap. Mercenary will go down, and he's not going to have self-heal available. So just trying to locate this Mercenary. Excellent job, though. Early rotation from this Mercenary to hide in the upstairs hotel. Makes it a lot more challenging for him to get found here. Early extended spikes from the wheel, very interesting choice there. But I think he thought the priest was a little closer than she actually was. He's able to make it to this window, but does have the full presence to get that second spike there. And now priest is just going to stay alive in this area as long as possible.
Wow, nice long distance portal, quite a long stun right there. There's a peeper put down, and now it's going up to second floor to transition away, and now mercenary machine almost 40%. But priestess will take this hit and immediately go down, because after all, breaking wheel is full presence, Eli. So it's going to be extremely difficult now, because now that he just needs to see which was the machine that was shaking before and just transition there immediately, throw some peepers, and it's going to be all up to for how long the mercenary can kite and wait for the priestess to self-heal, and maybe she will go back to the Cypher. So it is kind of like a tug of war game here. Both sides pulling their strings and to their advantages and see what possibilities they can make.
Absolutely. Mercenary is able to avoid that, but he is going to go down to a basic hit in a second there. Is able to get that down. Mercenary without self-heal. He's going to drop a peeper on this Mercenary and simply just change targets, looking for that Priestess. Priestess, no more portals available. We'll have one in a second here, but as soon as that Priestess gets found, of course, Mercenary self-heal being expired means that there's no way for the survivors to pop this last Cypher machine. Priestess needs to be able to hide out, essentially until Mercenary bleeds out, which at this point is an impossible task. Now, the one upside to this situation for the survivors is Priestess does evade detection here. Priestess can use that long portal to immediately go towards that Mercenary, heal them up, and at least keep the game alive a little bit longer. But if the breaking wheel smart, they're going to be able to find them in this area. Does see that trail there, and should be able to down this Priestess momentarily.
Yes, with one portal in hand, she needs to make the best out of it, but Breaking Wheel will take the final hit, and it will be an all kill for the Sugar team. Amazing gameplay from Noir Hunter. Really, really scary utilization of the wheel, and especially when he changed to peepers, Eli, we knew that this was going all down. So definitely some notes to be taken for those breaking wheel mains out there. Try to use all your skills at the beginning of the match, get that presence first, and then just then you can switch to peepers, and then it will just be a GG. So very scary situation, and a lot of things to learn from this first breaking wheel match.
Yeah, absolutely. It also has very good synergy with Blink as well. Once you use that, once you expire that Blink, you can simply switch to Peepers. And of course, each Peeper only has a 27-second cooldown after your previous trait was used. Whereas with Blink, you gotta wait 150 seconds. So it's a great little trick that you can do there with Breaking Wheel. We see that used a lot. Once Trump card's available, as soon as the Breaking Wheel uses Blink, they'll just switch straight to Peepers right away. So they can kind of reduce that cooldown before those abilities come back online. So yeah, just an excellent example. Breaking Wheel from CCC here, and just like that, Noir taking a 5-0 lead here over Sugar Team. So it's definitely gonna be an uphill battle for them. We saw Chinatown being the map of choice. Chinatown, obviously, it's very strong for Breaking Wheel. Very limited windows, of course, windows being kind of the strongest counter to that character, but very limited windows, and the windows that there are on this map just simply break after being vaulted 4 times. So I think that's definitely, definitely going to be strong for Noir having a 5-point game here. But you also have to keep in mind it's kind of the map that they really value for Breaking Wheel. So it makes sense that this Breaking Wheel would have a very strong showing here. So yeah, a lot of pressure on on the Hunter for Sugar Team here. How are they able to potentially come back here, and what Hunter are they going to opt to play? You have many different options to go with here. Of course, if you are in a situation where you want to try to eliminate all 4 survivors, unfortunately, with the way the meta is, there's really only 2 Hunters that have 4K potential, especially going into Chinatown, and of course that's Dreamwitch and Breaking Wheel. There's other Hunters out there, but it's a lot more challenging. So a lot of pressure on Sugar Team. What do you expect to see from the Hunter side of SG here? Soy, if they want to potentially come back and go for another 5.
We're really looking forward what Sugar Team Hunter has some candy for the Noir survivors, because he's definitely going to try to get most points as well. So first, let's check out some stats. Right here we see that Noir Hunter got like pallet destroyed 2, remaining ciphers 1, and from the survivor side, the decoding progress was huge, both from the mercenary, 150 from the priestess, 207 seconds. Actually, it's very common to see when everyone is busy containing the hunter and rescue and doing everything, the one of the survivors that is becomes very often one of the main decoders will be the one that is not the main decoder. So in this case was the priestess. And I've seen that very often, even in IVL or IVJ, they always use the survivor that is not even a decoder main will be forced to become a decoder. And I think that's one of the things about the versatility of playing this competitively as well, that sometimes it's not your role, but you would just do it because it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just obviously a lot of decoding there for the priest. And that's usually how breaking wheel matchups play out there. A lot of the time is you usually see one character kiting, one character supporting, and then someone have to go in for a rescue, and then one's just going to decode for a long period of time here. In a lot of situations, it's usually the priest that's going to be supporting the forward, but we saw them go for that one portal forward, wasn't able to make it. They did expend the flywheel a bit early, and that kind of was a little bit of a difference maker in that first kite. Of course, obviously that first trap being very important as well. If you're able to avoid that first trap and football away as a forward there, force the breaking wheel back into wheel form, you're in a very strong position, try to force blank out. But yeah, it was just that early trap was a really big difference maker, the early hit, and it really worked out in favor for CCC. So a lot of pressure again for SG to come back here. And yeah, going back to what we were talking about earlier, so what hunter do you think SG will potentially bring out here if they want to try to eliminate all 4 survivors in return?
Yeah, since there's no hunter ban in the first phase of the match today, I definitely think that he could either bring a strong hunter such as Breaking Wheel, like we just saw, or maybe also a very meta hunter, which is Dream Witch. Like, I know that Dream Witch has been in meta for a long time, but she's still very strong, and the hunter mains that main her are also very scary, and they know how to bait the survivors to the ciphers and then camp the ciphers and then ultimately just utilize all the items of the survivors towards the end game where they can get the all kill. So I think that a Dream Witch match is definitely on the line. And since it's the first hunter that is going to be their main, I expect to be, of course, the one they feel the most comfortable with it, the strongest one as well. So definitely looking forward to see whether they will use either a Dream Witch or a Breaking Wheel, something more new. But I definitely don't expect something like Geisha or Clerk just yet. But looking forward to see whether later on we will see those hunters, because we haven't really seen a Geisha yet. So yeah, that's just me like trying to having the idea that yeah, I hope there's a Geisha soon. Just that because I really like Geisha as the hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Geisha obviously less common in the early rounds, but it's definitely a possibility as well. If there are some players out there who are very strict to playing Geisha, so that's also a potential option. But of course, with the inclusion of Flywheel and Geisha being easily, kind of easily counterable in tournaments, there's a lot of kind of basic characters, things such as Enchantress, Acrobat, any character that can hold what we call an infinite skill check. For example, that can hold down their ability and look at the hunter and go in kind of moonwalk. So, for example, a Batter, right? They can hold down their hold down the bat ability and continue to stare at the hunter. Acrobat can do that as well, and then Enchantress obviously can't do that, but she does have a lot of great kiting potential with those single stuns. So, yeah, just a lot of pressure again on SG to come back here again. I don't think we're going to see Geisha, especially with Flywheel being here. And Chinatown being, it's an all right map for Geisha, but not a lot of 4K potential. So, it also kind of begs the question, if you're SG here, are you trying to tie up this round with a 4 survivor elimination return, or are you trying to simply just take a tie on the hunter side and just try to win in the later rounds? Of course, getting down 7-2 in the early rounds is never ideal. However, you're already in a bit of a weak position against a strong team like Noir, so not a whole lot of options to come back. So, SG, at least they have to at least limit the damage here.
Yes, definitely. After seeing the first match, so that the Noir Hunter came so strong today, so definitely going to see our Sugar Hunter. It has prepared some sweets for the survivors of Noir team. But as we all know, Noir team got a new, not a new, but a Hunter used to play Hunter player. Now it's going to play Survivor, which is Oxygen. So really looking forward for Oxygen's performance today as a survivor, because Eli, you have played survivor, you're a main survivor. If you had to choose to change to hunter, it's not like the first thing that you would choose, right? Because it's a little bit more common to see hunter mains will switch to survivor mode in tournaments lately. So I think that's very interesting to see.
Switching to hunter is definitely challenging. Hunter is Hunter can be more complex in a lot of instances. Obviously, it really is kind of it's different in every situation. Going from Hunter to Survivor, you have to learn to be more of a team player and have more strategy with the rest of your team, have more synergy with your teammates. Whereas you go from Survivor to Hunter, it's a little bit more complex in how you have to play the game. But you rely more on a little bit more on yourself, and obviously less than having synergy with the rest of your team. And Chandra's banned here as well. So this is kind of a common thing we've seen, so far in this matchup. Enchantress, just neither side really wanting to have to deal with that. So Priestess ban first as well is very interesting. I'm not really sure what that could be for. Of course, Priestess on Chinatown, maybe just not wanting to deal with that at all. And it's very interesting. We also see Seer not getting banned or locked in at all. So neither side really caring about Seer. Of course, Seer only has 8 seconds for that owl in comparison to the 15 that it originally had a little while ago. But Seer is still such a strong character, one of the best characters in the game against a lot of hunters. So it's a very interesting decision that we don't see Seer getting banned. I think with these bans here, it makes the most sense we're going to see a Sculptor or Bonbon. Sculptor or Bonbons are really the only two hunters that don't go straight for a Seer ban. They go for something like Priestess and also would ban something like an Enchantress because they don't want to have to deal with that chip damage. But yeah, ultimately, I don't know. We'll have to see. I would expect probably a Sculptor or Bonbon just based off of these. Oh, we're going to see Breaking Wheel, but the Survivors didn't even take Seer. So this is, very interesting. I'm not really sure the idea behind not taking Seer here, but we'll see if Noir is ready to play against this wheel.
I guess it's something like something new to Southeast Asia now. The Seer is not going to be one of the top picks as we see, because Osho is not being banned either. But the one thing that they're really afraid of is Enchantress, and I guess it's because of the new meta too. Like you said, the survivors that are stunners, such as Battle Forward, and in this case also Enchantress, they can be very detrimental to the hunter's ability to speed up and stop that Cypher Rush. So we definitely will see that they're gonna ban more stun-wise survivors, and I think that is very interesting to see, especially because we are facing a different meta, because now there is Flywheel on this tournament and it is official, and as well as other survivors in cooperation and also Hunter. So interesting that, like you said, there's no Seer, but we have entomologists in exchange. So as we saw today early on, actually there were some really good matches with entomologists. She was able to utilize the beast in the basement to stop a basement rescue, and also once the hunter reached her, she utilized the beast again just to escape from the hunter once again. So I think the fact that some survivors feel more comfortable playing either support or stun characters is really good, and it makes the things also more interesting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually had 2 mercenaries there for a second, but no, it looks like it was switched to Acrobat. So definitely an interesting take from the survivors here. As you mentioned, we talked about how stun characters can be very important. It's just, again, it doesn't really make sense to me, at least. Seer is such a powerful character. Seer being just a huge game changer in a lot of these matches. So it really, especially against Breaking Wheel, Seer's just so strong. And of course, eliminating Enchantress, it's always nice to get that off the table. But ultimately, in this sort of team comp, Seer could just be a lot stronger than something like an Acrobat here. And of course, Acrobat being a very good kiter, but Seer is just so good against Breaking Wheel. It's very easy to farm owls if you're kiting the wheel. It's very easy to just give owl to absorb a hit. Even if the survivors have 2 spikes on them, the owl will take precedence over that. So it's just it's interesting. But again, we'll have to see how it plays out here. I think Noir's definitely planned this. Not taking Seer. I think they probably expected Seer to get banned, and they've kind of planned this team comp as it is. So that could potentially be the mindset here. Again, we're not really sure, but we're going to see the Breaking Wheel head over towards the archway here, immediately catching sight of the forward. So kind of a repeat of the last round. Forward's getting found first, immediately getting the spike onto the forward. Is he going to go for 2 spikes right away? And it looks like he is going to go for that. Goes for that speed up there, forward, trying to avoid these spikes as much as possible. Very good jukes from the forward. We kind of expect Breaking Wheels to get out right away. But he's going to go straight for 2 spikes. Excellent control from the wheel, but forward somehow able to avoid that. Is going to get that second spike there. And we should expect the forward to use that football early just to transition away here. Again, you don't want to give an early trap here, especially that you have 2 spikes and you got to use that football. Let's hope this pallets are already thrown down. It's not, so that's actually going to buy a little bit less time for the survivors, but forward is able to make it a 2-story, which is going to buy a little bit more time and put them in a stronger kiting area. And
Ooh,
the
the
bees coming in here,
bees!
Soy. This is going to gain him some distance, and he's going to use that last bit of football to just, keep maintaining as much distance as possible.
Yeah, the fact that the beast came in kind of stopped the tempo of the hunter and forcing him to just juke them, and now it's going to be the perfect trap, and the blink coming in as well. That was such a good calculation from Sugar Hunter. I think it was so unexpected, the blink and also the trap at the same time. We'll just get the 4, and I will see the entomologist already moving around, knowing that the Cypher was shaking and in wheel form, just trying to get some spikes there. But as you know, second floor is a little bit tricky for blinking wheel. You need to maneuver quite a bit, and as we all know, everyone is playing here on mobile, so it's quite difficult. But the rescue was just done, and we utilized the last bit of football to reach the window.
Yeah, and we do see the bees coming here as well. Not really put in a great position. Oh, excellent trap over the wall there for Cerberus, and that's going to be a second down onto the forward here. Has reached that full presence, so really strong position thus far for SG. I mean, we talked about Noir just having a huge lead after the first round, but already things turning back into SG's favor. The power of Breaking Wheel on Chinatown is really going to shine here, and he's going to go ahead and return to pressuring Cypher Machines here. He does catch sight of the entomologist in 2-story, but you don't want to stay on that for too long. He does have wanted order on Mercenary. Mercenary going to use that elbow pad. They're going to go for this rescue. Not a lot of Cypher progress, so interesting choice to actually go for the save here. And he does get out, not full presence just yet. The bees coming in to support here, dropping that trap there. So even if he does go for the bees here, it's gonna trap him anyways. Is able to eliminate the bees there ultimately. And Mercenary takes the body block. That's actually really important because there was no tide turner. So this is gonna buy a little bit of extra time for the survivors. That's a very important rescue here. Again, typically don't see the survivors go for that rescue if they don't have the Cypher progress and if there's no tide turner available. But they did go to that, and it's gonna buy again a little bit of extra time here, wasting that full, wasted those extended spikes too. So forward maybe can kite a little bit longer, but I think he does have that full presence available, and there it is.
Definitely now with the full presence, we just close distance to the forward and snap him. So that is one of the strengths of Breaking Wheel towards end game, that he would just need to get close enough to you to just snap out of wheel form and kill the target. So as you see now, there is no more wanted order, but he kind of can guess a little bit which Cypher is shaking and will immediately go to Night Owl. But Night Owl also hiding. This become a little bit like a hide and seek game because everyone is trying to not take too much attention from the full presence Breaking Wheel. Cerberus here today, he is going very, very fast in the map, rushing in wheel form, and we'll find the already injured Mercenary.
Yeah, absolutely. Mercenary will go down to one snap here. Is going to probably use one elbow pad to try to create some distance, and he is able to elbow pad the snap there. That's going to keep Mercenary alive, and he's going to be forced to go for a basic hit. So beautiful job from Aurora there. Is going to make it, he's going to be able to make it to the window here. No chance of getting that hit. Forcing the wheel back into wheel form and possibly changing targets here. Is going to go look for Oxygen, the Acrobat at the center of the map here. Does he see him hiding behind the Cypher Machine? No! Excellent job from this Acrobat to avoid that, but he has caught the sight of Night Owl here, and should be able to get 2 quick spikes on them unless he has that flywheel available to avoid this full presence. Does he have it? He is able to avoid that, so he's not going to go down to any sort of hit here. Excellent job from the Entomologist.
You have to keep in eye that there is a blink on the line, so if he chooses the blink now, he'll be forced to use it, and then he cannot change to trump card as easily. So we'll see what is the discipline here. Nope, he's going back to the other target. He doesn't want to waste time with the bee lady. So now going back to, if I see correctly, Acrobat. So this is going to be a first kiting for the Acrobat right here. He's just going to start fresh with 2 balls in hand, using the flywheel to stop the snap, but will be taking that trap, but still got one more line to go down. So they're buying so much time, Eli. There's still 70% and 30% of the last 2 ciphers. They're decoding 2 machines at the same time, and I think that is very crucial because this means that they can just grab the attention from the Breaking Wheel somehow and take him away from the main ciphers.
Yeah, he's able to get that spike onto the entomologist here. Does have 2 and no bees available, so it's gonna be a difficult place for it to kite in. Can't really get that trap. Of course, that short ceiling there, kind of knocking that down. But you see the survivors are doing 2 separate cipher machines here. He's gonna actually leave the entomologist and try to pressure this middle cipher, not allowing Oxygen to pop it. Gonna go back between these two ciphers, so he does have potential, strong enough cipher pressure here to slow down this game to kind of a standstill position. Oxygen over in this area is gonna get out here. He's gonna go for that firebomb to get that there, but he's gonna go down to a swing. And that cipher machine for the mercenary is not far enough, so he's gonna be able to go back to the mercenary. Didn't have to use snap as well, so it's not on cooldown. And mercenary already has 2 spikes away. He's gonna have to use his last elbow pad to try to avoid this snap here, but it doesn't matter. He wasn't able to avoid. He wasn't able to remove the spikes at any point here. So the snap, again, not being on cooldown, is going to down the mercenary. All 3 survivors are down here. So Cerberus maybe has worked himself into a winning position. We'll have to see how well he plays this. And when the survivors, use their self-heal, they're going to have to use it very timely. He's going to go back to Oxygen, potentially looking for Entomologist as well. Does catch sight of the Entomologist down here. Will Entomologist opt to get up? And it looks like they are, but they're going to go right down. No! Using that flywheel to stay alive here, but the trap is right here to get that down here. And the question is, can Oxygen prime the Cypher Machine in time? It's really just going to be a foot race between the Breaking Wheel and the Cypher Prime, but he's actually going to go for the chair instead and kind of force him to go for a rescue or maybe just pop the Cypher, and they are going to go for that pop, expecting that the Breaking Wheel does not have detention.
Exactly. This is all the bet that they're taking. The Breaking Wheel has no detention. There's only peepers on the line, using the spike to spike the acrobat, and now knowing that there's one survivor here trying to open the gate, going for that mercenary immediately, and now there is a very, very high chance that the mercenary will have to go down, and he will put the peepers, but utilizing beautiful elbow, but right there, they save for the last minute. So I think this is crucial because buying so much time, and remember that they just rescue as well the entomologist, so this is very, very crucial moment. But as we know, Acrobat is the slowest survivor that opened the gate, so he knows that maybe he just needs to count this gate first because it's the closest one. And now we see the mercenary is trying to not be found again, definitely like a moth attracted to the light. He wants to focus on this mercenary no matter what.
Yeah, he is going to go ahead and, because again, what happens here is if you let that mercenary stay up, then mercenary can, push that exit gate, potentially get that exit gate open, and he's going to get the mercenary down here, at least get, 2 survivors eliminated, get the bare minimum, which would be the draw here. He's going to share the mercenary as well. But it looks like the survivors, they're able to make it out that other exit gate, so, Cerberus had such a strong position throughout that game, just a lot of difference makers. I think the big game changer there was missing the snap on that mercenary, and mercenary was able to elbow pad that snap and avoid that. That was really important because mercenary gets to stay up, mercenary gets to continue to decode and force the Breaking Wheel to change targets. That was the game changer in this match. If you get that mercenary down there, the Cypher Rush is slowed down. You saw at the end there, they had 2 Cypher Machines split up. If mercenary is on the ground, they don't get to split those Cypher Machines. They're forced to commit to 1 Cypher Machine at middle, which would have been Oxygen's, but all he has to do then is just chase down Oxygen, and no one can work on that last Cypher Machine. So while Cerberus had a very strong position, that one play, missing the snap on the mercenary, was kind of the big game changer there, and it worked out perfectly for Noir.
Yes, at the same time, he also changed to peepers quite quickly as well, because he thought that he could change the outcome of the match towards his side with those peepers. So he put peepers at the Cypher Machine, at the survivors, but you saw the cooperation between Noir team, especially with that mercenary that didn't use his elbow pad. Like, what a discipline, keeping the elbow pad to utilize right at the last moment, right at the nick of time, to just fly away from the Breaking Wheel. And also, interesting enough, he didn't bring the tension. Like, I was really wondering whether he would choose the tension or not, because in previous matches today, we saw many Breaking Wheels do bring the tension. So I think that was really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Detention's more of a kind of a tie build. You really bring detention as a Breaking Wheel player when you just want to secure at least 1 kill in the end game, and then assuming you've already eliminated 1 survivor, it eliminates any opportunity for a dungeon escape, right? So detention's very good when you want to get at least 1 survivor or 2 survivors eliminated. In this case, that wasn't really an option for SG. They kind of had to go for as many eliminations as possible. So yeah, it was just kind of a tough situation. They're kind of forced into playing an aggressive trump card and insolence build. And that's kind of a build we've seen be very common in NAAU, very common in Southeast Asia, have some playability in Japan as well. Very less common actually in China. In China, we almost never see left-right build. We always see detention insolence. We've even seen some detention and trump card builds, or confined space and detention, sometimes no insolence at all from some of the hunters. Of course, Alex in particular being known for that, but Yeah, just very, again, left, right, obviously one of the best 4K potential builds there, and it was kind of just do or die there for SG if they wanted to try to tie that round. But Noir taking a 5-point lead, 7-2 after this first round. This is exactly what they want to go for. You can't help but think though, Soy, if you did have a Seer on that team, how much longer could that forward's kite been extended, right? Because the forward went down to that one blink. It wasn't an instant blink, so if you had Seer there, they had enough time to react to that given owl, keep forward's kite alive even longer, and blink would have already been expended. So it's very difficult for the wheel to down the forward from that position. So yeah, there's just so many different questions you can ask there. But Noir, again, they only needed one survivor out. They got two. They got the job done. They got the bare minimum, and they are taking a lead here in round number 1.
Yeah, I think the fact that they found the 4 at the beginning of the match was very scary because in the previous match, the 4 also got found early on. So I was looking forward to see, even though the survivor they got found the same, the hunter is the same, and the map is the same, how come the outcomes are totally different? And I think it's also the play style and as well as the beast. You have to give a lot of kudos to the entomologists that brought the beast and also that they decided to rescue that for one more time. And like you said, it is very risky. It's not something that a lot of teams will do, but Noir did it. They put all the eggs in one basket and they said, we're going to, it is now or never. We have to say forward. We have to buy that extra time for decoding because you saw how hard was to decode the last 2 cipher machines. They were like so close to each other. One was 30, the other one was 70. And the only person that could decode was the mercenary and the acrobat. But the acrobat got found first, so it only leaves for the mercenary to finish his cipher machine. So it was really difficult for them. So I think the fact that they went for that rescue for the forward really bought some few more seconds that really helped them push those ciphers to the pop. So I think that was what is the main difference between the 2 forward matches that we saw, that one of them was not rescue and the other one was like, we're gonna rescue even though we have to take hit. And you did mention that the mercenary took a body block, so I think that might also be good because that also gives some extra time for the forward to kite, do a little rebound kite, if you might say so, for buying a little bit more extra time once again. So I think it's all about the time that the survivors can steal from the hunter and drive the game towards their own stakes.
Yeah, the body block obviously is very important. If you're not able to body block in that position, then the rescue's for nothing. Forward goes down instantly. The breaking wheel gets full presence. Mercenary hasn't been decoding because they're forced to go for a rescue, and they leave with a spike on them already, which already slows them down because then they got to remove the spike before they continue to decode. So if mercenary doesn't take that body block, they don't gain any time at all. Forward still goes down. He's still eliminated. And mercenary just lost a ton of decoding time because they went for a pointless rescue. So again, it was very risky play from Noir there to go for that. But ultimately, as you mentioned, yeah, actually a very good point. That was also one of the game changers. They don't go for that save. Maybe there's a chance that Cerberus has a chance to get more survivors eliminated. We don't know obviously how that would have played out, but you can only kind of speculate from that position. But yeah, again, it was very well played by Noir. Again, breaking wheel on this map, it's just so strong. Something we haven't really seen. We've seen, Breaking Wheel is a very good character, but it does struggle a lot against, of course, Flywheel, but also against harassing characters. Forward is a very strong character when going against Breaking Wheel. It's very good for support. It's able to extend the first kites, of the first kiter for a long period of time. But both forwards were chased first here, right? We saw both forwards get chased immediately. One forward actually had Flywheel, one didn't. And ultimately, it was actually interesting. I believe the forward with Tide Turner, which was the one for Noir, ended up being able to last the longest and force the blink out. So yeah, just an excellent job there from the side of Noir there. Forward just really being a non-factor. It's just it's a chaseable character. Forward is a chaseable character with the way the meta is now. It's chaseable for Dream Witch, chaseable for Breaking Wheel. We'll see, if these teams continue to go with that strategy. Of course, Forward is just so strong, though. You really can't afford to drop it because of how strong the rescue potential and harassment support is ultimately in the long run.
Yeah, I totally agree with you because if we remember the matches we saw in Koa, when every time the breaking wheel sees the forward, he will always bring excitement and he won't use it until the last minute when he's about to receive a crucial stun. Then he will surprise the forward with excitement. But you have seen how the meta has changed now, and I think it's because of flywheel. Now the flywheel is on the table, then the survivors already know that the hunter will bring blink because if they have the blink, if breaking wheel chooses blink over excitement, then he can definitely assure a kill. And I think that's what the breaking wheel mains are thinking right now. They don't need to bring excitement as much as before because in before there was no other thing to do. You have to bring excitement to counter the forward. But now with the blink and everything, they think that this is going to be a bit more feasible meta right now. And I think that is one of the main differences now that flywheel is entering and it's going to establish it's going to be a permanent thing here. So I think this is really interesting to see how these both hunters and survivors are switching their traits just to counter each other.
Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting as well. And again, we talked about how flywheel, it really brings down the strength of the breaking wheel, and we've seen that happen in every one of these matches so far. Every time the breaking wheel goes for a full presence ability, they can easily dodge that with the with the flywheel. We are going to see. It looks like it is. SG does have the option to pick map here. That's going to be very important for them moving forward here. They did go down 1-0, so having that home field advantage, having that option to pick the map for themselves is going to be very crucial. Looks like Sacred Heart Hospital is going to be the ban here. Kind of one of the more commonly banned maps. Of course, Sacred, it's never a map that either team really wants to play on because, while of course it may be very strong for your survivors, you're also forcing your Hunter to play on one of the most difficult maps in the entire game. I know when I play Hunter in rank, I hate getting Sacred, right? Sacred is it's such a strong map for survivors. Basically, the idea with Sacred is, okay, I got a really bad spawn. Let me just take a hit and run into hospital and we win the game because, how do you kill someone in hospital? So that's just usually how it goes. So that's why Sacred, of course, will be eliminated here, but it looks like it is going to be Arms Factory. The idea behind Arms Factory, of course, is it's that you don't have to ban Breaking Wheel, right? If you go Arms Factory, you can afford to ban one of the other hunters from CCC, and then they can't play Breaking Wheel because it's Arms Factory. So then they're forced to go with kind of a third round hunter in round number 2. That's why being a Breaking Wheel player can also have its disadvantages. Of course, being weak to Flywheel and being weak to something as simple as a map like Arms Factory.
Exactly. If you're weak as a map, particularly, then it is definitely going to go towards the survivors, and then they will know that there's not going to be breaking wheels, so definitely can take a other type of lineup, particularly with more decoders and they speed up the decoding process and speed up in general the whole game situation. So I think it's going to make maybe we will see the same amount of stunners, but maybe we'll see a bit of more support. Like I think in our team particularly, they're very good at support, but for Sugar team, even though they're also good with support, they also like to play with stunners because their stunner was banned the Enchantress. So we'll see if the Hunter will also choose to ban Enchantress once again, and if not, then maybe we will see an Enchantress gameplay. So this is going to be really cool because I think Enchantress is one of the new survivors that are being used for as a meta nowadays, because in before we don't see her as often, but surprisingly Enchantress is coming in, and I think that is a really good survivor to try out because if she uses the ape curse in the perfect moment, it can definitely cancel the skills and delay the game overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Enchantress has been banned by both teams so far. I mean, I never thought I'd say this. I've always been a person who's never thought Enchantress was that good up until recently. Now, of course, you can accept Enchantress is a very strong character in the current meta, but back when Enchantress was really not a strong character, it's just like, if somebody told me that Enchantress would be banned by both teams in round number 1 of a tournament at any point in the future, I never would have believed them. But here it is happening now. So here we go. The side of CCC here, hunting
in
here.
the chat, I was reading Eli wants to see Eli.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that, and it would make sense. Of course, Seer is a very good character, but it doesn't seem like it's something that a lot of these teams really favor. So we'll have to see what they go for. But for CCC here, we're gonna see Breaking Wheel's not gonna be banned from the survivors. I don't know what other hunters they have an option, and Enchantress again in Acrobat. So this is very curious. 2 characters that don't really get banned first, but Soy, actually, this would make sense for a Geisha, actually. Enchantress and Acrobat are two of the strongest characters for going against Geisha, so maybe that's something that, yeah, maybe that's something that this hunter's considering here.
Yeah, actually, because Geisha in this map is quite good, quite strong, because the ciphers are actually not far away from each other, especially when you towards the late game. Sometimes the ciphers are quite close to each other, and one of the things to be most afraid about Geisha is end game speed. Like her speed is insane and it's almost like unstoppable because she can use that dash and immediately fly from one cipher machine to another, and it makes her really strong towards late game. So it's very interesting to see. They definitely banned, I think is that Clerk? It looks like they banned Clerk to me. But yeah, we see Eli for the first time on today's Your Casting. Eli, you're gonna be able to cast a match with an Eli right there. So yeah, I think they hurt you because you were talking a lot about Eli, and I just took out Eli for the first pick, and I think that's really good. Together, followed by the Mercenary, very strong, very tough character, and often we see in matches as well. What do you think is gonna be the next two picks for the Survivor team?
Well, Ford obviously wasn't locked in, so it would make sense to see that here. And yeah, with Acrobat off the table, I don't really know what SG is going to be considering for this last one. Ford is banned here, so that's not going to be an option. Prospector actually is going to be taken here for SG. So, you know, this is a character we don't really see get utilized in most regions. Actually, Prospector is really known to be successful in Japan. Japan in particular. Other regions, almost no Prospector. First Officer as well. Very curious decision. First Officer typically known to be one of the weaker rescuers. It's more likely we'd see something like Gravekeeper, but you know, First Officer, it's a character that doesn't feed presence in a lot of instances, so that could be strong against something like this Sculptor. Cowboy actually banned as well, so very interesting set of bans from CCC. Again, very uncommon, not standard bans at all. But you know, obviously these teams know something that we don't, and it's kind of preparing for all instances, I guess, in this instance. So yeah, Sculptor Unarmed Factory here again already has Noir already has a lead here, so for CCC, just try to hold that lead to the best of your ability.
Yeah, CCC, a very strong hunter main from Japan region coming in, and with these bans, I think, like you said, the focus ban on the Cowboy kind of makes me believe that this hunter, this team did their homework, and they know that Sugar team has a strong stunner survivors, and they decided to go for all those bans because they're very focused, very specific, you know what I mean? So, but on the other hand, Sugar team also prepare and say, okay, you ban my forward, I take a Prospector. You ban my Enchantress, I take on my Seer, and if you ban my Acrobat, I can take on my First Officer. And actually, we have definitely been seeing First Officer rescues more often than ever before, and that is thanks to the new buff that he got, which he can decode a little bit faster, and he also can rescue even though he gets double hit. So I think that is an extreme advantage for the survivors when it comes to relying on a strong rescuer. So I think one of the second strong rescuers in this game right now, it is going to be after Mercenary, probably First Officer.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And you know, kind of looking into how this matchup will play out here, is, you know, it really comes down to Mercenary being, you know, not a very chaseable character. Also, First Officer actually ultimately is a good kiter against Sculptor. So again, I think that's kind of the mindset of First Officer over Gravekeeper. So it's really going to come down to, you know, can you find Prospector, can you find Seer here? Obviously, Seer being the best target, we're going to see the factory spawn from the Sculptor immediately heading towards the water tank front gate area, which is the location of, I think that's the First Officer. So that is not a good find at all here for the Sculptor. And Mercenary taking middle 3 pallet as well. So we're going to see him go ahead and fail a calibration over. Oh, we're going to see no detention as well. Confined space and trump card, which is it actually doesn't really make a lot of sense to see that build here, considering that that's kind of a 4K build. That's a build where you want to be really aggressive, try to get as many survivors eliminated as possible. But when you're in a situation where your team already has a 5-point lead, you don't really have to play that aggressive. It's better to play more conservatively. So a very interesting choice here, you know, from the Noir Hunter. But it looks like we are going to see go through Shaq here, trying to find the survivors, but an excellent rotation from CG here. Will he turn and go towards 3 pallet? That's the location of the Mercenary. Again, not a very good find here. Seer is taking the is going to hide here, and it looks like, I believe that's Prospector taking the attention of the Sculptor.
Yes, the prospector will be the one taking the first cut because it's been a while since the sculptor is trying to be very picky with his first chase, and for this time being, he will he will settle down for the prospector kite. And being found quite early game, that's one of the thing about the prospector, that he only has one magnet, which we just saw being utilized. But now after that, he will be forced to take that hit, and he's only one chip away from being down.
Yeah, absolutely. Prospector is going to go for that stun there. Just a very short one there, so not getting too much distance. He's able to avoid these statues as much as possible. Blink online. Can he potentially force that blink? No, gets the chip at the window. That was very crucial. If Prospector's able to avoid that statue, it actually puts the hunter in a position where they're forced to expend their blink there to get that down. It's actually interesting. We are seeing, I think that's Flywheel from the Prospector, and it might actually be Broken Windows from both. Okay, that would make more sense. Broken Windows, very strong against Sculptor. Flywheel being kind of less effective. Mercenary coming in for a rescue. This is an interesting decision here. I expect them to probably try to use Owl just to guarantee that rescue. Of course, Sculptor being a good camping hunter, you have to be very careful. There goes for that rescue right away. Does take that first ship here. Seer should observe the Mercenary right here. He needs to give Owl so he can get that rescue before half and guarantee so he doesn't go down. And no Owl is given. No Owl is given at all here. The Owl actually is being used to observe right now, but I think it's observing the Prospector. So yeah, just a bit of a misstep there from SG. I think they're trying to again use that Owl to try to last, potentially allow a rebound kite to happen. But the double hit is just so weak here. He's gonna see that stun there, trying to push him back a little bit farther. Does he go for the blink at the pal here? No, he gets it down. No Owl used at all. So this is a huge backfire for SG. Mercenary getting double hit, Prospector going down quickly, and they're not gonna have anywhere near enough Cypher progress to push for a win from this position.
Exactly. Right now, what we see here is as the Seer is going to try to come to a rescue, but he was immediately found and he's forced away from his cipher. And the only one who rescue here is the first officer, taking the normal hit, and will use the skill for just a little bit of distracting the hunter for a little bit extra time. So now taking that magnet and transitioning away to the factory, one of the strongest kiting area of this map. And there's the Seer also expected in given Owl given, and there is still a chance for him to vault this window and escape. There's still blink online, Eli, so it's very dangerous for the prospector to kite away. So we'll see whether he will be forced to blink right here. And there's still no more magnets, but will eat the statue, and no blink was forced.
Yeah, no blink was used at all there, so trade swap still available. Keep in mind, there's going to be no detention, so the Sculptor's Lake isn't going to be as strong, but it's just such a bad position for SG. You have to give Owl there. We're going to see him able to avoid the statue. You have to give Owl for that rescue to the Mercenary. You cannot let your Mercenary get double hit. We're going to see the Sculptor try to mind game here. Goes for that vault into this area. We'll see her vault the pallet. If he goes for the vault the pallet, he could go for a blink Terror Shock. No, the Sculptor could have actually blinked through the wall there and Terror Shocked him from the opposite side of the pallet, or the side of the pallet he's vaulting into. But it looks like he didn't want to play. Might have been a little bit too aggressive. You already have a strong position. Why not just play conservatively? Does hit the statue instead of the Seer here. Seer doing an excellent job avoiding these statues, trying to kite here as long as possible. Goes for the pallet drop. That statue somehow connecting, and now he can simply just use that blink and secure the down on the Seer.
Beautiful utilization of the statues toward his own advantage, using them to body block a hit. That was awesome gameplay from the Seer, transitioning again around the factory. A little bit difficult though, because there's still a cipher, 3 ciphers remaining. Everyone is trying to decode, and now he's still buying some extra time and will be forced to blink on the Seer. That was an amazing kite coming in from Cine. So now he's going to go for his first chair, while there is still 2 ciphers remaining, almost only 1. And then so far, Eli, I think the Mercenary going double down is going to try to work for this team, because there's 2 main rescuers here that can take more than 1 hit. So I think that could be good towards late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Mercenary is going to take that basic hit there. Will be able to make the rescue, but you got to be careful of these statues. Sculptor can simply drop a bunch of them in the area. Doesn't get any of them. So actually, a very nice rescue there. Goes for the swing to the pallet and does get the hit on the Seer. Was not able, Stenny not able to double back there and get the pallet stun. So it's going to be placed on the rocket chair for the second time and actually dies on the last Cypher machine. So SG really just kind of in a difficult position here. I don't think there's any chance of the Seer struggling free. No, Seer on the rocket chair there. And now they're going to be forced to do a new Cypher. Mercenary has to do an entire new Cypher machine from scratch here. Sculptor can also use that chisel to kind of pressure him down and slow that down as well. So this is just such a good position for this hunter. I would say it's a 4K position, but you also have to keep in mind no detention. So if the survivors ever pop a Cypher machine, You know, there's a good chance that they're able to get one out at least, but it's just very difficult. I mean, you know, Noir already having a 5-point lead here, and this is such a strong performance from the Noir Hunter. It's just making it very difficult for SG to have any chance in this match.
Yes, it was the difficult the moment they placed the Seer right next to the last Cypher machine right there, which is almost like only 45%. So forcing the mercenary to do another whole Cypher by himself, it is definitely putting a toll on the survivors. So much pressure for Sugar Team right now. There's so much on the table, so they definitely have to hide from the Hunter at this point, first officer, with only one more watch left, while the mercenary machine already 40%. So this is already looking relatively good for the Hunter, like you said, but we will see how will they counter this full presence sculpture.
It looks like he's going to go ahead and teleport onto the mercenary there. Does have that pallet to work with. Fast pallet breaking speed. You know, gonna get that pallet down quickly. Mercenary needs to stay alive as long as possible. Is able to avoid that statue. Did have to expend the last elbow pad. First officer gonna go straight to the last Cypher. Try to push it as much as possible. Mercenary kind of needs to last a little bit longer here. Gets the pallet stun. That is a huge pallet stun. Actually a game changer. And the reason why that's a game changer, Mercenary takes that hit there. First officer's not gonna have enough time to prime that last Cypher machine. Oh, but the Mercenary eating 2 straight statues, and that, yeah, just a huge unfortunate misstep from the Mercenary. Excellent statue placement from the Sculptor. Mercenary could not afford to go down there. They needed to last a little bit longer so first officer could prime that last Cypher machine, and they just weren't able to do that. And just like that, CCC has now put themselves in a position where they can actually eliminate all 4 survivors, even with a no detention build.
Yeah, that was definitely very extreme, because the moment he changed to teleport, we knew that he wanted to go to the other Cypher, because he knows that when Cypher Rush is on point, then there's nothing he will do. He didn't decide to change to abnormal or anything, but just teleport, which is very strong in a map like this with a full presence sculpture. So we'll see now what will be the next step. I think he would just try to avoid a dungeon escape at this point, because that is the only thing that could save the team from just getting a little bit more points, because as you all know, all points count. So I think for Sugar Team position, they'll definitely would just try to get at least one survivor out at max, and then they both stand up, and the Sculpture will be facing first against the mercenary, while the first officer will go for the last machine.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the mercenary down there, but teleport is back online. He can simply teleport onto that first officer, which he is able to do there. Has caught onto the trail of the officer, so all he has to do is down this survivor, and this will be another 4 survivor elimination here. For the side of Noir, we're going to see that first statue hit there, and the last one able to avoid that, but he's going to take that basic hit, securing the down there, and another 4 elimination here for Noir, and that's going to give them an even larger lead. They're already up 5 points now, 10-point lead here. And it's just going to be very difficult for SG to have any chance at coming back at this one, and there is the surrender.
Wow, what a scary Hunter coming from Noir. Eli, first of all, he was very picky at the beginning of the match, because he was not going for the first officer, he was not going for any other, but he wanted to go for, I think, the Seer, but because he couldn't find him, so he just settled for the Prospector, and he didn't mind kiting the Prospector so early game. Even though he had few magnets on him, he still went for it, and he managed to take the most out of it, because even though the mercenary did an amazing rescue and no hour was utilized, and the Prospector did a little bit of a rebound kite, I think there was so much time bought. However, though, the Cypher machine were very, very difficult to pop, because one of them, the first kite was around the Prospector machine, and then the second kite was around the Seer machine. So in this case, I think the Hunter got a little bit of the upper hand the moment he chose to just focus on the survivor that was close to this particular Cypher, and then when the moment the second survivor was down, when the Seer was down, he pulled him to the last Cypher. So I think that was really, really smart from the Hunter, to be honest, because he could have chose to chair him a little bit closer to him, but no, he went to the Cypher machine that was farthest, but also was the closest to be popped. And I think that definitely changed the whole outcome of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Just at any point when you're able to chair a survivor on the last Cypher machine, that's really just the difference maker, of course. You know, if the survivor is able to avoid dying on the last Cypher machine there's a good chance that you can easily get a tie for SG, but As soon as you get shot on the last Cypher Machine, there's really just not much you can do. Again, Mercenary Forces start a completely new Cypher Machine with Sculptor's map presence with the chisel. It's just really impossible, and Mercenary slow decoding. There's really just no chance from there. Yeah, it's just excellent gameplay from CCC, just not giving anything in both rounds here. And it's very interesting that we actually saw Sculptor be given in opposed to Clerk was banned, which it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to ban Clerk. I mean, Clerk's a good character, especially if you're going against a team that isn't prepared to play against a Clerk. Maybe that's kind of the mindset, is that the survivors of SG weren't really prepared to play out the Clerk matchup, because the Clerk matchup is difficult for the survivor side if you're unprepared for it. But if as a survivor team, if you know how to play against Clerk, Clerk's not that strong of a character. It's not too hard to deal with, whereas Sculptor has a lot more win potential.
Just like you said, I think that because the Sugar team knew what to ban, they probably heard that this hunter is very strong in Clerk, but also they only got one ban alone, so they had to choose which is the one that we could actually get around with, and they thought it was a Sculpture in this case. That's why they didn't do the Sculpture ban in the first place. But like you said, it really depends, because Sculpture is one of the hunters that has been with us for a really long time, and by now a lot of survivors already know kind of how to counter. So of course I'm pretty sure they also know how to deal with a Sculpture, but I think in this case particularly is the hunter. He utilized the Sculpture ability to get the maximum points that he can, and that's the strength. Even though it's a hunter that's been meta for such a long time, he can still be so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just again, it just really goes to show here, Sculptor is still a character that's just in the meta, and with the inclusion of Flywheel, it's actually kind of interesting to see, because it actually makes Sculptor stay at being a strong character, because Flywheel, it's not very good against Sculptor. Any of the chip hunters, Flywheel is not very good against. Flywheel is good against characters that have single hit abilities, such as something like Dream Witch, such as something like Geisha, even Bloody Queen. Or even Breaking Will, of course, because you can avoid the snaps and things like that. Even characters that have like one chip abilities that deal like half health damage, like an Axe Boy, you can avoid a Flame, or a Feast, you can avoid a Tentacle. But characters that have very fast recharging abilities, like a Bon Bombs or Sculptor Statues, and they do the chip hits, Flywheel is less effective against those, because even if you Flywheel one of the chips, then they already have another one ready because of how fast it recharges. So that's really just kind of Flywheel doesn't really have a huge impact against Sculptor, so it really keeps Sculptor and Bon as strong hunters. Characters like Geisha that have been very formidable in the meta, they're not as strong anymore because of Flywheel, but Sculptor and Bon continue to stay very viable, and we saw that in the last round with CCC.
Yes, beautiful status indeed. But now let's see what we got for Sugar Sai Hunter. Let's see what candy is he gonna give to the survivors of Noir, because he definitely just saw the last match. He knows he needs a lot of things is on stake, and he needs to get the most points. So I think one of the things that Severus needs to do is to keep go with the strongest hunter he has now, and I think they're gonna ban his Breaking Wheel most likely. Or what do you think? I think they will ban Breaking Wheel again, or ban something else.
Well, we're not going to see Breaking Wheel ban because it's Arms Factory, so I think we're probably going to see. Again, I don't really know what we don't really know what Cerberus's other options are here. Of course, we saw the Breaking Wheel in the first round, but yeah, because it's Arms Factory, there's no need to ban Breaking Wheel. So it looks like we're going to see Sculptor ban instead. So yeah, the Survivor's just trying to eliminate any sort of 4K potential. Really, the only hunter that has like kind of 4K potential going into this is something like a Dream Witch, but it could also be that Cerberus is potentially planning to play Bloody Queen here. That's why the Survivors will actually use this Acrobat and Patient, a very good character against Bloody Queen, and Acrobat also can be a good kiter as well. With the inclusion of Flywheel, Bloody Queen just becomes so much weaker. Actually, Entomologist will get banned here, which indicates probably no Bloody Queen, but Forward and Mercenary and Seer again, Soy not getting locked in. So this is something again the Survivors are really just not wanting to prioritize. So maybe I don't know. Oh, we're gonna see Seer now get taken, but obviously in this situation, it's just it's just tough. Cerberus needs to get all Survivors eliminated, so we'll see what they go with.
Yes, and we see Patient being picked for the first time, and then now Acrobat, Seer, and I think most likely the most likely we'll see First Officer again, because one of the best rescuers out there. But just like you said, one of the most difficult survivors to kite at the beginning of the match could be either the acrobat or the patient, followed closely by the seer, because seer will know the location of the hunter early on game and he would just try to avoid that. But sometimes, what, do I see an axe boy there? That would be so amazing if we see an axe boy gameplay. I haven't seen axe boy gameplay today, Eli, so I think we're very excited if we see an axe boy gameplay. And coming in with the psychologist, we're gonna see the golden couple here, the dynamic duet of patient and psychologist, Ada and Mill, everyone's favorite couple. So really it's the first time we see Emil and Ada. So against an axe boy, Eli, what are your thoughts so far? I mean, I haven't really thought that Eli and Emil could a little bit counter a hunter such as axe boy.
Well, Psychologist, of course, is very strong against Axeboy. Any 3-hit hunter is good against single-hit hunters, such as something like an Axeboy. So, and now the Entomologist ban actually makes more sense. When you look at a random Entomologist ban, it's really just like, okay, you know, maybe you don't have to deal with Entomologist support, but, you know, when you have characters still on the table like Psychologist, like Seer, which would have been, you know, I guess Psychologist is not really much of a logical ban, but, yeah, the Entomologist ban making a lot more sense. Of course, for an Axeboy player, Enchantress is interesting. Of course, it's fine because you really don't have a lot of better options in this instance. The Survivor's going for no rescuers at all here, so this team comp is it's a very aggressive Cypher Rush team comp. They're kind of just saying like, you know, we have Seer on our team. You're kind of giving us Seer here, so the main strategy is try to force 3 hits, right? If you force 3 basic hits, of course, the Seer Owl being one of those basic hits. The survivors will actually have enough time to pop 3 Cypher machines because there's all basic decoders. There's no slow decoding here. So if you're able to avoid flames, force basic hits as the survivor side, then you can easily 3 Cypher kite with very minimal effort. The only problem is that you don't really have a lot of rescue potential. But in a situation where you only need 1 survivor out, you don't even have to save here. And also Flywheel is very, very strong against Axeboy. If they ever go for a flame here and it's in a situation where you can't dodge the flame, you can simply just Flywheel to avoid the flame, and that's going to be a huge game changer. That's why we don't really see Axeboy kind of a character that might start to fall out of the meta because Flywheel is so strong against him.
Yes, definitely. Flywheel being played against Axeboy will be detrimental because of the flames and the single hit hunter, just like you said. So I think one of the interesting things is that also they are trying to go for like full decoding team, and everyone can decode, and the acrobat could get some balls from decoding as well. And I think what the ideal hunter, the ideal survivor to be found will either be the acrobat or the seer, because patient and psychologist very difficult to find early game, very difficult to kite. And we will be seeing Axeboy going for Factory, and the first kite will be taken by the patient.
Yeah, absolutely. Patient, you know, a very good kiter overall. One of the, probably a good find for the survivors here. I think Seer is probably the weakest target out of all of these. But Patient being found first here is perfectly fine. I expect Patient probably, we actually can't see Patient's build, but I expect if anyone has Tide Turner, it's probably Patient and Acrobat. So probably no Flywheel available. But yeah, Patient's just going to loop these windows for as long as possible. Axeboy trying to mind game here, but it's just Factory is just so good. This is why we don't see hunters really go to Factory first. Goes to the flame there, is not able to get it. That was very, very important. And look at the Cypher Soy, already 2 of them with 40 plus progress here. And that's just really the power of no rescue. And he's just going to leave. He's going to leave the Patient. Patient actually used a hook there, interestingly enough here. And the Seer gets found without rotation, so it looks like the Patient wasn't aware that the Axeboy changed targets to Seer there. So that might actually be beneficial for the Axeboy here.
Yes, definitely. Seer going to take a second kite. There's a flame coming in. Use the Flywheel to avoid the flame. Just like you said, Flywheel can be so scary. And then Axeboy is just forcing just a normal hit and a blink. Amazing gameplay from the Seer right here, forcing the blink out. And now will not come out of the area yet, of the tree area just yet. He still wants to wait. Maybe he's still trying to sack an owl, but now these wolves coming in, not yet getting at the owl right now, and we'll be seeing a new transition.
Yeah, he's going to use that owl here. Of course, owl only 8 seconds, and he's going to get the hit. Oh, he does get it right before the owl wears off here, so that's very important for Cerberus. But the Cypher progress, it's already so far along. I mean, this hunter needs a 4-person elimination, and you know, you see, he got the Seer down quickly. That was not a very long kite for the Seer here. but it really goes to show the power of just 4 basic decoders. I mean, obviously, it's a risky team comp in a lot of situations because you don't have a stable rescuer, but you don't need one here. You don't need a stable rescuer in this position, so I don't expect them to go for any save at all. Probably Patient will feed Tinnitus, and that's what we're seeing here. Will Patient actually go for this? It goes for the hook, and he's actually going for the rescue. Which doesn't, again, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because you only need 1 survivor out the gate here, but it's actually going to work out in their favor here. Excellent rescue from the Patient will buy a little bit of extra time for the Seer here. He should go down fairly quickly. No Owl available, and no Flywheel available, but he's just going to take the hit, get away from that last Cypher Machine, which is sandbags, and allow the survivors to push for the end game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, taking the last effort. You think there could be a potentially second rescue after the series, since you said like they only need to get 1 survivor eliminated. So at this point, I think they might just sell the Seer for this moment while they finish the last 3 remaining ciphers. Hunter still hasn't changed the ability. He still got a blink on hand. So I think that could be very interesting. However, he still already become a fully fed Axe Boy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is fully fed Axeboy, but I mean, look at the Cypher progress. You know, all ciphers above 80% here, so they really just have to push the ciphers and probably not even go for a rescue at all. They may actually just go for a rescue just to kind of play things aggressively because they know their position is so strong. Oxygen able to dodge that flame there. And the last Cypher Machine, look at that, it's almost primed, 80% of the way done. Is able to get the rescue with Tide Turner, and all Acrobat has to do is potentially body blocker. He's going to go to the last Cypher Machine instead. No, he's going back and forth here, trying to figure out which target he wants to go for. But again, Soy, 4 survivors need to be sent down here. Oh, just barely misses that flame there. That was such a huge flame snipe there from the Axe Boy. Wasn't able to get it. These survivors are simply just going to body block while the last survivor climbs the Cypher Machine.
Yeah, nice skill from the psychologist coming here to pull the Patient away from the scope of the Hunter. Oh, using the flywheel once again, avoiding that flame, but Blink will come into play, and now the last Cypher Machine is going to be popped.
Yeah, they're going to pop the last Cypher, and this match is pretty much over here. Of course, this Axe Boy needs all 4 survivors eliminated, which really isn't a possibility. Nice flame snipe there from the Axe Boy, but again, pretty irrelevant in this position, unfortunately. There's no teleport. Blink was already used. He's going to chair the Seer, get at least 1 survivor eliminated, but Noir is going to get 3 survivors out the exit gate here, and they are going to ultimately secure the win here for themselves. So a quick victory over SG to start things off. You know, for Noir, an excellent start to their tournament, and just excellent gameplay from both the Hunter and the survivor side here. Cerberus, of course, doing what they could in the situation they were placed in, but again, Axeboy is it's just really not a 4K potential Hunter, more of a TIE Hunter ultimately, and Noir, as we see, taking the victory here over SG.
Yeah, congratulations to our team for the win, but kudos to Sugar Team as well for playing so well. Both Hunter and Survivor did great. Amazing job going after Noir, one of the veteran teams of our Southeast Asia server. Actually, they have so much experience in IVA, and they have been in IVC before. And although they didn't make it to Koa, but still, they are a very strong team overall, and that just shows in the game that we watch right now. So I think this is just going to be also another thing to see, like Flywheel can definitely work very well against the non-meta Hunters. That's something to be known. So actually, I already incorporated Flywheel in my persona like permanently. I love using Flywheel, even though I'm not expert, but I think Flywheel can be really useful at a time. So yeah, definitely taking that notes for that.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really, of course, depends on the type of Hunter. Again, we saw Sculptor, Flywheel not being as as crucial against that type of Hunter, but against something like an Axe Boy, it's just so strong, right? If they go for a flame, you can easily just Flywheel to avoid that. It actually didn't end up making a huge difference in this match overall, and it's actually interesting. The Seer that we talked, I talked a lot about how Seer is such a strong character, and it should be used a lot of this team comps. Unfortunately, Seer didn't make a huge impact in that match, but it's still just a very good character to have on the table here. So we're gonna look at the final match stats for this round here, and again, it really goes to show the Axe Boy, they got a reasonably fast down on Seer, but the Cypher Rush with this sort of team comp is just so strong. Again, you limit your rescue potential, but you make it so much easier to get through the Cypher Machines quicker and push for an end game. It's a little bit more risky to play this sort of team comp with it's a little bit less stable and having less rescuers as an option, but it's a lot faster decoding, it's a lot more aggressive. In this situation, of course, Noir didn't need to play aggressive. They only needed to get one survivor out, but since it's such a large lead, you might as well sort of try to play one of those aggressive team comps and just kind of use this as practice opportunities for later rounds.
Yes, I think Noir team was very confident taking the psychologist patient combo. We don't really often see as a first pick, but towards this type of situation where they only need to get three survivors out and one eliminated, and they perfectly knew what they were doing. They knew that they could sacrifice the patient, but he bought so much time using those flywheels, avoiding those flames because the machine was not yet primed when the last flame got to him, and he used the flywheel, and that bought the extra millisecond that they needed just to get it popped. So I think that was definitely crucial gameplay right there from the patient. And then and he also, you saw that he didn't really use all his hooks as well.
Yeah, didn't really have to use them. I mean, again, it's just the Cypher rush there was very important. Patient. I mean, they didn't have to go for any rescues at all, but again, Noir was trying to play a little bit extra aggressive there. And we are going to see, it looks like CCC being kind of the MVP for this match here. The best deductions overall, 2 for Survivor eliminations with the Sculptor and the Breaking Wheel. So excellent job from them. I believe CCC, if I'm not mistaken, a hunter from the Japan region coming in and having a very strong performance, over here in Southeast Asia. So just a very good looking start here for Noir, already putting themselves in a good position moving forward into the later parts of this tournament. And of course, SG playing very well. The Survivors in both rounds put up a very good fight against CCC. I mean, we saw in the first round, the Breaking Wheel match ultimately was fairly close. Of course, the first trap on the forward being very important, and then in this one, just the rotation was very good for them in that against that Sculptor, but just a very fast down overall. Wasn't able to get Blink out in either of the rounds, and that was definitely a difference maker for the SG Survivors. So you have to try to force Blink on the first kite. If you're able to do that, you put yourself in a position where the hunter really doesn't have a lot of win potential from there, because they don't have Blink available later. They don't have trait swap available later. But because Blink was never forced out, it just gave CCC so much room to work with and allowed for them to go for 2-4 eliminations.
Yes, and the moment they decided to rescue the Seer again, I think that was some extra time. Like, they just showed the confidence they have in going for that rescue, and it's something that I think we're gonna see in Noir team. Like, they just really confident going with the rescuers. Even though the survivor that was rescuing was not a rescue main, they still did it, and I think that shows how all the survivors are well rounded, and they, even though they're not rescue mains, they probably can rescue. I mean, they're not playing as a rescue main, they can still go for that rescue. And I think that was really amazing to see that they managed to push the hunter to a limit where he just is out of resources, because usually what we see is the survivors getting out of resources faster than the hunter. But in this gameplay that we just saw, it was the hunter that got out of resources faster than the survivor. And I think that's something really, really scary to look up to, especially in these professional leagues that we are seeing and the coordination they have. It is really, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go into a short break here, going into the next round here. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. But again, congratulations to Noir. We will see you guys in a few minutes.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
She's but a girl. What does she hope to accomplish?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Xiao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Xiao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle, plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathe in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking datura, feeding up rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night.
Hello guys and welcome back to our IVC 2022 edition. This is your caster Soy Milk, and together with Ileo we're gonna bring you the casting for the rest of the day.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. We did see Noir get a victory in the last round. We are going to move on to our next matchup, which is LUV Love versus RYU. So, yeah, just more action for you guys here. We are going to see from RYU, we do have, for those of you who recognize the name, Sneaky on the Hunter side for RYU, which is actually something I'm very excited to see. Always a privilege to watch Sneaky's Hunter play. And then the Hunter for LUV, I'm not even going to try to pronounce, so I'm going to let you do that, Soy, because that's just, I don't, yeah, I'm not even going to try that.
The hunter from LUV is gonna be Kwon, and then Entity helped me pronouncing that. That was quite difficult to me to pronounce because I don't speak Vietnamese. But yeah, I remember him from IVA actually. Very strong hunter right there, as well as a Sneaky. So these hunters have made a name for themselves during IVA. So really excited to see them again in our IVC. So they're gonna be like really gonna be very strong contestants that we're about to see between LUV and RYU.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be definitely could be a hunter-sided matchup going into this one. I do know Sneaky has very one of the strongest hunters out of the Southeast Asia region. Not too familiar with the hunter from LUV, but definitely could be exciting battle. Yeah, again, going into this matchup, we're not too familiar with some of the survivors on these teams, so it's going to be interesting to see how well they're able to play here. And what characters we're going to expect. In the last round we saw a lot of Enchantress getting banned here, and just kind of the lack of
Mhm.
the presence of Seer at all, either whether it's whether it was banned or whether it was picked. It really just was not an option for either team. So we'll see
Mhm.
if that ends up coming back into play here. In a lot of regions such as China, NAU, even Japan, Seer is a character that just really gets eliminated by a lot of hunters, but it looks like Southeast Asia not really kind of favoring it at all. So just very interesting to see that be the case. But again, we'll see if that be ends up being a factor here. Seer is out of jail, as you guys like to say, so maybe that'll be something that comes up in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely we'll see whether the first bans they will ban the stunners like Enchantress or Entomologist and Acrobat. We really have been seeing quite interesting bans for the first ones. Like seriously, Enchantress, that is definitely not one of the favorite bans that we see usually in tournaments, especially we seeing NAU region or even IVL. They don't really ban Enchantress first thing first. So I think it's really good to see whether we're gonna be like, if they don't ban Enchantress, maybe we'll see a very good Enchantress gameplay coming in. But also depending on the hunter side, Kwon is known for having a very strong breaking wheel, and Sneaky has a very strong Bloody Queen as well as Dreamwitch. So I think that knowing that, they will definitely try to target the hunter's weaknesses. And same as for each team, we also study the survivor side. So I think that the first thing first, definitely going to see whether gonna get banned first and whether the team did their homework or not, which is definitely most likely because a lot of these players are actually streamers and they also promote their streams, and some players can also like share their own same as you, Eli. Sometimes you stream and you talk about the game and that, so it's kind of like also making the community grow. So I'm very happy to see them also in competitive player, you know what I mean, so they can just show that what they're made of and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's really interesting to see, especially how this matchup is going to play out. I wanted to talk a little bit about how when you have a Dream Witch on one side and a Breaking Wheel on another side, how this sort of matchup plays out is that it really comes down to map. Map is super crucial. When you have similar hunters, like maybe both teams play Dream Witch or both teams play Breaking Wheel, map, coin flip is less relevant because you're probably picking a map that's good for your hunter, which therefore it's going to be good for the opposing team's hunter because you're playing the same type of hunter. But in this instance, Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel are two completely different types of hunters. So if we are seeing the Breaking Wheel for the LUV hunter, as you mentioned, Chinatown, Ever Sleeping Town, probably not Ever Sleeping Town, probably Chinatown is going to be the biggest, kind of most favorable map for the wheel because it's very good for Breaking Wheel and it's not very good for Dream Witch because of how widespread it is. Multiple two-story areas can be difficult to get the leech traps. So that's gonna be very important. Now, if in return, if it if Sneaky ends up having the option to pick map here, I expect the survivors to ban Arms Factory, the side of LUV to ban Arms Factory, and then maybe go something like Red Church, bad for Breaking Wheel. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe LUV does have map option here, and I think we're expecting to see Chinatown in the first round.
Yes, Chinatown's such a good map for survivors such as Priestess, Entomologist, Acrobat, and even Forward. But I think one of the survivors that is a little bit underrated is Annie, the airplane girl, or also known as Toy Merchant, because she can be amazing in this type of second story mobs. Because sometimes you don't need to place the catapult, you just fly and fly away from the hunter, and that is a GG's, you know what I mean? So I think like if we see Annie here or a Toy Merchant, like I think very excited if she can be utilized in such a map because her presence can definitely be felt. She can throw items to her teammates. She can put catapults to make them escape, and they can literally go through holes or walls depending on how good your catapult is placed. So definitely Toy Merchant gameplay. I want to see that too very, very soon.
Yeah, not only is Merchant good on Chinatown, she's also very good against Breaking Wheel. Basically how that matchup plays out is the Toy Merchant will set up a catapult, kind of like on the ground where the Breaking Wheel is chasing them, and they'll juke the wheel form as long as possible. When the wheel gets out of wheel form, whether they have one spike or two spikes, they'll simply just jump on the catapult as soon as they're getting out of the wheel form and just fly away, forcing them back into wheel form, and it wastes so much extra time. So yeah, Toy Merchant, very good character on this map, also very good against the wheel here. So I think that could definitely be a huge factor. But we'll have to see again how these teams play it out. Merchant it's not a character that really comes up very often because the
That's
biggest problem is
true.
that she's not very good against the rest of the meta hunter. She's good against Breaking Wheel, but after that, not too strong overall. However, again, Chinatown, very good character overall for that map. So maybe that's something that comes up, or maybe the survivors want to stay with something a little bit more stable with your standard rescuers, such as Mercenary Forward. Maybe try to go into something like Priestess, depending on what's banned, and then also go into other strong kiters such as Acrobat, such as Entomologist, as you mentioned as well. Entomologist very good at juking the wheel farm and supporting with the bees.
Yes, talking about entomologies, actually, we haven't really seen a little girl just yet, but we have to remember that little girl is allowed in IVC right now. So definitely looking forward whether we can see a little girl gameplay. Recently, I've seen little girl being utilized a lot together with mercenary, and she being a very, very pesky survivor to hunt, especially at the beginning of the match and late game, because she can just leech onto any of her teammates and just escape, or also give them decoding boost, speed boost, a lot of boosts going on. So I'm really, really interested to see whether they will utilize Little Girl together with a mercenary combo, or maybe with another combo. Like, what will it be another combo with Little Girl to work well?
Well, the most standard, obviously, as you mentioned, is Mercenary. You can also Little Girl can also combine with things like Forward. Little Girl actually has really good synergy with Gravekeeper as well, because as you know, when you're a little girl, you're combined with someone. If that survivor takes a hit while the little girl's combined, the little girl will get detached from that survivor. However, if Gravekeeper takes a hit while in Shovel, the little girl actually does not get detached. They'll continue to stay on the Gravekeeper, which is an interesting interaction. But then if you look at something like Wildling, if Wildling gets hit while on board while the little girl's attached, the little girl does get detached. So Gravekeeper, it's a weird interaction how that works. It doesn't really make sense, but that's kind of how the game is built currently. So yeah, Gravekeeper is another good character that has great synergy with little girl as well. So yeah, that's definitely a possibility here. But I just don't think we haven't seen little girl in the last round, and little girl can be good against something like Breaking Wheel if used properly, but in a round one situation, there are slightly better options, like better support characters such as Entomologist, Enchantress, Priestess, things like that. And it looks like it is going to be Chinatown, as we talked about. LUV, again, having map pick, that gives them a huge advantage. Breaking Wheel versus Dream Witch, whoever gets to pick the map gains a really large advantage, because now the Breaking Wheel player has a really good map to work with, and the Dream Witch player has a lot weaker map to work with than they really like to have to normally deal with.
Yes, definitely Chinatown. Let's go. Also, another of the favorite matches that I've seen recently, besides Chinatown, is also as Arms Factory and also Red Shirt. So the fact that they chose Chinatown, I think they already have a strategy on their mind. Like, they know what are the weakness of the hunter, and they want to utilize this map towards their advantage. So I think the survivor that are definitely going to see either ban or pick, it should be Priestess, because Priestess is actually one of the best survivors that is still meta, and I was surprised they didn't ban Priestess before. So maybe, like you said, Priestess also could work, like it could count. It kind of doesn't counter Breaking Wheel, because Breaking Wheel uses Priestess portals to go through them and even shorten the distance. So the only way that Priestess can counter Breaking Wheel is by making the portals longer, so the stand can be a little bit longer as well. So I think that is the only thing that Priestess can bring to the table if it is indeed a Breaking Wheel match.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Priestess, again, we saw Priestess get banned in the early rounds for the Breaking Wheel player, actually, last round. So again, it really is interesting. Will we see Priestess get banned? Are we going to see Seer finally get banned first, which is actually considered, believe it or not, it doesn't really seem like it from what we see so far, but Seer as the first ban is actually the most standard ban for Breaking Wheel. So, again, it doesn't it doesn't really seem like it because of what's happened so far in this tournament, but it is pretty standard for most regions, at least. But Southeast Asia, I'm just going off in their own little direction here, going with something a little bit different. Of course, Priest is getting banned first. Things like Forward could also get banned first as well. If you don't want to have to deal with that Forward support, that's definitely something that we'll have to see here. And it looks like on the Hunter side, we do have Sneaky indicated as a Sculptor, which is also a Hunter that she does play, but I think we'll probably see Dream Witch first. Would definitely make more sense for a round one situation. And the Hunter for LUV on Soyber, but as you mentioned, also Breaking Wheel is an option for them. Soy actually, Soyber is very good on Chinatown. So Maybe if they are a Soul Weaver player, do you think that that's potentially an option round 1 for them, or are they going to stick possibly just with the Breaking Wheel?
Definitely. Kwon is a hunter main. He has mastered many hunters. So even though they put Soul Weaver here, I know for sure he mastered other ones as well. But if he does pick Soul Weaver as the first pick, Eli, it'll be so exciting to see, because we don't really often see Soul Weaver as the first pick for hunter. But coming from a Soul Weaver hunter main, that could be really exciting to see. And following up, we see Allegretto with a magician main. That is so cool, because nowadays we see more and more magician mains, especially after the buff and getting that speed boost and getting also the coding buff and everything. I think magician is definitely a very good survivor, very best survivor to deal with, if you have to ask me, because I have a friend that is like a top tier magician, and believe me, he can kite for the longest time. So that can be really scary, especially as a hunter. If you don't really often see magician, you kind of forget that he can be really scary, putting the image right at the palette to avoid the hunter from going through it, and that can be so detrimental for the hunter early game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're also going to have Mercenary and Forward here. Again, two very common characters that we see in the meta as well. We see Cake being the Mercenary player for our UI, and then we also have another name. Again, some of these names I'm not going to be able to pronounce. I don't really want to try, because I'm 90% of the time going to get them wrong. But anyways, we are going to have Lemon on the Prospector side,
Yes.
and on the side of Love here, we are going to have a forward player again, another name that I'm going to leave up to you, Soy, because that's one I'm definitely going to get wrong.
I think it's Red Luis, if I read correctly. And then, wow, last but not least, we have Legacy. Wow.
I know
and
that
also
one.
GGG. Oh, you know Legacy. Wow, nice.
I can pronounce that. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna have. They are indicated as a novelist player. Novelist, unfortunately, not allowed in this tournament. Novelist, obviously, is actually a very strong character, interestingly enough, but just not currently allowed in the competitive scene. So, no novelist.
Yeah, I remember during IVA you were kind of like, I don't think at first, right? Novelist was like the best pick sometimes, but I think IVA kind of transformed you a little bit, making you think that Novelist can be viable for tournament, right, Eli?
It's more about how Novelist is used. If Novelist is used as a support character, for example, if you take control of the hunter while they're chasing somebody else, that's really good, because you can get that, gain that person distance. But the problem is, a lot of players, what they'll try to do is they'll try to use Novelist as a main kiter, and Novelist's kiting is not that good, because Novelist doesn't gain distance, and that's something that I would bring up a lot, but he does help somebody else gain distance. That's why he's good, is because support is such a huge part of the meta right now, and if you can help your teammate gain distance, that's very strong. It's just that a lot of teams, again, will try to use him as kind of a main kiter, and he's really just not a great kiter, because again, if you take control of the hunter while kiting as Novelist, the hunter will just walk the Novelist back towards the hunter, and you just don't get any distance. And look at that, we are going to see Seer ban first for the first time since we've been here, Soy, which is pretty standard, especially for a Dream Witch player. So we're going to see Psychologist. Oh, Psychologist locked in here is interesting. Priestess, of course, makes sense. I think Psychologist, of course, being there to try to counter Dream Witch, but it just makes more sense to go with something like Forward or Mercenary. Just having a stable rescue rate allows Sneaky to now ban the Forward. They're going to be able to take Mercenary here. No Patient, so no Mercenary potentially going into the Dream Witch matchup. Sneaky should probably just ban Mercenary as the last one here.
Yes, this is definitely towards a Dream Witch focus pick from the survivors, because they, Psychologist can take more than 2 hits, and she can definitely be very strong against Dream Witch, especially in a map like Chinatown. So picking up Patient immediately, we're going to see another couple power here, using the synergy of pulling each other together, flying away from the Dream Witch. So if Dream Witch is in case the Hunter Sneaky chooses, it'll be very risky, because these two survivors, including Patient, can definitely counter Dream Witch very early on game, and will be forced her to take all her abilities, such as Blink, very early on, and then she will have no more other traits to change to. After she used Patroller and Blink, there's nothing more to change. So I think that will be a little bit scary. And as we were speaking, Dream Witch seems to be the hunter that actually will be coming out. But last but not least is going to be Andrew, the survivor for going for the rescue. Eli, I think interesting pick because actually, even though they didn't choose first officer, I really thought they could choose first officer because it's also one of the favorite rescuers. But I think Gravekeeper is actually not too bad.
Yeah, Gravekeeper is fine. What I'm looking at is this band pick order doesn't really make any sense for Love at all. Like, why take Patient over Mercenary here? I mean, you lose the one of the best rescuers against the Dream Witch, and you go Gravekeeper instead, which is still, I mean, Gravekeeper is okay, but Mercenary against Dream Witch is such a powerful rescuer, and replace it with Patient, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I mean, Patient, Patient's strong on Chinatown and can be good against a kite against Dream Witch if used properly, but it's not comparable to Mercenary. I mean, just having that stability of a Mercenary rescuer against a Dream Witch is so powerful. So yeah, this band pick order from Love, it really doesn't make any sense, but we'll see how it plays out here. I think it's way stronger. Just take Mercenary. I don't even think Sneaky would ban Patient. I mean, in this situation,
Yes.
Sneaky most likely would ban something like Acrobat, maybe Little Girl. Acrobat very good against Dream Witch. Little Girl very good against Dream Witch. Maybe even something like an Embalmer ban just to eliminate any sort of drop potential. But so Sneaky has more win potential. But if you take Mercenary, Sneaky's probably not banning Patient. So it really doesn't make sense there. For Love, but they lose out on one of the best rescuers and they're forced to go Grave instead. And again, Grave's still fine because Grave plays around Patroller really well. But besides that, once Grave's shovels are gone, he's useless. He's still a 2-hit survivor, whereas Mercenary can take an extra hit, go for multiple rescues. So interesting choice for Love. We'll see how it works out for them in this matchup.
Yeah, we see Dream Witch spawning right in the middle of the map, going immediately to second story, finding the priestess first, immediately leeching her, and now transitioning away, trying to do, waiting for the main leech to focus on the priestess while the secondary leech is waiting on the first floor and waiting for a jump, and now going for the first hit.
Wow.
Priestess didn't take the portal and now is going to have to transition away from this area. Dream Witch really did a very fast hand move right there, avoiding not hitting the portal but hitting the priestess instead.
Yeah, spawn follower hits are so important. So that's an excellent job there. Sneaky's gonna take the portal here, going into 2-story, and this is difficult. This is where Chinatown Dream Witch can become a bit of a problem because this 2-story area is so hard to deal with. Can the priestess? Oh, she does not vault before the patroller gets put down here. So we'll see if she's able to kite it here. She's going to use this pallet, use the survivor to break the pallet, trying to trap them in here. Priestess needs to try to portal or try to die to the leech. Those are the two options. Going to use one of the portals here. Can they time? Not able to time the patroller bite at the window, and she's going to go down. Gives it Terror Shock as well, which gives the Dream Witch even more presence. Of course, presence for Dream Witch isn't as important, but it makes the leech cooldown shorter once they reach full. So yeah, just not a very strong start at all for the survivors. Patient is able to pop one Cypher Machine there, but again, it really doesn't matter. Sneaky just has such a strong position right away.
Yeah, especially because they didn't force the leech hit. They went directly for the normal main leech hit. So now it makes it very, very... the Hunter has the upper hand. And now we will see in the rescue, early rescue from the Gravekeeper, taking already one hit. Here they have to avoid a double down. Sneaky going for the last effort on the Priestess and going to try to focus maybe on the Gravekeeper because he's already run away very fast. He still has 2 shovels on hand, so he's going to utilize that if he gets focused again. But no, Sneaky going to leech one more survivor and going for the patient who actually has won the order as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the priestess get shared for the second time here. Psychologists should use their whistle probably to heal Gravekeeper here, although it's not entirely necessary considering that Gravekeeper has 2 shovels to work with, and of course with the Gravekeeper buff, they can recycle those shovels if they're not knocked out of that shovel early. So I expect no rescue here. Survivors probably should just decode and go for a draw here. Patient is coming in, but no chance of making that rescue. Sneaky is a wanted order Dream Witch. So a lot of the Dream Witch builds we see 1 Berserker and 3 on Hunt, but Sneaky actually I believe goes 2 Berserker and 1 on Wanted, or at least maybe 1 on Berserker and also Claustrophobia. But we're going to see Gravekeeper come in for the rescue here. He's able to get out of that shovel here, and I think he actually recycled that shovel there, Soy. He's going to take the hit as well. Priest is able to portal away here, so we see the Gravekeeper buff coming into play here. Priest is running right into the follower though. Excellent trap from Sneaky, having that prepared. And Priestess will go down immediately. Gravekeeper taking an injury in the process, and that rescue becomes completely worthless. If anything, actually benefits the Hunter here because they get an extra injury, and Gravekeeper wasn't decoding during that time, so Cypher progress is now lost.
Yeah, the only thing is that there's only one leech remaining, and a patient will use the hook to just run away from the leech, but patroller will be put on, and now he's going to use this pallet to avoid a patroller bite. However, though, against this type of map, there's such an open area, Eli. There's not really much more windows to vault, so he will be taking the normal hit anytime soon, and then Sneaky going for the main body hit. So try to avoid the leech hit, like you said. It's so important to save those leeches hits for a crucial moment, and Sneaky knows that.
Yeah, we actually see Psychologist heal the Gravekeeper with a whistle. I don't really
Yes.
understand this play. It doesn't really make sense because Gravekeeper has 2 shovels. So Gravekeeper has a lot of kiting potential. Even with them at half health, it's really not a problem if Gravekeeper gets chased. But it is a problem if Psychologist gets chased. Psychologist has no kiting abilities, so it's okay if Gravekeeper's at half health because if he gets patrolled, if he gets chased, he can easily just shovel to avoid going down and taking that hit. But Psychologist, she doesn't have any kiting potential at all. So again, I don't understand Psychologist healing Gravekeeper here, but and yeah, it's really just gonna backfire for the survivors because Sneaky does this. You just switch to Blink. She can't use Flywheel, but it doesn't matter. It's able to juke that. Can Sneaky get the down? Okay, it does get the down there. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Sneaky just switches to Blink. As we said, he gets the down on Psychologist, and if Psychologist at full health there, then it's a great position because she takes a hit and runs away. I don't think she can share basement. She doesn't have enough time, and you also need to pressure Cyphers as much as possible. But yeah, that whistle. A confusing play there, but we'll see if it works out for them. Gravekeeper is able to come for a rescue now, and Patient will decode the last cipher. But here's what's going to happen. Okay, so what Sneaky's going to do is she's going to use one of these followers to camp the chair, and he's going to bring the other follower to the last cipher machine, I believe, and try to pressure Patient off of decoding that cipher. And that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Yeah, definitely is going to go. And now the Psychologist was rescued already, and the Gravekeeper got the witch mark, so now they can delete the Psychologist in any time. Using the shovel beautifully right there, avoiding a normal hit. It is essential for the Gravekeeper to remain full health because he's the only rescuer on this match. Patient cannot even get close to the Dream Witch, but there's still only one cipher remaining, Eli. Only 40%, so it's going to be about how long can this Patient kite using all those hooks and this map window to just avoid a normal hit from the Dream Witch.
Yeah, and they can't even decode the last cipher because all Sneaky has to do is sit on that cipher machine with the spawn follower, which is exactly what's happening. Patient's going to use one of those hooks to stay alive here. Waiting for the blink and wasn't able to use it. Is going to use the blink. Can they get the leech off in time? No, Psychologist is not able to get the leech off here. Sneaky's going to go to the Psychologist, going to quickly leech them, and then turn around and go back to the last cipher. But Gravekeeper working on the cipher machine here, and it looks like Sneaky brought the follower too far away from the cipher. So, or actually, I think Gravekeeper just did a new one possibly as well. And that cipher machine is almost primed here. But the biggest problem here, Soy, is that Gravekeeper may have a cipher machine ready, but Patient needs to be the one to pop it because Gravekeeper actually has to be the one to go for the rescue. So we're going to see Psychologist get shared in the hotel here. And it looks like, who's going to come for the save? It looks like it is going to be oh, this is really interesting. If Sneaky can get that follower to the last cipher machine and push the Patient off it before Gravekeeper makes the rescue, they're not going to be able to pop the cipher machine in time. And it looks like that might actually be the case here for Sneaky. This is where Dream Witch can get really scary here. Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue here. Spawn follower camping that last cipher so Patient cannot pop. Patient needs to pop it right now while Sneaky's distracted. Gonna be able to get the down, and they pop the cipher machine.
Amazing power from the Patient. Definitely a good man game right there. Forcing Sneaky to remain close in the middle between Cypher and Chair. And now it's going to be a Dream Witch with detention. They're all preparing for late game. Nice shovel from the Gravekeeper. Forcing the Dream Witch away from the gate. Distracting her from the other survivors while everyone is going north. And now it's going to be up to the Gravekeeper kiting area. There's a blink on the line, Eli. This very dangerous, scary, sneaky late game blink. And now it's going to be at the end the Psychologist and the Patient trying to struggle for opening that gate, but it is a Dream Witch with detention after all. So we're gonna see whether they make it on time. They might use... Ooh, Patient is around here. I think he's just trying to give some earmark for the Dream Witch to go for, but no. He's gonna take the late hit, and now it's only Psychologist, the one that is just waiting for dungeon, I guess?
Potentially, yeah. I don't think Gravekeeper's been on Chair, though, so that's kind of gonna be a bit of a problem. Yeah, Spawn follower can just kind of camp the exit gate here. And Sneaky can camp the Chair. So Psychologist, I guess the goal here is, yeah, just wait till the Gravekeeper expires. But if Sneaky sees the Psychologist, she can simply just leech her. And I think she does. So she's going to go around here. She's going to put the leech on one side. Oh, no, she doesn't see. She needs to check that leech in time and does check it in time to force the Psychologist away here. Sneaky's going to go ahead and leech the Psychologist. and should be able to get 3 survivors eliminated now because of this. What I was actually going to say is that Sneaky had a 4-person a situation to eliminate all 4 survivors. We'll go into detail a little bit after the round on that one. But yeah, now it's just kind of a matter of time. Sneaky can trap in the survivor in this 2-story area, eliminate them, and secure a 3-kill.
Yes, definitely it's going to be that way because that's the only remaining thing for the psychologist. Nice flywheel again from psychologist, but now will be a falling down hit for the Dream Witch, taking 3 survivors back to the manor.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I was going to say is that in that situation, if Sneaky leaves the spawn follower to continue camping that Cypher machine, there's no way for them to pop it. So what you can do there is, instead of prioritizing downing the psychologist with the leech after they were rescued, which is what she went for, and then the Cypher machine was already primed, a better play that she could potentially have won with if she puts the spawn follower on the patient's Cypher machine, and just kind of maybe hits the Gravekeeper, then switches right back to the spawn immediately. Patient can't pop the last Cypher machine because he's injured. So then as soon as you hit the leech with Psychologist, there's a 3-second before they can switch to the spawn follower. Patient can pop, everyone gets healed, there's no leeches in play. So if Sneaky stays on the spawn follower, camps the patient Cypher machine, and downs patient, shares on the Cypher machine, and then uses the Psychologist leech to pressure the Gravekeeper and the Psych, and there's no way the survivors can really win from that position, or it would be really difficult at least. But Sneaky going a little bit too aggressive there, not realizing the Cypher machine was primed. Survivors took advantage of that. They were able to get one out, but still a good endgame there as well. To get 1 extra kill, turning a tie into a win for the Hunter is also very important. But you know, they still got 1 out, so that's kind of the bare minimum here. Again, you don't really want to get 4-person elimination, but you can see why, you know, Dream Witch on a smaller map like Arms Factory could have easily won from that position, but because Chinatown's such a big map, since the ciphers are so spread out, it took Sneaky a lot longer to bring that spawn follower over to the last cipher and start camping it, which gave too much extra decoding for the survivors and actually allowed them to push for an endgame.
And also, you have to give it. Let's take a bit the match stats first, and then we see the main decoder was the patient with 240 seconds and mill decoder. Let's go. But yeah, Sneaky definitely drove the match to the ending, and I want to give some kudos for Love Survivor as well, because the flywheel was definitely on point right there, Eli. They also did some amazing jukes, so I think that was a really nice gameplay from the survivors. They really tried to buy as much time as possible because of, like you said, some of the difficult situations that we see here, who to heal, and especially with the psychologist whistle. As a psychologist myself, I always like to heal everyone. It is this like doctor thing that I have, like I want to heal everyone, but at the same time I know that it could be detrimental for my own health, because then when the hunter finds me, like you said, then there is nothing I can work with. But psychology definitely juked that and used the flywheel 2 times, and was really something that she tried to her best to just keep the match going and keep the stakes as high as possible. But unfortunately it didn't work well, because just like you said, the patient was injured, and also she kind of like also stayed in the middle of the map at some point, and then that might have been something that Sneaky also took advantage of. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, looking at the position, it was looking really good for Sneaky as well. Just you know, a reasonably fast down onto the priestess. They're able to, you know, she was able to get a spawn follower hit as well. That's really important. Whenever you're able to get a spawn follower hit, spawn follower kill with priestess, so you don't have to, sorry, as a Dream Witch, you don't have to expend the leech. That's important. That gives you winning potential. But you know, because you know, just, I don't know, just that end game situation, the survivors were able to split up that cipher machine. Patient was able to prime that. Sneaky kind of lost the camp on the cipher for a second, and that was enough time for the patient to get that pop off. You know, that's really the game changer, and that's why large maps for Dream Witch can be difficult, because it takes longer to bring that follower across the map to the last cipher, and that gave extra time for patient. So that was definitely a game changer there. But still a strong end game, getting an extra kill, turning a tie to a win. So yeah, we'll see what LUV can do to come back here. As you mentioned, their hunter does have Soul Weaver and Breaking Will available. 2 hunters that are incredibly strong on this map. So LUV, of course, did have map selection, so their hunter has a lot of room to work with some very powerful hunters here. The question is, what do they want to go for? If they want to try to go for a win in this round 1, go for all survivors eliminated, they may just go Breaking Wheel, be super aggressive and try to go for a win. If they're trying to maybe tie things up, go for just like a 3K, play conservatively, get a draw, and at least minimize the damage, they may go Soul Weaver. But I think in this situation, it makes more sense just pull out the Breaking Wheel now and use that win potential hunter when you have the opportunity.
Yeah, just let's say pull the wheel now because this is the moment that they need those points back. But actually, we don't really know how's the hunter feeling as confident with the soul weaver main because like some type of hunter they just feel really confident with one type of hunter. But I believe that Kwon will bring the breaking wheel regardless because just like you said, is the most OP hunter at this moment and the hardest to counter, especially once you hit full presence. Then definitely makes it almost impossible to catch him, especially if you only have flywheel with you and then he already uses the snap, you have nothing left. So also another thing is that I feel that breaking wheel is usually they don't bring insolence, but sometimes they do bring insolence when they want to get the present just fast as possible. So you think a breaking wheel with insolence could work for this type of situation for Kuon, for example?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard for breaking to bring insolence. I mean, the only hunter that doesn't really utilize insolence that much is Alex from Wolves. But most breaking wheels, I mean, insolence is just very strong. There's really no reason to not bring insolence as a wheel player. So yeah, of course, I think we should expect insolence, and also, I mean, especially in a situation where it's like you need to go for more kills, you got to play something aggressively. Insolence is definitely going to help with that. Now the question is, are we going to see, there's two types of build. Well, actually, there's three types of builds. Assuming we're going to see insolence, there's the confined space insolence build, which doesn't really make a lot of sense for Chinatown. There's not a whole lot of windows that you really care about using confined space on. So I think we're either going to see a left-right build, try to play very aggressively, go with the trump card and insolence, or we'll see a detention and insolence build. This is more of a conservative build, going for just a potentially 3K and just try to tie things up. Again, it depends on the mindset of LUV here. If they want to try to go very aggressive and win this round with a 4 elimination, we're going to see a left-right build. If they want to try to play things conservatively and maybe go for just a 3 elimination, try to tie the round, something like that, we're probably going to see detention, maybe confined space, but it's less likely on Chinatown.
Yes, I think that one of the best traits to bring with Breaking Wheel could be, besides Blink, Excitement. Although I haven't seen Excitement recently, but I think Excitement could be very good trait to bring for Breaking Wheel, especially if there is more than one stunner. Because as you saw in before, that when they chose the forward, he didn't choose Excitement. But what about if the survivors choose a full stunner team such as Batter and Forward together, followed by just support like entomologist or acrobat? I think those type of survivors, even though it's a risky lineup, they could definitely harass breaking wheels so much because Butter works really good through the windows and blocking the windows, like you said. Remember, you said like it can counter the confined space. So I think that it is really interesting to see whether they could bring a stunner support team rather than just rescue and decode team.
Yeah, so the problem with yeah, we saw Batter and Forward, then we almost would certainly see Excitement. The problem with Batter and Forward is that if you play Batter and Forward, you're having slow decoding with the Batter and Forward players, both of them decoding slow. And normally that's fine because you normally would have something like Mercenary and Forward together. But the problem is, the reason why you play Mercenary is you can have a stable rescuer. Mercenary is a very stable rescuer. It's very hard to stuff a Mercenary. He's almost always able to get any rescue at any point. So, but if you're going Batter is a good harasser, but he's not a stable rescuer. Batter can get stuffed. He can be good against breaking wheel, but he can get stuffed because he doesn't really have ways to get to the chair quickly. Whereas Mercenary can easily just elbow pad there. Gravekeeper can shovel there. Forward can football there. Batter doesn't have transitioning skills to reaching the chair uninjured, which these other rescuers do have. So the problem with going Batter and Forward is that you're slowing down your decoding, but you only gain one stable rescuer in the process. So it really ends up not being a very strong trade-off. Yes, you get 2 harassers, but then it's just, it ultimately doesn't really, like, it seems good, but when you actually play it out, it doesn't really work in a lot of instances because you don't have the stability of having good rescuers, right? So that's kind of the problem with going with that team comp, which, maybe it'll come up, who knows, but it's very unlikely. It's always good to just kind of have either one Batter or one Forward. But yeah, I mean, anything's a possibility, of course. And of course, if you do go Batter and Forward, you just play too hard, and you play right into Excitement, which is just not really ideal. So, but anything's possible as well. And again, I'm interested to see what bans we're going to see first. We saw Seer get banned first for the Dream Witch. Will we see Seer get banned for the Breaking Wheel here, if that's the option for the LUV Hunter? Again, it's the most standard ban, but so far we've seen Enchantress be the most standard ban for some reason. So that's maybe that's going to be an option as well. We'll see.
Yes, definitely. We see whether we see Enchantress ban once again. However, though, we're not quite sure whether the other team has done their homework and they do know that there is Enchantress maid, because usually this type of bans, Ila, I know you find something weird, but it's definitely because the other team has done their homework and there's kind of like a focus ban. They know the player is a S patch Enchantress, like top 10, you know what I mean? So they going in because they know the risk is to bring such a good Enchantress to the gameplay. So I think that they definitely know why they're doing it. But you believe, funny enough, there's a lot of Enchantress that are coming into play nowadays in tournament, and a lot of them are really good. And if the hunter is not ready for that, like if they're not sure whether to ban or not, when they release her, then it can be really cumbersome to deal with because they haven't planned for it as well. And then the 3 ape stun and also the mini stuns as well can be really scary. And unless you're like a hunter, like kind of like Hell Amber, that feeds up those stuns, then I guess it can be a little bit difficult, because what other hunter is the type of hunter that gets advantage of the stuns?
Yeah, there's not. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, that Hell Amber gets feed up of the stuns, right? Like the more stuns he
Right.
gets, he can get more puppets. He can get the fire
Oh,
puppet.
so you're saying like what other hunters can like benefit from being stunned? Is what you're...
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's really not any. I mean, obviously, besides Hellember, for the most part. I think a hunter that is very good against, like, if you mean like what hunters are good against Enchantress, obviously Hellember, of course, because you can gain flames from the stuns. Dream, which is also very good against Enchantress because you have to get separate stuns for each follower, right? So that's kind of a disadvantage, right? If you get hit with one follower, then they switch to another one, you don't have a stun on that one. It's like, okay, well, what do I do now? Now I don't have any way to kite this follower, and then also Patroller is very good against Enchantress. So yeah, that's kind of Enchantress can be very weak against something like Dream Witch, but Soul Weaver is kind of interesting. It's weird how that kind of plays out. What happens with that is that if Soul Weaver doesn't have a lot of webs, then they can stun the Soul Weaver to slow them down. If the Soul Weaver has a bunch of webs, they can catch up super quick and get hit before Enchantress can stun. So that's kind of like it's kind of a weird little trade-off of how that will work. Again, we don't really know what type of hunter we're going to see from LUV, but as we mentioned, probably Breaking Loop or Soul Weaver. But yeah, I'd love to see a Soul Weaver has come out. It's not a character we see very often, so that would definitely be very exciting.
Yeah, I think one of the advantage of bringing Soul Weaver is that you can kill a survivor in anywhere in the map. You don't have to go to the chair. You can just give him a cocoon death. Of course, that is with if you save all your webs.